This video continues with Chapter 80. The ancient Dragonite reappears, Gengar and Alakazam are subdued. Double comparison. Ketchum, the Sea King, is under general anesthesia. Chapter 80. The ancient Dragonite reappears, Gengar and Alakazam are subdued. Bruno, holy crap, you call that a water gun? Are you sure that Blastoise isn't cheating? It was called a water gun, but the resulting stream? Its power was comparable to hydro pump, maybe even stronger. Bruno really couldn't keep his cool, repeatedly roaring in his mind. You damn well call this thing a water gun. Bruno was shocked to see the giant onyx in the black light screen suppressed like that by Blastoise. If it weren't for the giant onyx's sturdy ability, would you have one-shotted it with a single water gun? Although you're a Blastoise with aura and great strength, and it's a 4x type advantage. But you used water gun. How can it have the power of a hydro pump? It wasn't like he hadn't seen a Blastoise's hydro pump before. But the giant onyx he had his eye on was so pathetic in front of that Blastoise that his composure began to crumble. The giant onyx's piquet ball at his waist rattled restlessly several times. The giant onyx inside had clearly sensed the commotion outside and seen the images on the black light screen. It could clearly feel that its counterpart in the light screen was being treated like an ordinary onyx found anywhere on the roadside, unable to exert even a shred of pressure on the opponent. A sense of humiliation instantly surged in its heart. Surge added mockingly. At first glance, the giant onyx looked powerful and imposing, but looking at it now, it's just wriggling like a caterpie. A multitude of caterpie suddenly felt a wave of malice. Looking down on them now, are you? Just wait until they switch to their main forms, you'll regret it. Lance, looking at the footage on the black light screen, it really is like that. Gary, it acted so high and mighty when it came out. Where's all that arrogance now? Bruno wanted to retort, but as his gaze fell on the black light screen, he saw the giant onyx pinned down by Blastoise's water stream. Its entire body lacked even the strength to stand up and resist. It really was just like Surge said, like a helplessly wriggling caterpie. The rebuttal at the tip of his tongue was forced back down. He couldn't find a single word of defense. A single water gun knocked the giant onyx out of the battle. Seeing the giant onyx's performance, Ash was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected the giant onyx to be so fragile, taken down by a single water gun. The Aura Torrent Blastoise's strength is getting greater and greater. Sabrina told her own Blastoise to learn from it. Even if it couldn't replicate everything, it should at least replicate half. He released the giant onyx. It looked dizzily at Ash and Blastoise. The previous arrogance in its eyes was long gone, replaced by a look of fear toward Blastoise. Looking back at Ash, and then at the Gardevoir and Pikachu beside him, it suddenly had a premonition that these two weren't simple either. They might even be stronger. Bruno watched the whole process and left, feeling both satisfied and a bit regretful. But the matter wasn't over yet. Because the giant onyx had burrowed over earlier, it happened to unearth some ancient ruins. By another coincidence, the Team Rocket trio for once didn't come to trouble Ash. They were eyeing the treasures in the ruins, wanting to exchange them for money. But because of this, they accidentally broke a seal. Two massive dark shadows suddenly surged out of the ruins. It was actually an ancient Gengar and an ancient Alakazam. As soon as they appeared, like natural-born enemies, they immediately began to battle, and a fierce duel erupted instantly. Additionally, the Team Rocket trio was inadvertently kicked away. They happened to be sent flying right next to Ash. Twerp, save us. Bill, it's those three again. Can't they stay idle for even a moment? Can't they do something productive? Ash, no way, it's the same in the parallel world too. Everyone was speechless. Normally, the Team Rocket trio never disappoints. They always show up on time to provide an assist. But even in special circumstances, they still don't disappoint. The assists they provide always manage to precisely create even bigger trouble. You guys are so annoying. Ash facepalmed, truly exasperated. It was one thing to provide assists usually. At least they could be somewhat helpful. But this time, without a word, they had brought out two big bosses, and now he had to clean up the mess. The battle between the ancient Gengar and ancient Alakazam grew more intense, their moves blasting toward each other without mercy. They were fine, but the shockwaves from their clashing moves were highly destructive to the surroundings. Twerp, hurry and send Onyx in Meow. Meowth hid behind Ash. Jessie and James chimed in as well, but as soon as they spoke, they met Gardevoir's icy stare. An invisible pressure instantly hit them, and the three immediately covered their mouths, not daring to make another sound. Meh. The giant Onyx looked at itself, then at Gengar and Alakazam. It was only as big as their feet. Go in, like hell it would. The giant Onyx was simply no match for the two. The two girls felt a lingering fear, finding Gengar and Alakazam somewhat familiar, as if they had seen them before. Pikachu rain dance. A dazzling current of electricity instantly shot from Pikachu's body straight into the sky. In an instant, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and large raindrops began to patter down. Gengar and Alakazam paid no attention. Thunder. Dense currents of electricity emerged within the cloud layer, crackling loudly. Wild lightning erupted around Pikachu as a thick bolt of electricity surged from its body into the sky, instantly echoing and merging with the lightning in the clouds. It resonated with the lightning above the clouds. Suddenly, the lightning became even more ferocious. A bolt of thunder as thick as a barrel crashed down, instantly engulfing the ancient Gengar and ancient Alakazam. Boom! A massive roar resounded. The originally dim field was instantly lit up like daylight by the thunder. The Fearow and Spearow in the surrounding trees immediately flew away in fear, for that was the source of their trauma. The giant Onyx's eyes widened in disbelief that such a powerful move had been unleashed by that tiny Pikachu. LT, Surge, holy S *** T, he still had this up his sleeve. LT, Surge, it seems he didn't even use his full strength when fighting LT. Surge. Jessie, that's the strongest Pikachu on Earth. What does LT? Surge even count for? James, exactly, how dare a mere LT? Surge even be mentioned in the same breath as Pikachu? Meowth, LT, Surge is nothing Meow. LT, Surge used to target them at every turn, so now that they finally had a chance to strike back, the Team Rocket trio naturally wouldn't let it go, taking turns roasting him until he was speechless. It lasted for 3 seconds before things returned to normal. The ancient Gengar and ancient Alakazam lay on the ground, taking quite a while to barely prop themselves up. Their bodies were still filled with the paralysis left by the lightning. They had been hit hard as soon as they were released. Ash just wanted them to wake up a bit. Fighting as soon as they came out, couldn't they just get along peacefully? If they wanted to fight, they could go somewhere else. Otherwise, it would affect Pallet Town below. And at that moment, the sky turned dark, blotting out the sun. The ancient Dragonite had arrived. Ash had summoned it using the dragon flute. He had promised the ancient Dragonite that he would help it find companions. Now that he had found them, he let it come over to recognize them. As soon as it saw the markings on Gengar and Alakazam, Dragonite recognized them as its companions. Who are you? Gengar and Alakazam ignored the friendly Dragonite and started fighting again. In the end, both were given a beating by Dragonite. The hostility in their eyes dissipated, their gazes becoming clear, and they looked at Dragonite with a hint of terror. It settled just like that. The two girls were very surprised that the ancient Dragonite, which appeared gentle and friendly on the surface, possessed such formidable combat power, even taking on 2 opponents at once. Chapter 80 won a dreamlike vision that feels familiar despite never having been seen before. With the trouble regarding the ancient Pokémon resolved, the daily training routine continued. The aftermath of the clash between the 3 ancient Pokémon had not yet fully dissipated. Energy fluctuations from the moves released by the ancient Pokémon seemed to linger in the air. Deep gullies and craters of various sizes scarred the ground, while the surrounding trees were either snapped or stripped bare. After the recent exchange, Pikachu felt quite helpless. That thunder move had failed to pose much of a threat to those 2 big guys. He had practiced that move for quite some time, intending for it to be his trump card, but it turned out to be useless. His strength was still not enough. he needed to work even harder. Thinking about it, he began to practice on his own. Nearby, the Team Rocket saw Pikachu, their eyes sparkling. But Pikachu was very sensitive to the gaze of the Team Rockets. He spotted them immediately and flashed a smile. Simultaneously, electricity erupted from his body as he directly unleashed thunder at the Team Rocket trio. Having served as each other's training partners so many times, both sides knew exactly what the other was thinking. The Team Rocket trio helped Pikachu train his electric-type skills, while Pikachu helped the Team Rocket trio train their own resistance to electricity. A thunderbolt blasted toward them. Bang! The Team Rocket trio was sent flying by the electricity, leaving behind their familiar catchphrase. Feeling the gap in strength as well, every Pokémon was consciously training. Even the newly captured giant Onix joined in. Primeape saw the new addition and his eyes darted around. He stepped forward, wanting to battle the giant Onix. Onix looked closely at Primeape. The latter seemed ordinary. He appeared to have some strength, but not much, certainly not exceeding the Blastoise and Pikachu from earlier. It accepted the challenge. Having lost to Blastoise, it didn't believe it would lose again to this monkey. Imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. The giant Onix couldn't keep up with Primeape, nor could it beat him. Primeape's fists fell upon it like raindrops. Da-da-da. The beating caused Onix to collapse heavily to the ground. Primeape continued. It had been a long time since he had such a satisfying fight. Onix's mouth hung open, eyes rolling back, its body writhing slightly. Primeape was too strong, he was practically beating it to death. As Primeape fought, he suddenly comprehended close combat. He was about to continue when he realized Onix had already lost its ability to battle. Bruno, can't you treat the giant Onix a bit better? Bruno had an Onix of his own and couldn't bear to watch this scene. Furthermore, if calculated by the standards of this world, the giant Onix on the black light screen would belong to him. Lance, those Pokémon have become so strong. Why do I feel like the Pokémon sent back to Professor Oak's lab are stronger than the ones traveling with Ash? Is Professor Oak training them every day? Tracy, I think so. Professor Oak, not really. It's most likely my old friends in the yard teaching them. Training every day does increase their strength significantly. Actually, my Pokémon aren't that amazing, just average level. It's just that their talent is good and they're willing to put in the effort. LT, Surge, there's no comparison. You can't compare with Ash's Pokémon, and you can't compare with Ash himself. A psychic, a fighting-type trainer, his affinity with Pokémon, his popularity with people, and so on. After practicing for several days, Ash received a letter. It invited powerful trainers to New Island to participate in a competition to determine the strongest trainer. Gary received the same letter. A scam letter. What strongest trainer? Gary didn't believe it for a second and immediately threw the letter into the trash can. It really could be a trap. Could it be the Team Rockets doing again? Whenever something bad happened, Ash's first thought was the Team Rockets. Handsome guy, that's what you call a reputation. The Team Rocket trio was furious. After thinking it over, Ash decided to go. He went alone. Because he felt that if he didn't go, he would regret it. Having trained for several days, it would be nice to go out for a stroll. This time, he didn't bring Serena and the others along. On the way, Gardevoir, Pikachu, and Dratini followed by his side. Upon arriving at New Island, it was still a scene of thunder and heavy rain, and Nurse Joy was missing. Gardevoir seemed to sense something and gazed at the distant sea surface, as if there were something familiar on the other side. Using telepathy with Gardevoir, Ash sensed it too. They rode Blastoise over. Once on the island, the Team Rocket trio followed them. They saw Ash and Pikachu, and they also saw a Pokémon they had never seen before. That Pokémon was small, with a long tail. Its entire body was pink, and it giggled from time to time. What Pokémon is that, Meowth? Meowth didn't recognize that Pokémon, let alone Jessie and James. Ash didn't recognize it either, but as he walked in, he suddenly felt a familiar aura, somewhat similar to Gardevoir's. Then, this pink Pokémon suddenly popped out in front of him. Mew. Mew greeted Ash. It also felt that Ash and Gardevoir were very familiar, even though they had never met. Chapter 82, Mewtwo, the one with the abnormal mind. Mew, are you saying your name is Mew? After talking with the flying pink Pokémon for a while, Ash figured out its identity. He took out his Pokédex and aimed it at Mew, but there was no response on the screen. Ding, no information found. As the Pokédex's notification sound faded, Ash frowned. Meanwhile, Mew was full of curiosity toward the small, noise-making object in his hand, its long tail gently poking the Pokédex as if testing whether it could play music. After testing the Pokédex, Mew pounced over to Pikachu's side and began jumping and playing around it, its pink figure flying back and forth around Pikachu. Then it flew in front of Gardevoir. As soon as it approached, a familiar feeling surged in its heart. The psychic fluctuations on Gardevoir were actually somewhat similar to its own. Gardevoir tilted its head slightly, its face full of confusion. Who was this strange Pokémon before it? Why did its aura feel both unfamiliar and yet carry a strange sense of familiarity? Mew felt the same way. It had never seen a Gardevoir before, so why did it feel a bit familiar? Could it be the same as that guy? Looking at Mew's constantly swaying long tail, Ash felt playful and reached out to give it a gentle tug. Mew. Mew's whole body shivered as it turned to look at Ash, a hint of confusion flashing in its round eyes. Ash quickly laughed and explained a bit. Only then did Mew relax, swaying its tail as it replied that it had come here to play because as soon as it arrived, it felt a familiar aura, just like when facing Ash and Gardevoir. A familiar feeling. Ash muttered to himself, I'm not a Pokémon, and I don't have psychic powers. However, he did feel a special connection with Mew. Perhaps it was because he and Gardevoir shared a deep telepathic bond. As a psychic-type Pokémon, Gardevoir was familiar with Mew's psychic aura, and this feeling was transmitted to him through their telepathy. Mew produced a pile of toys from somewhere and wanted Ash to play with it. After playing for a while, Mew leaned close to Ash's ear and chirped some shocking news. There was a copy here that might be dangerous, but there was no need to fear because it was there. What copy? Ash didn't know what Mew was talking about. Bruno frowned and said, Mew also knows that Mewtwo was cloned by Team Rockets. It seems to wander around carefree, but in reality, it's aware of many things. Lance nodded slightly. Perhaps. Mew's perception has always far exceeded that of ordinary Pokémon. Mewtwo rested his chin on his hand and pondered. Then, what is that familiarity Ash mentioned? Could there be a connection between aura power and psychic powers? Riley, no, aura power and psychic powers are two completely different forces. There's no connection at all. Professor Oak spoke slowly, clearing up everyone's confusion. The familiarity between them stems from the connection between Gardevoir and Mew. Do you remember? That Gardevoir from the parallel world was captured by Team Rockets during its time as a Ralts and taken to the MT, Moon Base, for experiments. Brock, are you talking about that abandoned Team Rockets base at MT? Moon. LT, Surge couldn't help but follow up. Is there any connection between the two? Professor Oak continued. Mewtwo was originally bred and cloned by Team Rockets using Mew's DNA. In the MT, Moon Base, Team Rockets conducted experiments on psychic-type Pokémon, and they most likely used Mew's DNA there as well. That's why Mew finds Gardevoir familiar, and even has the same feeling toward Ash. It's precisely because of the deep telepathic bond between Ash and Gardevoir that Mew also sensed a friendly aura from Ash. Professor Elm's eyes were full of admiration as he quickly said, As expected of my teacher, you cleared up the connection in an instant. That's amazing. Professor Elm's words broke the brief silence. Everyone was still slowly digesting this truth, their faces showing expressions of sudden realization. So it can be done that way, huh? Since someone as powerful as Mewtwo might not be brought back, I could consider creating a few Pokémon as strong as that Gardevoir from the parallel world. Giovanni prepared for both possibilities. Copy. Mewtwo looked at Ash and Mew on the black light screen with a strange expression. After playing for a while, the Team Rocket trio hiding in the shadows was found. You three, play with Mew and make it laugh. Hearing Ash's words, the Team Rocket trio was extremely reluctant. Why should they have to entertain this guy like clowns? Pikachu. Electric currents appeared in the electricity sacs on Pikachu's cheeks as it threatened the Team Rocket trio. Will you entertain it or not? We will. The Team Rocket trio immediately agreed. Mew even found the Team Rocket trio's changing expressions funny and imitated Pikachu by using an electric-type move to threaten Team Rockets. The poor Team Rockets were furious, but didn't dare to speak out, forced to perform like clowns. Handsome guy, oh my, isn't this our famous Team Rockets? Why do you look like you're performing in a circus? Diantha, I think the three of you have a real talent for performing. Do you need me to help introduce you to some shows? Jessie, shameless, you despicable twerp, how dare you treat us like this? You better watch out when you're sleeping at night. James, you'd better not close your eyes. The Team Rocket trio was beyond furious. Their parallel world counterparts were actually being used like cattle by the twerp. Walking down the passage, they suddenly heard the sounds of battle. Rushing over, Ash saw another Pokémon he had never seen before. It had single-handedly defeated the trainers and Pokémon that had crossed the sea. After the fight, it revealed its identity. Its name was Mewtwo. It was a Pokémon and also a trainer. It released its own Piquet balls to capture those Pokémon, but Gardevoir and Mew deployed barriers to block the Piquet balls. Mewtwo reacted aggressively the moment it saw Mew, claiming to be the strongest and immediately attacking Mew. Mew just played with it and even provoked Mewtwo, saying that a copy is always just a copy and can't compare to the original. After listening for a while, Ash finally learned Mewtwo's identity. It turned out it was created by Team Rockets using Mew's DNA, and it was the one that left Gary traumatized. Now, Mewtwo had been brainwashed by Team Rockets, but also held a grudge against them, leading it to hate all trainers. In short, Mewtwo's mind was currently unstable. Chapter 83, Did Ash Ketchum shatter Mewtwo's barrier with one punch? At this moment, the battle between the clone and the original was extremely fierce. On the surface, it looked like a 60-40 split. Mewtwo had 40%, Mew had 60%. Moreover, the way Mew fought Mewtwo seemed very relaxed, as if it were just playing a game. Mewtwo was surrounded by pale blue spiritual energy, unleashing Psychic over and over again. But Mew's Psychic was even more powerful. When unleashed simultaneously, it suppressed Mewtwo's own power. Seeing Mew still acting so lighthearted, Mewtwo's eyes narrowed, feeling immense pressure. It condensed Dark-type energy in its hands, and shadow balls poured down like raindrops, precisely sealing off Mew's evasion routes. Mew's small pink figure flipped gracefully in the air, its eyes curving into crescents as it let out a crisp growl. Shadow Ball, I can do that too. Mew flicked its tail, and a shadow ball even larger than Mewtwo's condensed instantly and shot out with a roar. Mewtwo's pupils shrank as it used Teleport to dodge, but Mew had already predicted its landing point. It then used Fire Blast, which exploded the moment Mewtwo reappeared, flames blooming like a lotus. LT Surge, my god. That Mew can fight like that? Mewtwo is supposed to be Team Rocket's strongest weapon. Professor Elm, Mewtwo is a clone created based on Mew's DNA. Mew is the original, and Mewtwo is the copy. It would be strange if the copy beat the original. Steven, it's not just a matter of power levels. Look at the speed at which Mew switches moves. In that instant just now, it used Camouflage, Teleport, Shadow Ball, and Fire Blast consecutively without any pause. Professor Oak, Mew's genes contain information on all Pokémon. Theoretically, it can use the vast majority of skills. Meanwhile, Mewtwo's move pool is ultimately limited. Having many moves is one thing, but the most terrifying part about Mew is its intelligence. Mew's wisdom far exceeds human imagination. It can perfectly judge an opponent's next move. Furthermore, it has lived for untold ages, and its combat experience completely crushes Mewtwo's. More importantly, Mew can turn invisible. You can't hit it when it wants to hit you, and you can't catch it when it wants to run. How do you win against such an opponent? Ash, Professor Oak, how do you know all this? Having seen Mew before, Ash didn't understand at all. He thought to himself that since Professor Oak knew so much, could he have met Mewtwo? Professor Oak, It was shown by the Pokédex gifted by this livestream room just now. This Pokédex has recorded all of Mew's information. Professor Rowan, such a good Pokédex, Professor Oak, let me have a look. LT, Surge, so it's not scrap metal after all, it's actually useful. Professor Oak, of course not. This Pokédex analyzes Pokémon information very clearly. You can even see what moves a Pokémon has learned and to what extent. Hearing this, everyone became very envious of the Pokédex, having previously thought it was useless. Mewtwo panted heavily, several scorch marks appearing on its arms. It grit its teeth, condensing Psychic at maximum power in both hands, causing the surrounding space to warp and distort. Mew tilted its head, blinking its large azure eyes. The next second, Mew disappeared. Mewtwo's Psychic hit nothing but air. Mewtilda. Mewtwo spun around abruptly, only to see Mew's tail wrapped in a silvery white light, slapping it hard across the face. Mewtwo was sent flying, crashing into a wall as rubble scattered everywhere. Mewtilda. Mew floated in midair, wagging its tail happily like a child who had just pulled a prank. An even match. No, this was a complete one-sided crush. Just as Mewtwo climbed out of the ruins, eyes flashing with humiliation and rage, it heard Ash's voice. Enough, Mewtwo, stop it. You're being used by Team Rockets. Ash's voice wasn't loud, yet every word was clear. Mewtwo believed that humans were vile creatures who would destroy the Earth, and thus sought to liberate Pokémon by exterminating humanity. The relationship between trainers and Pokémon is definitely not what you think. Not everyone is like Team Rockets. Mewtwo stood up, looking at Ash silently. Mew flew to Ash's side, as if asking why he was bothering to talk to it. How stubborn. Everyone saw Ash trying to talk him down, but Mewtwo still refused to concede and ignored Ash's words. Seeing that talking had little effect on Mewtwo, the Ash from the parallel world let his starter Pokémon battle the starter Pokémon cloned by Mewtwo. Based purely on their own strength, those 3 clone Pokémon were no match for Ash's starters. Mewtwo didn't want to lose, and secretly used its psychic powers to boost the clone's strength. Ash similarly used his aura power, and defeated those cloned Pokémon just the same. Mewtwo remained stubborn, making Ash so angry he decided to take action personally. Aura power surged in his hands. He ran forward with large strides and threw a punch at Mewtwo. Mewtwo deployed an aura barrier. Ash's punch landed on the barrier. At first, there was no mark, but after a few seconds, several cracks appeared on the barrier, spreading out like a spider web. Ash's gaze sharpened, and the aura power in his hand surged once more. Bang! The barrier shattered completely. Ash's punch struck Mewtwo square in the cheek. LT, Surge, holy crap. Riley, he smashed it. Sabrina, the psychic barrier was smashed. The Ash from the parallel world smashed the psychic barrier. The Ash of this world had only managed to create a few cracks. He was nowhere near as overpowered as the one in the parallel world. Chapter 84, Cyberbullying Charizard and Team Rocket. Ash shattered Mewtwo's barrier and punched it awake, making it realize the bond between itself and Pokémon. It finally abandoned its thoughts of revenge against humanity, leaving Ash a special Piquet ball before departing with the cloned Pokémon. It erased the memories of all trainers and Pokémon except for Ash. Mew was also about to leave, but before departing, it did something to Ash, establishing a mental connection with him. If anything happened, he could call for it, and it would rush over as quickly as possible. The screen froze on the scene of Ash watching Mew depart. Steven, the results on both sides seem the same, but wait, parallel world Ash didn't have his memory erased, and he even earned Mewtwo's recognition. LT, Surge, the Ash from the 2 worlds is completely different. Okay. Parallel world Ash actually shattered Mewtwo's psychic barrier with brute force and used those 3 Pokémon to defeat Mewtwo's clones of the same species before finally making Mewtwo snap out of it. Can I even compare to that? Seeing LT, Surge's bullet chat, Ash felt very helpless. He had also thrown a punch, but unfortunately he didn't break Mewtwo's barrier. Instead, he was knocked back several steps by the barrier's counterforce. He neither had special abilities like aura power, nor had he ever deliberately trained his physical fitness, so naturally he couldn't compare to his parallel world self. Bruno, Mewtwo left a Piquet ball for Ash at the end. Did it want Ash to catch it? Lance, it should be so. Mewtwo witnessed Ash's strength and was simultaneously moved by the bond between Ash and his Pokémon. It's giving Ash a chance. If Ash defeats it in the future, he can use that Piquet ball to catch it. Professor Oak, that's Mewtwo, the ultimate weapon created by the Team Rockets, and yet it was won over by Ash like this. It would have been fine if he hadn't said anything. But as soon as those words were spoken, Giovanni's face on the other side of the screen instantly darkened, and the frustration and regret in his heart surged uncontrollably. That was a Pokémon he had created with his own hands, yet it had escaped his control for so long and even proactively wiped the relevant memories. If not for this sudden live broadcast room, he probably wouldn't have remembered Mewtwo's existence even now. What made him feel worst was that he could only watch helplessly as the work he created with his own hands was moved by a young boy's bonds, even preparing itself to become the other's Pokémon. This was like being NTR'd right in front of his face. Even more frustratingly, he had already returned to the new island base and searched through every database, but he couldn't find even a shred of information on Mewtwo or those cloned Pokémon. All traces had been wiped clean by Mewtwo, as if they had never existed. The mountain peak. Mewtwo was also extremely surprised by the strength shown by the Ash in the black light screen. Its own psychic barrier could actually be shattered. Last time, it had only been cracked slightly by Ash, but the parallel world Ash was even more incomprehensible. Shattering the barrier with bare fists was one thing, but he actually landed a hit on it. Furthermore, those cloned Pokémon later on were simply no match for the likes of Bulbasaur. Being caught, Mewtwo pondered. It wasn't impossible for it to be caught by Ash. It had already been conquered by Ash, now it just needed the right timing. As long as Ash defeated it, it could accept traveling together with him. The surrounding cloned Pokémon were all shocked when they saw the performance of the Ash in the black light screen. The boss actually took a punch. Especially the cloned Venusaur and the others. They were treated like nobodies on the side of the road in the parallel world. The white light screen lit up. The long-awaited Indigo Plateau Conference officially opens. First, 256 trainers enter the competition. Preliminary stage uses a single elimination system. 4 rounds of preliminaries must be conducted on 4 different battlefields: rock, grass, water, and ice. Only after winning all 4 matches can one advance to the top 16. Top 16 to top 8. Still 3-on-3 battles, each side sends out 3 Pokémon, the first to win 2 matches advances. From the top 8 onwards, changes to full battles, both sides use all 6 Pokémon, the first to win 5 matches wins. And Ash's first battle was carried by Krabby's appearance. Krabby won the match and even evolved into Kingler. Silan, not bad, the Kingler in both worlds aren't weak. Professor Oak's nurturing is really effective. Those familiar with the situation knew that when that Krabby was first caught by Ash, it was just a tiny thing. Later, it was sent back to Professor Oak's laboratory for care. Although its size didn't change significantly, its strength had undergone a qualitative leap. He's a Pokémon research professor, he's not joking around with you. LT, Surge thought to himself. After all, no one dared to question Professor Oak's ability. Who didn't know that the champion of the very first Indigo Plateau Conference was Professor Oak himself? Later there were the ice field and grass field, all of which were won. Only during the grass field match, a slight unexpected situation occurred. Although several matches weren't very entertaining to watch, everyone watched with some amazement. Ash successfully advanced to the top 16. His opponent was Richie, who had a similar personality to him and also carried a Pikachu. Because of the Team Rocket trio's interference, Ash spent a lot of time just getting to the match venue, and his Pokémon's stamina was almost completely exhausted. But even so, Ash and Richie fought a neck-and-neck battle. However, at the very end, Charizard refused to listen to Ash, which was interpreted by the referee as forfeiting the match. Ash's journey ended at the top 16. LT, Surge, Damn it, look at that Charizard, I'm seriously fed up with it. LT, Surge got angrier the more he watched, wishing he could send his Raichu up to give that rebellious Charizard a dose of Raichu therapy. In his view, if it doesn't listen to its trainer, it should be severely shocked. Bruno, he gave away Primeape, so his combat power was insufficient. Then Charizard was rebellious and disobedient. Ash's Indigo Plateau Conference journey is a bit rocky. Chuck, Charizard really forgot its roots, looking down on Ash and being disobedient. It should think about why it's even able to stand on that battlefield in the first place. A huge number of people in the Bullet chat were calling out the injustice for Ash. If Charizard had just listened, he would have made the top 8 long ago, and even the top 4 wouldn't have been an issue. The Pokémon of many contestants in this Indigo Plateau Conference were nurtured quite average-ly and didn't seem very strong. With Ash's Pokémon, a guaranteed top 4 wouldn't be an exaggeration. Handsome Guy and those 3 from the Team Rockets are also responsible, at least half responsible. Knowing it was time for Ash's match, they still harassed him, causing those Pokémon of Ash's to have little stamina left, which led to the loss. Gary makes sense, otherwise he wouldn't even have needed to send Charizard out. Serena, so annoying. Chapter 85, Steven's obsession with rocks and Ash's emotional intelligence comparable to a hungry Snorlax. It's our business again. The Team Rocket trio instinctively wanted to retort, but the footage playing on the light screen was exactly as stated. The evidence was ironclad. They didn't really want to argue anyway. After all, when you've done wrong, you have to take it on the chin. Besides, having clashed with Ash so many times, they could be said to have a mutual respect for one another. If they had known their actions would cause Ash to lose the championship, they wouldn't have acted, or at least, they would have waited until after the match. For the twerp stopping at the top 16, the Team Rocket trio was willing to take half the responsibility. The other half belonged to Charizard. Another piece of dark history. In Charizard Valley, Charizard watched its own past and looked surprised. Had it really been that rebellious? At that time, it was truly arrogant and actually looked down on its own trainer. Looking back now, Charizard felt so embarrassed it wanted to curl its toes and disappear. Especially with the strange looks coming from those nearby, Charizard felt deep regret. It really wanted to reach into the light screen and strangle its past self to stop it from throwing the match for Ash. Seeing its trainer still defending it in the Bullet chat, Charizard's eyes grew moist as it deeply realized its mistake. Since it had already happened, it would simply protect its trainer well from now on. The tournament concluded, and the duo from Pallet Town finished in the top 32 and top 16 respectively. Pallet Town held a banquet for Ash. There were some interludes in between, but they weren't a big deal. Professor Oak needed Ash's help with something. He needed Ash to go to Professor Ivy, who lived in the Orange Islands, to retrieve the GS ball. And Ash, who loved traveling, naturally agreed to go. Due to the Team Rocket trio again, some accidents occurred. Professor Oak said there was no rush to return the GS ball and told Ash about the gyms in the Orange Islands. Since the Orange Islands also had a competition similar to the Indigo Plateau Conference, and the way of challenging gyms was different, Ash, who had just suffered a defeat, was eager to try. The gym challenge rules in the Orange Islands weren't all decided by battles. Many times, they tested other aspects of how a trainer utilized their Pokémon. The first one, Micken Gym, was one of them. First was a competition using the Pokémon's water gun move to see who could knock down more empty cans. Afterward, it was another test of the accuracy of Pokémon moves, but this time it was relatively harder than shooting cans. They had to hit frisbees moving in the sky, testing the Pokémon's precision. Finally, there was a surfing duel to see the Pokémon's mastery of surf. Ash had a sudden flash of inspiration and used Ice Beam to create an ice path on the sea. Ash's Lapras won a narrow victory by skating across it. Blaine, you really are a damn genius. Gary, even that works. Ash's luck is pretty good. Ash, what do you mean luck? That's called skill. Having won a badge with a stroke of genius, and with so many people watching, Ash felt a bit full of himself. Having obtained the badge, the journey continued. This time, Ash's group arrived on Sunken Island, which is famous for making glass products. On this island, there were rumors of a crystal onyx appearing. Mateo and his younger sister followed Ash's group to search for the crystal onyx. After spending quite some time, they found the crystal onyx in a crystal cave. The crystal onyx was not afraid of water-type moves. Instead, Charmeleon's fire-type moves were effective against it. LT, Surge, Diving, an onyx that isn't afraid of water but is afraid of fire. Bruno, that crystal onyx isn't rock and ground type. To be countered by fire types, it should be an ice type. Professor Oak, the overall ecology of the Orange Islands is not consistent with the Kanto region. Many Pokémon with their own unique characteristics will appear, and their attributes and appearances will change. Pokémon in other regions aren't all the same either. They change according to the region's ecology. That made sense. Most people were discussing the regional form of the crystal onyx. However, one person's attention was not on any regional form. Steven, is that crystal onyx still there? Ash, it should be. We didn't catch that crystal onyx. Wallace, Steven's stone addiction is acting up again. Steven was the champion of the Hone League. His hobby was collecting rare stones. He collected them so often that, in order to have more time to focus on his collection, he even proactively yielded the champion title to Wallace. Wallace mentioned Steven's stone addiction. Steven, things that can be called precious stones aren't just meteorites, but also those natural crystals, including that crystal onyx. Even if Steven wasn't interested in a normal onyx, he was interested in a crystal onyx. He was salivating over the crystal onyx's body. A normal onyx was made of rock, but the crystal onyx was made entirely of crystal. It was very much worth researching. He really was a stone maniac. The journey continued, and they reached another gym. Once again, Ash unexpectedly pulled ahead and finally obtained the badge. Traveling along, Ash caught a Snorlax that could do the butterfly stroke, and then they arrived at Trevita Island. Unlike the previous 2 gym matches, this gym match was a very serious Pokémon battle. What was different from traditional battles was that this gym match required battles between Pokémon of the same type, and each Pokémon could only battle once. It was a best-of-3 gym match. The gym leader, Ruddy, developed feelings for Misty because she saved his sister, and he even asked Misty to stay behind. At this time, Ash didn't notice at all that he had a love rival. He was just constantly thinking about challenging the gym. Misty did not agree to Ruddy's request. In the end, Misty supported Ash during the gym match, which was a roundabout way of rejecting Ruddy's request. Finally, Ash won the match. Ruddy said something to Ash like, "You must cherish Misty." "Gary, I can't even watch this. Ash's EQ is comparable to a hungry Snorlax." "Ash, what do you mean, you stinky Gary? Are you insulting me again?" "Daisy, how come my brother-in-law feels like he's not interested in girls at all? Does he just treat Misty like a bro?" Misty, Chapter 86, Feelings Heat Up, Goodbye Yuto Seidai. The white light screen stopped playing after showing Ash obtaining 4 badges. LT, Surge, why do I feel like there's no difficulty at all? The Orange League matches are just too easy to get in. The strength required for 4 badges doesn't need to be that high at all. Atsumi, we aren't a competitive gym, so getting our badges really isn't that hard. But when it comes to the final Winners' Cup, it won't be this easy. The lead trainer, Yuji, will step in personally. Ai, what's easy about it? The number of trainers who can pass my gym's test isn't even in the double digits. Seeing the scene where he was defeated by Ash was fine, not too embarrassing. But having the conversations between him and Misty played, followed by Misty cheering for Ash, made him look like a self-deluded clown. Even if he was being a bit of a simp. Yuji, the Orange Islands were always a small place, not famous, and not many trainers knew about them. Take Ash, for example. He only knew there was a league competition here because Professor Oak reminded him. Although the place is small, the Pokémon here are not simple at all. Misty first thought of the Snorlax that Ash caught. Its speed was ridiculously fast, and it could even do the butterfly stroke. Then there was the Dragonite that Yuji used when Ash participated in the Winners' Cup. It had so many moves, and defeated several of Ash's Pokémon in a row. But what made her feel most stifled and secretly jealous was that girl who had taken the initiative to kiss Ash. And Ash, surprisingly, didn't seem to have much of a reaction at all. The situation on the blacklight screen side was better than here. At least she had established a relationship with Ash, and Aunt Delia even knew about it. It was better than her current self, where even being jealous seemed superfluous. At this moment, the blacklight screen lit up. After returning, Ash kept training with Pikachu and the others. In his spare time, he would have heart-to-hearts with Lily and the others. Daisy came over to help Ash, and their feelings heated up extremely quickly. Sometimes, the Team Rocket trio would appear, and Ash would hold Daisy and roll away to dodge Team Rocket's attacks. Daisy's sensitive areas were accidentally touched, leaving her feeling both shy and happy. Just then, Gary, who had returned, saw that guy Ash pressing down on his own sister in public, and the key point was that his hands weren't clean either. Thinking about how he was the one who taught Ash how to get along with girls in the first place, now this had happened. He had been super promoted in seniority by Ash, and he was so angry he could grind his back teeth to dust. I treat you like a brother, and you're actually hitting on my sister. Angry as he was, Gary couldn't really lose his temper at Ash, so he could only vent all his pent-up frustration on the innocent Team Rockets. It's only been a few days, and there's another one. Delia sighed with emotion. She really hadn't expected her son's charm to be this great, with one girl after another falling for him. And they were stuck together like glue every day. In terms of quantity, it was almost on par with Gary's girlfriends. In terms of quality, it was far superior. James, that spiky head is too underhanded. Your sister was hit on by that twerp, and since he doesn't dare to lose his temper at the twerp, he takes it out on us. That's so unfair. Jesse, he's the most useless. That spiky head only dares to bully us Team Rockets. Meowth, the twerp is still more pleasing to the eye. At least he doesn't throw tantrums randomly. Gary had a face full of black lines and a livid expression. Since when was it the turn of those three guys from Team Rockets to judge him? It was simply turning the world upside down. It was outrageous. LT, Surge, Gary, right? Let me ask you, what should you call Ash now? LT, Surge held a grudge. He had been put on the spot by Gary several times before, and now that he finally had a chance to retort, he naturally wouldn't let it pass. On the other side, Daisy's face flushed slightly, her eyes filled with envy. Her parallel world self had actually developed things with Ash so quickly, much faster than things were moving on her side. She wondered when Ash would be more proactive. Even if he couldn't be like the parallel one, he should at least try to close the distance between them. Young people's affairs. Let the young people solve them themselves. Ash dating Daisy, when it came down to it, was still his own grandson's generation, and this way, Ash could even more diligently help him collect Pokémon using the Pokédex. Professor Oak thought happily. The Indigo Plateau Conference was about to begin, and the entire Indigo Plateau was filled with a tense, yet enthusiastic atmosphere. To cheer Ash on, Delia brought Sabrina and the others to the Indigo Plateau. After submitting his registration information, Ash stayed in the lobby for a while, partly to understand the competition rules and partly to see what the strength of his competitors was like. That figure was youthful and graceful, with wine-red hair cascading down to her hips, outlining a beautiful silhouette that was particularly eye-catching. The most striking thing was the clothing she wore. A neat and capable white uniform, clearly the standard attire of the Pokémon Research Academy. Giselle. Ash still remembered her. She had an exceptionally tsundere personality and was a rich young lady from a well-off family. When they first met, there had been quite a bit of friction between them. Giselle walked straight up to Ash, chin raised, her tone carrying a hint of probing and an imperceptible touch of concern. Ash, Pikachu's trainer, do you still remember me? Ash raised an eyebrow and asked calmly, is something the matter? From Giselle's tone and expression, Ash vaguely determined that she definitely wasn't looking for him for anything good. It was highly likely she was coming to settle scores. After all, they hadn't parted on very good terms back then. Cynthia, why is Giselle at the Indigo Plateau? Is she here to find Ash? Giselle, I don't know either. Giselle felt a bad premonition. She didn't have any conflict with Ash right now, It was just that they had developed a grudge in the parallel world. Hopefully, this wouldn't cause any big trouble. Do you still remember defeating me in front of so many people at the school gate? Giselle's tone deepened. She was very proud and had been pampered since she was young. Being defeated like that for the first time had sparked the competitive spirit in her bones. In order to have enough strength to challenge Ash, she had suffered quite a bit, studying Pokémon battle techniques, and had finally managed to graduate from the Pokémon Research Academy with difficulty. Her sole purpose in coming to the Indigo Plateau Conference was to defeat Ash and wash away her disgrace. A flash of understanding crossed Ash's eyes, and he then raised an eyebrow and asked, "So, you want to defeat me at the Indigo Plateau Conference?" Pikachu looked at Giselle. This woman was hostile. HMPH. Giselle snorted coquettishly, crossed her arms over her chest, and raised her chin even higher. "Do you dare to make a bet with me?" "Bet what?" Ash wasn't afraid of women. "If I defeat you at the Indigo Plateau Conference, then you must." Giselle paused here, her beautiful eyes staring intently at Ash, her cheeks slightly flushed, but she still gathered her courage, parted her red lips, and said, "Become my servant." After she finished speaking, she quickly added another sentence, her tone firm yet carrying a touch of willfulness. "Whatever I tell you to do, you must do it, and you cannot resist." "And what if you lose?" Ash asked in return. This woman just wanted to humiliate him. "Then I'll be your maid." Giselle answered crisply, almost without the slightest hesitation. "Hey, don't!" Giselle, watching the black light screen, panicked. She screamed internally, "Don't make a bet with Ash from the parallel world." Chapter 87. Encountering an acquaintance again, the female masters engage in a jealous showdown. Why bet on this of all things? Becoming someone's maid? Do you think this is a joke? Giselle suddenly grew anxious, her cheeks flushing a faint red. She was truly worried. The Ash from the parallel world was completely different from the somewhat reckless Ash of this world. That Ash had trained every single Pokémon to perfection, not to mention he possessed aura power, allowing him to buff his Pokémon at any moment. Forget winning, Giselle didn't even know how to fight him or what to use. She felt a wave of panic. Nana's cousin is so bold. Is she truly capable or just trying to save face? Caitlin, Giselle, you usually seem so delicate, but you're quite brave to bet against an Ash like that. Giselle bit her lip, her voice full of grievance and regret. How was I supposed to know there was a parallel world? I never even went to the Indigo Plateau. If I had known that Ash was so powerful, I wouldn't have made such a bet even if it killed me. Cynthia painstakingly ordered another coffee and sighed. The parallel version of you was at fault first. You weren't convinced by Ash and insisted on proving a point. Actually, this might be good. It could push you to work hard to graduate and join the league conference. It's just that you're too competitive, single-mindedly focused on defeating Ash to prove yourself. After a pause, Cynthia added, "Ultimately, the parallel you set that bet because you thought you'd grown stronger and wanted to bully the Ash you thought was an easy target." Cynthia knew her cousin too well. She was spoiled and willful, having grown up in luxury. She had a princess's background and a bit of a princess complex to match. Accustomed to a life of privilege, whenever something didn't go her way or someone dared to defy her, she would feel extremely uncomfortable and wouldn't rest until she had regained her dignity. "Ash, I'm not that easy to bully." "Haha, Giselle, I think you're definitely going to lose this bet." Giselle puffed out her cheeks, turned away, and huffed. "HMPH, you're laughing too soon. Be careful not to capsize later. Let's see how smug you are then." Though her words were tough, she felt increasingly uncertain. "Ash, capsizing is impossible. The parallel me prepared for the Indigo Plateau Conference for a long time. Those Pokémon are all formidable. They either have natural aura talent, can evolve freely, or even know moves like Sacred Fire." He spoke with such conviction that even this world's Ash felt like he might not be able to win. Giselle gave a soft huff. "So confident, huh? Just wait until the parallel me actually defeats you. When you become my manservant, you'll be completely humiliated." Her thoughts drifted, and she couldn't help but imagine Ash serving as her manservant, respectfully massaging her, serving tea and water, and following her every command. If he dared to be disobedient, she would lightly step on his face to humiliate him and vent her frustration. At this thought, Giselle's face flushed even redder, even her ears tinged with pink. Her eyes unconsciously betrayed a hint of hidden desire. Those wild thoughts actually felt strangely stimulating to her, who had always lived a sheltered life, making her heart race. Fine. Ash agreed straightforwardly. He had no reason to be afraid. Since she dared to make such a bet, he naturally wouldn't refuse. If he lost even while going all out, he would be a manservant willingly. Perhaps he could even take the opportunity to learn more about Pokémon from Giselle. It wouldn't be a total loss. Be prepared. I'm different from before, so don't be too surprised. Giselle tilted her chin up and left after saying those words. After Giselle left, Ash hadn't yet met up with Serena and the others when he felt a familiar aura, very familiar. He turned to look. Pikachu felt it too. The sensation was indeed very familiar. He saw a familiar figure again. Sabrina, you're here too. Sabrina stood not far away. Her appearance hadn't changed much, still tall and slender, but the coldness was gone from her face. The moment she looked at Ash, a gentle smile unconsciously graced her lips, and her eyes were filled with softness. I came to cheer for you. Sabrina blinked her beautiful eyes, her voice as soft as a feather, gently reaching Ash's ears. Misty, Sabrina is here too. Sabrina, Ash's helping hand allowed me to return to normal. As a friend, it's perfectly normal to come and cheer for him. Saying this, Sabrina felt she hadn't been supportive enough in the past by not cheering for him. Now that Ash was in Goldenrod City, she had to be there in person to cheer for him this time. Thanks. Ash replied. I've compiled some information on your opponents. You might find it useful. Sabrina was quite thoughtful, smiling slightly. Seeing the genuine smile on Sabrina's face, Ash was slightly stunned. Once he snapped out of it, he praised her sincerely. Sabrina, you look really beautiful when you smile. MHM, then I'll only smile for you from now on. MHM, then I'll only smile for you from now on. Sabrina's cheeks instantly flushed. Her beautiful eyes gazed softly at Ash. This was the first time she had ever taken the initiative to say something so romantic to someone. In fact, during this time, Sabrina had secretly read many books on how to pursue boys and even specifically asked her mother for advice, all because she wanted to get closer to Ash and let him see a different side of her. After just a few words, Ash saw yet another familiar figure. Also a gym leader. It was Erica. Ash, I finally found you. Erica walked quickly toward Ash with a bright smile, her voice full of joy. She had also come specifically to cheer for him. Ash had previously given her a huge helping hand by stopping Team Rockets from destroying the Celadon gym. Combined with her own feelings for Ash, it was only natural for her to come and cheer for him. Sabrina turned to look at Erica, a hint of subtle wariness appearing in her eyes. Erica happened to look at Sabrina as well. Their gazes met in the air, and a subtle atmosphere instantly filled the surroundings. Gary, it's a love triangle showdown. How will the parallel world Ash handle this? Gary had originally intended to mock him, but when he realized these two beautiful gym leaders were jealous over Ash, and that his own sister might join them later, his desire to watch the drama vanished, and his smile froze. LT, Surge, damn it Ash, are you even focusing on Pokémon battles? Why are there girls surrounding you everywhere you go? Ash, of course I am. I've been seriously preparing for the tournament, okay. Erica, I'm here to thank Ash for his helping hand and also as a friend to cheer for him. It's perfectly normal. Despite her words, Erica privately wondered why Sabrina, who was supposed to be cold, was being so proactive. Trying to compete with me, Sabrina was thinking the exact same thing. At this moment, Delia felt conflicted. Through her intuition, she could tell that Erica in the comments had feelings for Ash just like Sabrina, but was too embarrassed to say it out loud. Would these two gym leaders end up like their parallel world counterparts, getting jealous and competing with each other? Dealing with two sensitive girls who both have feelings for Ash is certainly not going to be easy. Chapter 88 Pikachu, I want to fight against type. The Indigo Plateau Conference begins. Similar to the original world, almost half of the participants' Pokémon were baby Pokémon. The 3 trainers Ash encountered earlier were exactly like this, and a single Tauros settled the battles. Primeape went up for 2 matches and felt like it hadn't even fought. It was easier than a warm-up, taking them out with almost 1 punch each. What were originally rather ordinary battles were somehow made exciting by the commentator's narration. The commentator was so enthusiastic that it sent Primeape and Tauros's morale soaring. "James, this is too easy. I could do it too." "Chuck, with your strength, you'd probably be standing opposite Ash and get taken out in 1 round." "Gary, do you have no self-awareness regarding your own strength?" "LT, Surge, you 3 have mediocre strength. Remember when Giovanni had you guard the gym? You don't know how to adapt at all, nor do you understand Pokémon. With that kind of strength, you're completely bottom tier and useless. Never mind being knocked out in the first round, I don't think you could even collect all the gym badges." "Ash, I think so too. Those 3 guys are quite smart and are good with technology, but unfortunately, they took the wrong path." "Jesse, what do you mean, wrong path? Our path is very correct. Don't romanticize the path we didn't take. It might have been even worse than now." "Meowth, the dream for the 3 of us is to serve Team Rockets." At this moment, the Team Rocket trio received a phone call of encouragement from Giovanni. This gave them a surprise because Giovanni had seen the footage from the live stream. Instead of blaming them, he praised them and even wanted to increase their funding. He promised that as long as they achieved some results, he would make them executives. This made the trio incredibly excited. After several uninspiring battles, Ash entered the top 16, and his main forces hadn't even come out yet. This time, the opponent was Hyro. The latter was a bit like a carbon copy of Ash, not in appearance, but his Pokémon were similar to Ash's, also having a Pikachu, Charmander, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle. Next up is the round of 16. Hyro, who has stumbled along with some good luck, faces the red-hot Ash. The commentator shouted. The format was still 3v3. Hyro sent out Butterfree first. Ash also sent out Butterfree. The 2 Butterfree were not on the same level. Ash's Butterfree had rich combat experience and had undergone special training at Professor Oak's lab. It was now unusually strong. An air/clash. Ash's Butterfree flapped its wings much faster than Hyro's Butterfree. The air blades it fanned out were also stronger, head-on crushing the air blades from Hyro's Butterfree and striking it directly. Without any suspense, Ash's Butterfree won. Next was Squirtle facing Blastoise. The water gun Blastoise, used casually, was stronger than the water gun Squirtle used with all its might. Squirtle was defeated by the water gun. Finally, Charmeleon faced Charizard. "Go for it, Charmeleon. We're going to turn the tables." Charmeleon felt its trainer's expectations, and the flame on its tail burned even brighter. Looking at the much larger Charizard, the cowardice in its heart vanished bit by bit. "Just a Charizard, I, Charmeleon, am not afraid. It's got fighting spirit. It seems I underestimated you." Seeing Charmeleon's state, Charizard also became interested. Does it really have strength? Charmeleon inhaled and breathed fire directly from its mouth. Charizard took it seriously. It condensed an even more massive flame in its mouth and breathed it directly toward Charmeleon. The flame formed the shape of a Die character, using Fire Blast. Charmeleon's flame hit the Fire Blast, but didn't stop it for even a moment. The Fire Blast instantly engulfed Charmeleon. Boom! The Fire Blast exploded, dust filled the air, and Charmeleon was sent flying. Charmeleon lost the ability to battle. The commentator had narrated several matches with such a disparity in strength that it was really hard to keep the excitement going. On one side were babies, and on the other were almost all final evolutions. Although strength isn't necessarily tied to the final evolution stage, most Pokémon were like that, lacking strength. Blaine, using Fire Blast on a Charmeleon, isn't that like using a cannon to hit a mosquito? LT, Surge, it's more than just a cannon and a mosquito, it's a complete dimensional strike. In the quarterfinals, Ash faced AJ. Ever since being defeated by Ash last time, AJ had learned from the painful experience. His training was more diligent than before, and Sandslash's training volume was even greater. His goal was to win the Indigo Plateau Conference and also defeat Ash. He could never forget the scene of being defeated by Ash before. I've trained for so long just to wait for the chance to face you again. AJ was full of confidence. I often wondered if you'd fail to collect 8 badges and I wouldn't be able to fight you. Now it seems you're still as strong as ever. You didn't let my expectations go to waste. To live up to your expectations, I will do my best to defeat you. Ash still had some impression of this AJ, the first type disadvantage trainer he had encountered. Welcome everyone to the Indigo Plateau Conference, the scene of the quarterfinals. The packed stadium erupted in a tsunami of cheers. The flames of Moltres burned brightly, perfectly matching the lively atmosphere. Delia and the others sat in the front row, watching Ash's figure. Professor Oak sat with Gary. The referee's whistle blew. Battle begin. AJ was the first to throw a piquet ball. A flash of red light appeared, and Golem appeared on the field. That Golem is well raised. Professor Oak saw that the Golem AJ sent out was robust and looked very experienced in combat. Ash didn't use a piquet ball to release a Pokémon. The Pikachu on his shoulder jumped directly onto the battlefield. As soon as Pikachu took the field, the surrounding audience let out a series of low gasps. No way. That's a Golem. It's rock and ground type. Pikachu's electric moves are useless against Golem. Pikachu is so cute. Are we sure it won't get beaten up badly facing Golem? Electric moves are indeed useless against Golem, but Pikachu has more than just electric moves. Thinking of the movesets Pikachu practiced in the parallel world, everyone's hearts tightened, and they began to guess how many moves Golem could withstand. Pikachu, learning to fight against type disadvantage from me? Let's see if you're qualified. AJ felt Ash was mimicking his type disadvantage style. He just didn't know if the mimicry had captured the essence. Golem Rock Blast. Since the opponent took the initiative to give up the type advantage, he would just take it and expand that advantage. Golem threw a series of large rocks. A yellow figure flashed by, accompanied by a piercing cold light. Charging over so fast, AJ blinked twice and saw a sharp white light land on Golem, sending the latter flying directly. Bang! A deep furrow was carved into the ground. The whole stadium was silent. What was the situation? It ended right as it started. Professor Oak nodded with satisfaction. AJ silently recalled Golem and then sent out Beedrill. Go, Beedrill. So Pikachu is fast, huh? Let's see how it compares to Beedrill. The twin needles were quite worn. As soon as Beedrill appeared, it flew around rapidly. Only its silhouette could be seen across the entire battlefield. Suddenly, Beedrill appeared behind Pikachu, its twin needles glowing with a dark purple light. Beedrill Poison Jab. Pikachu Electro Web. Pikachu's tail suddenly shot out electric currents. With a turn, it released an Electro Web, trapping Beedrill. Such a fast reaction, AJ was astonished. Those little tricks are useless against Ash, who has aura power. He even leaves openings as bait. Sabrina felt Ash's aura. It had become much stronger compared to last time, and there was also psychic power within it. The Electro Web trapped Beedrill, restricting its movement. Then the final blow was Thunderbolt. Pikachu shot a thick bolt of electricity, aimed straight at Beedrill. Reappears Protect. AJ gritted his teeth, recalled Beedrill, and immediately sent out Reappears to tank the Thunderbolt. Boom! The Thunderbolt struck the rock-like skin of Reappears, doing absolutely nothing. Reappears lowered its arms, moved its head, and stared straight at Pikachu. It hadn't felt a thing from the attack just now. Right, Chapter 89, Pikachu's Bizarre Moveset, and the Inexplicably Chilling Finch. Contestant Zio Ming swapped in Reappears, making Pikachu's Thunderbolt ineffective. This rotation immediately turned the tide. The commentator said passionately, "Now, it was finally time to deal with that Pikachu." The audience was amazed by Pikachu's strength. Its speed and attack power were good, but its body was fragile. Facing Reappears, it simply couldn't hold up, especially since Reappears is much more durable than Golem. Just send out Blastoise. Gary felt that Ash had no intention of swapping Pokémon. as if he insisted on having Pikachu fight with a type disadvantage. That guy was pursuing a 100-win streak and had been interrupted by him once. He must have fought Ash later, too. Could it be that Ash is teaching him how to fight with a type disadvantage? James, Pikachu is so strong, as expected of the Pikachu we set our eyes on. Jessie, Twerp, take good care of Pikachu for us. We'll come to take it when we have time. Ash, go away. Ash had no time to deal with the Team Rocket trio right now. Looking at Pikachu's performance on the black light screen, he had a look of amazement on his face. On the other side, Zio Ming's expression wasn't as good. It was one thing for his parallel world self to be crushed, but to be crushed by that Pikachu. He grit his teeth, hoping the Reappear in front of him could win back some dignity. Reappear stomped its massive foot, causing the gravel on the ground to bounce slightly. Reappear, use Earthquake. Zio Ming shouted. Electric-type moves are countered by ground-type moves. A move as powerful as Earthquake was naturally very effective against Pikachu. No matter how fast Pikachu was, how could it dodge Earthquake? Earthquake, I won't give you the chance. Ash shouted, Pikachu brick break. Pikachu rushed forward, white light emerging from its small paws. It instantly darted in front of Reappear and struck the latter's abdomen. Reappear retreated a few steps. A surge of sharp pain from its abdomen made it unable to continue using Earthquake. The move it was about to use was interrupted by Pikachu. Pikachu used its speed to hinder Reappear. The commentator shouted loudly. Reappear's Earthquake cannot be unleashed. Zio Ming felt uncomfortable. That Pikachu's speed was so fast that it would keep hindering Reappear, giving no opportunity at all. In that case, he would clash with Pikachu head-on. First, use Reappear's attack power to force Pikachu back, and then let Reappear use Earthquake. Reappear, drill run. The single horn on Reappear's head began to spin, and its body did the same. It charged forward while rotating. A head-on clash. Can Pikachu beat Reappear? Definitely not. Pikachu is agile and its attack power isn't weak, but Reappear's attack power is stronger. As long as it catches an opening, it can take it down in one go. The audience didn't favor Pikachu. In their impression, Pikachu was a utility pet used for generating electricity. Under everyone's gaze, Pikachu remained standing still, merely raising its paws as a surge of green energy gathered in them. With a wave of its small paws, 2 green energy vines stretched directly across Reappear's feet, entangling its legs. Reappear didn't notice Pikachu's movement at all. Suddenly, it missed its step, and its entire body slammed into the ground. It rolled out like a golem and crashed directly into the wall. The entire stadium fell silent, everyone looking at Pikachu in shock. Holy crap, is that a Pikachu? It actually knows Grass Knot. To neutralize Reappear's drill run, Pikachu used Grass Knot. Seeing Pikachu use Grass Knot to instant-kill Reappear, the commentator couldn't help but shout in surprise. Pikachu used Grass Knot. LT, Surge, damn it, is that even a Pikachu? It's one thing to know Brick Break, but it freaking knows Grass Knot too. Are you kidding me? LT, Surge's eyes widened, found it incredibly hard to believe the Grass Knot Pikachu just used. What kind of moveset is that? What is the Ash from the parallel world thinking? If Pikachu is an electric-type Pokémon, it should study electric-type moves properly. Why mess around like this? Denji, is that move set for real? Although the effect was great, making a Pikachu learn those moves still felt weird. Bruno, learning more moves can increase coverage. There's nothing wrong with that line of thinking. But there is a drawback. If a Pokémon learns moves that aren't of its own type, its mastery might not be great, and the power will be significantly reduced. Brock, but the Grass Knot that Pikachu used seemed very powerful. Even the Reappear using Drill Run couldn't break free. Jessie, can the Twerp's Pikachu be judged by common sense? Zio Ming was stunned for a long time before recalling Reappear. This time, he sent out Beedrill again. Beedrill used Poison Sting. Pikachu, Quick Attack. Pikachu used Quick Attack to dodge the Poison Sting, then slammed into Beedrill to knock it back, immediately following up with another Thunderbolt. This time, Beedrill couldn't escape. Contestant Ash's Pikachu has defeated Beedrill. The commentator's excitement grew. Xiao Ming bit his lip, his previous confidence long gone. He sent out Raticate. It still didn't last 2 rounds. A single brick break rendered Raticate unable to battle. Numb, Xiao Ming was numb. He helplessly sent out Fearow. Pika. For some reason, as soon as Pikachu saw Fearow, it felt annoyed and wanted to teach it a good lesson. Crouching on all fours, electricity surged from its cheek pouches. Fearow felt a chill coming from the Pikachu across from it. Chapter 90, the moment of 1 against 6, Sabrina takes the initiative. Is it my imagination? Fearow saw the ready and waiting Pikachu, and an inexplicable sense of panic rose from the bottom of its heart. It was unprecedented. A strong sense of crisis spread throughout its body along its spine, far more suffocating than any battle it had ever experienced before. Even their boss, Sandslash, had never given it such a heavy sense of pressure. Cowardly thoughts instantly flooded its mind, and Fearow couldn't help but want to retreat. Its wings even subconsciously curled up slightly. But AJ didn't notice Fearow's abnormality at all. At this moment, his heart was full of urgency, only wanting to quickly finish off Pikachu. Now Pikachu had already defeated 4 of his Pokémon in a row. On the stage of the Indigo Plateau Conference, being swept 1v4, or even potentially 1v5, AJ didn't even dare to think about such a miserable ending. He clenched his fists, the veins on his forehead bulging slightly, and immediately roared at Fearow. Fearow, use Air Slash. Fearow still had lingering fears, but it did as it was told. It knew that the Pikachu in front of it had defeated 4 of its companions, leaving only itself and its boss Sandslash. Therefore, the strength of the Pikachu before it was very strong. It flapped its wings frantically, doing its best to defeat it. Pikachu, quick attack. Ash didn't know why, but just upon encountering Fearow, he had a strange feeling in his heart, as if he had a grudge against Fearow. After thinking carefully, he didn't have a grudge against Fearow. Between him and Fearow, at most, it was just that he had defeated a group of troublemaking Fearow back in Pallet Town. Other than that, there was no intersection. Pikachu ran quickly to dodge. Although its legs were a bit short, its running speed was not slow. The air slashes flapped out by Fearow just chased behind it, unable to keep up at all. Leaping off a rock, Pikachu's tail was coated with a layer of silvery white luster. Like a 1,000-pound weight, it chopped down towards Fearow. Fearow didn't dodge, but continued to flap out air slashes towards Pikachu. But Pikachu used Iron Tail to scatter those air slashes and struck Fearow's chest. Bang! Fearow fell straight down, crashing onto the ground and creating a deep pit. Pikachu, Thunder. As soon as Pikachu landed, it immediately used Thunder. And before Fearow could recover, it was hit by Thunder again. ZZZZT. The sound of electric current rang out simultaneously with Fearow's screams. Finally, an explosion occurred, and the scorched Fearow lay motionless on the ground, clearly having lost its ability to battle. LT, Surge, does Pikachu have a problem with Fearow? Usually, doesn't it use Thunderbolt? Why did it use Thunder? Gary, the Ash from both worlds has fought against Fearow. It's just that the Ash from our world suffered a loss, while the Ash from the parallel world didn't. Perhaps there's some kind of connection in the dark. Leaf, there's even such a connection. AJ's expression had become numb. This Pikachu was like an insurmountable mountain. In this match, could he really defeat that Pikachu? In the seats above the spectator stands. Except for Lance, the other 3 of the Elite Four were present. It's already a 1v5 sweep, and it still hasn't been swapped out. Does Ash want to do a 1v6 sweep? Bruno really hadn't expected Ash's Pikachu to be so powerful. Last time he fought Ash, he only saw his Blastoise. Who would have thought he had such a trick up his sleeve? I wonder if Pikachu's stamina can hold up. Look at that Pikachu, it's only taken a few extra breaths. How does it look like its stamina can't hold up? Agatha said. Lorelei nodded in agreement. A trainer who could clash with Team Rockets so many times and be fine was the only one. The Pokémon he raised naturally wouldn't be weak. AJ's last Pokémon was Sandslash. The Sandslash, wearing training equipment, came out of the piquet ball and landed heavily on the ground. Take off that equipment. Sandslash pressed a button on its chest, and that training equipment fell to the ground with a thud. Backslash. It was very heavy. The audience exclaimed, "Is that weighted equipment? I thought it was some kind of clothing." It was so fierce in the previous matches, even while wearing such heavy equipment. Once it's taken off, won't it be even fiercer? Most of the audience had seen AJ's Sandslash in action, and to be fair, it was very strong. Now that those weights were removed, Pikachu might really be in trouble. Is it going to repeat Pikachu's 1v3 sweep? Sandslash dig, AJ shouted. Having seen Pikachu's speed, AJ would no longer go head-to-head with Pikachu. Sandslash immediately drilled into the ground, and it didn't leave a trail of long tunnels while digging. Its position couldn't be seen by the naked eye. Only Pikachu was left on the entire field. "Pikachu," Ash called out to Pikachu. Pikachu understood. It clapped its hands together, condensing water-type energy. In a moment, the water-type energy turned into a surging current, directly covering the entire field and continuously pouring into the holes. What? AJ's eyes widened, and he began to question his life. The surrounding audience also began to question their lives. Was that Surf? Pikachu can use Surf too. That's so underhanded. J-Cell was shocked, her small mouth agape, not knowing what to say. That Pikachu actually knows so many moves. Instead of practicing electric-type moves properly, it actually practiced moves of other types. Sandslash was forced out by the rushing water. It had already lost its ability to battle. Raihan, is that still a Pikachu? Raihan had never seen a Pikachu. If he hadn't seen the Pokédex and then the black light screen, he would have thought Pikachu was some rare and powerful Pokémon, rather than a Pokémon as common as wild dogs on the roadside. Professor Oak, it should be. The Pikachu in the parallel world is really amazing. It hasn't neglected its own electric-type moves and has also trained moves of other types to such a high level. LT, Surge, if I go catch a Pikachu now, can I train it to this level? Ash himself was dumbfounded. Pikachu could even do a 1v6 sweep. Why did Pikachu learn so many moves? Facing several Pokémon that countered it, it had ways to deal with them. This made him look very dull, as if he didn't know how to raise a Pikachu. Although it was the truth, realizing it himself made him feel even more embarrassed. Pikachu watched without blinking. Could it really be this powerful? It actually didn't need to stack buffs to do a 1v6 sweep. The match ended. Ash entered the top 4, and his next opponent was Gary. The final wouldn't be a Pallet Town civil war. Professor Oak felt a bit regretful. Night fell. Ash had just finished showering and come out, only to find a figure sitting on his bed, hands gripping the sheets, long black legs swinging. Sabrina. Why are you here? Sabrina's face was slightly red, and her eyes were darting around, but she still looked at Ash and said, I came over to discuss tomorrow's semifinals with you. The black light screen dimmed, and the white light screen didn't have any reaction, indicating it was still continuing. Weren't the semifinals discussed during dinner? Looking at the image on the black light screen, Sabrina was stunned, truly stunned. Late at night, why did she run over to discuss something with Ash? Was it really to discuss the semifinals? Sakura, so proactive. It seems only by being proactive do you have a chance. Misty, you've been beaten to the punch again. Misty. Serena cried for a while for herself on the black light screen. Even though she and Ash were childhood friends, she was actually beaten to the punch by those newcomers. Chapter 91, the first unfamiliar Pokémon battle, the final 4 begins. Misty. No way, Sabrina is just simply discussing tomorrow's semi-final battle with Ash. Violet, you're too naive. Discussing? I'm afraid this discussion isn't just using words. Ash, not using words. Does that mean they're having a Pokémon battle in the room? Ash's comment left Daisy and sisters in silence. They wondered if he truly didn't understand or was just pretending. Based on their knowledge of Ash, they really believed he didn't understand. Right now, those two might actually be having a Pokémon battle. Delia was stunned. Things were developing so fast in the parallel world, and Sabrina was being so proactive. It seemed she was about to gain another status. In the light screen on the other side, although the images weren't shown and no one knew for sure, it was vaguely still ongoing. Tomorrow is against Gary. Didn't we talk about it during dinner just now? Ash looked at Sabrina, feeling a bit strange. Sabrina had already taken off her long boots and put on black stockings. Her hair was draped down, carrying a fragrance. It was unclear if it was her natural body scent or the scent after bathing. I want to discuss it with you privately. Sabrina used her psychic power to restrain Ash and then moved him to the bed. Sabrina, what are you doing? Ash had already guessed Sabrina's general idea. I lost to you in the last battle. This time, I'll experience your aura power in a different way. I won't lose to you again. Sabrina set up a psychic barrier to enclose the entire room, including those piquet balls, so they wouldn't come out to disturb them. As Sabrina's actions became increasingly bold, she released those two little white rabbit Pokémon she had carefully nurtured. It wasn't like he hadn't seen little white rabbits. Ash had seen Serena's. She even caused Ash's Onyx Pokémon to evolve directly into a Steelix. It immediately became majestic and imposing, with a fierce aura. Sabrina wasn't using the two little white rabbits to fight Ash's Steelix. Instead, she released another Pokémon. And that was Cloyster. Poofed! Sabrina let out a startled cry as she had her Pokémon launch an attack on Ash's Steelix. She was having a Pokémon battle with Ash to help him better train his aura power. First of all, this attack was a sudden ambush, leaving Ash no time to prepare. Suddenly, Ash's eyes widened. This was the first time in his life he had encountered such a situation. Time passed bit by bit. Throughout the entire battle, both of them were very unfamiliar. The battle began in a state of ignorance. They fought until the very end, and both lost their ability to battle. This time, it wasn't Steelix that lost, but Cloyster. It lost its ability to battle several times in a row. But Sabrina was still stubborn. I won this time. Ash stared blankly at the ceiling, as if he had entered Sage mode. The black light screen lit up again. It was already the next day. Ash and his group headed to the competition venue. Sabrina and Ash's expressions were a bit off. Daisy, why were those scenes in the middle skipped? Erica, what was skipped? Violet, everything that should be there was there. Sabrina, no, look at the black light screen. Isn't it very normal? How could anything else have happened? Sabrina was usually quite cold, but after returning to normal, she had some understanding of those things. Moreover, her parallel self on the black light screen seemed to have secretly used psychic power on Ash. She was afraid that forcibly controlling Ash meant she was going to. Thinking about it, Sabrina's face turned rosy. She never expected she would be so proactive. The semifinals officially began. After last night's battle, Ash was in high spirits and exceptionally motivated. Sabrina, on the other hand, had a red face and an unnatural expression. Erica and the others' attention was all on Ash, so they didn't notice Sabrina's condition. Gardevoir came out of her piquet ball. She sensed Sabrina's psychic power on Ash. Rumble. A standard 6v6 battle arena rose. The referee finished explaining the rules and signaled for them to begin the battle. Ash, I wanted to defeat you in the finals, but I didn't expect to meet you in the semifinals. Gary picked up a piquet ball. Bring out your full strength. Go, Nidoking. Ash sent out Primeape. As soon as it saw Primeape, Nidoking immediately roared, its aura pressing down on Primeape. But Primeape was unaffected by the pressure because it fought against Pikachu and the others every day, experiencing full pressure. Now, this bit of pressure from Nidoking was completely insufficient. Is the ability rivalry? Ash hadn't seen Gary send out Nidoking before. Previously, Gary's battles only involved Arcanine and Blastoise, basically sweeping with 2 or 3 Pokémon. Bulldoze. Nidoking stomped the ground with its large foot. Bulldoze can slow down the opponent's speed and was specifically prepared for Pikachu. Gary knew Ash quite well, so it might not be that easy to land this Bulldoze. Low kick. The command was given, and Primeape rushed straight over. Even though its speed was slowed by the terrain, it was still faster than Nidoking, and it kicked towards Nidoking's lower body. Nidoking retreated a few steps in pain. Primeape continued to throw punches at Nidoking, using the elemental punches and brick break. Nidoking used the same moves to clash with Primeape, and its strength was vaguely quite a bit stronger than Primeape's. Chinese letter. Primeape landed a punch on Nidoking's stomach, knocking it back a few steps. Primeape was actually fine, so it must be rivalry. Ash realized Nidoking's ability was rivalry, not poison point. He then recalled Primeape and sent out Gardevoir. A blue Gardevoir, so beautiful. The audience exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the beautiful Gardevoir. Professor Oak thought to himself that the Gardevoir was not only beautiful, but its psychic power was also quite ridiculous. Chapter 92, Gardevoir with Earth Power uses Ash's Foresight. Sabrina, Nidoking is going to lose. Seeing Gardevoir take the field, if the disadvantaged Nidoking isn't swapped out, it's bound to lose. LT, Surge, how terrifying. LT, Surge felt that Gardevoir was very oppressive. Even though Gardevoir's appearance was delicate and elegant, possessing a cold and aloof beauty, after seeing its performance along the way and watching it fight now, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for Gary while looking at the two figures facing off in the arena. Gary, maybe, but before losing, I need to do something for the teammates coming after. Gary understood himself quite well and had seen Gardevoir's strength. His parallel world self had seen it too. Encountering such a situation, he roughly knew what would happen next. Do something Ash didn't quite understand. Earth Power. Nidoking let out a roar, its thick fist slamming violently into the ground. The force was so intense that the field beneath its feet hummed and vibrated. The ground shook as a crack spread from beneath its fist, carrying a rolling shockwave straight toward Gardevoir. Gardevoir used Teleport, flashing behind Nidoking in the blink of an eye. Nidoking used Throat Chop. Gary had been waiting for Gardevoir to use Teleport. Throat Chop was prepared specifically for Gardevoir. Gardevoir tilted its head to glance at Ash, who nodded. Gardevoir stomped its small foot, and a long crack split the ground as well. An impact even larger and more piercing than Nidoking's surged directly toward Nidoking. Nidoking's pupils constricted, its face filled with terror. It never expected that Gardevoir would use the same move as itself, and with power far exceeding its own. Bang! After a loud crash, Nidoking's massive body collapsed to the ground. Gardevoir used Earth Power, the commentator shouted, his face also filled with shock. Did I see that right? Gardevoir used Earth Power. Can it learn Earth Power, or did it use Mimic? The audience suddenly erupted in gasps of surprise. That Gardevoir actually knows Earth Power. In the spectator stands, Bruno could no longer maintain his usual calm posture of crossing his arms. He leaned forward slightly. Lorelei also frowned, looking confused. Gardevoir is clearly a dual psychic and fairy-type Pokémon, so how could it use the ground-type Earth Power? Moreover, the fluidity of the move just now was definitely not something Mimic could achieve. Agatha stared fixedly at the Gardevoir in the field, her eyes slightly dazed as if lost in thought. Diantha, wait, was that Earth Power? Gardevoir used that. As a Gardevoir trainer, she spent every day with it and knew every move Gardevoir could learn like the back of her hand. But Earth Power was clearly a move exclusive to ground-type Pokémon. How could Gardevoir know it? Alessa, is it possible Gardevoir knows Mimic? Maybe it just mimicked Nidoking's move. Caitlin, no, looking at the feedback from the black light screen, Gardevoir indeed used Earth Power directly, not Mimic. But Gardevoir can't learn Earth Power at all. What's going on? Cynthia, it's not a matter of whether it can learn it or not. It's that this Gardevoir's body itself is very special. Do you remember? That Gardevoir was once used as an experimental subject by the Team Rockets. They have always focused on researching Mew's DNA. It's highly likely they injected Mew's DNA into this Gardevoir, giving it the same abilities as Mew. This is also why its psychic powers were so formidable before. Professor Oak, that explanation makes sense. Didn't this livestream room show a battle between Mew and Nidoking at the very beginning? Now the battle between Gardevoir and Nidoking is just like that. Professor Oak had previously said that Mew could learn most skills and moves, and since Gardevoir has Mew's genes, it's not surprising it can use Earth power. After the explanation, everyone realized that the Gardevoir in the parallel world was essentially a replica of Mew. Team Rocket HQ. A group of people was staring at the black light screen with eyes full of envy. Mew. Having Mew's extensive movepool, while also significantly enhancing its own psychic powers. Too bad it's from another world. For the first time, Giovanni felt a sense of annoyance. The Mewtwo he created had actually escaped, and there was still no news of it. And this Gardevoir with Mew's genes right in front of him could only be watched from afar, without even a chance to touch it. Gary snapped back to his senses and made his next plan. Nidoking used toxic spikes. Gardevoir reached out toward Nidoking, and psychic energy surged. Nidoking released the toxic spikes, then was immediately suppressed by psychic energy and lost its ability to battle. After recalling Nidoking, Gary turned and sent out Scissor. Scissor, go. Nidoking used toxic spikes at the last moment, creating a better pressure effect for the teammates following it, the commentator shouted. The next Pokémon Gary is sending out is Scissor, while Ash doesn't seem to have any intention of switching. The area is covered in toxic spikes. It's meant to force Ash to swap out Gardevoir. As long as Gardevoir is swapped out, the subsequent Pokémon will be poisoned and have their health slowly drained. If he doesn't swap, then Scissor will have to make its move. As a steel type, Scissor has significant resistance to psychic moves, which is why Gary sent it out. Gardevoir Misty Terrain. Ash also had a countermeasure. Gardevoir released a pink mist, covering the poison-type energy of the toxic spikes. The effect of toxic spikes was gone. That works too. The audience thought Gary was about to turn the tide and finally take the initiative, but Ash was prepared, and the situation hadn't changed at all. Chapter 93, Infernape's Special Evolution, Crazy Boxing Monkey. Was it red? Gary felt a bit of regret for the toxic spikes Nidoking had sacrificed itself to set, but there was a time limit. He took this opportunity to defeat Gardevoir and try to regain the advantage. Scissor Iron Head. Scissor's head was coated in a silver-white metallic luster as it charged toward Gardevoir. Primeape. Ash recalled Gardevoir and immediately sent out Primeape to battle. In a flash of red light, Primeape appeared with its arms crossed in front of its body. Scissor knocked Primeape back a certain distance, leaving 2 long skid marks on the ground as Primeape forcibly withstood Scissor's Iron Head. Primeape Rage Fist. After the attack, Scissor tried to pull away, but Ash wouldn't give it the chance. Otherwise, Primeape would be kited by Scissor. Feeling the numbness in its arms, Primeape grew excited. Deep purple ghost-type energy surged from its fists as it charged forward with large strides. Bullet Punch. Just as Scissor landed and Primeape was halfway there, Gary wanted Scissor to use Air Slash. However, the distance between it and Primeape was closing rapidly. It would be interrupted by Primeape before it could even use the move. Scissor and Primeape clashed fists. In terms of power, Primeape was slightly outmatched by Scissor, but Scissor's speed couldn't keep up with Primeape. A punch landed directly on Scissor's chest. Aerial Ace. Scissor used Aerial Ace, its 2 pincers slashing into Primeape. Primeape involuntarily staggered back a few steps, a sharp pain in its chest. The veins on its head bulged, taking that hit had made it furious. Suddenly, it let out a series of roars, its whole body filled with drive. Scissor Air Slash. Rage Fist. Scissor continuously flapped its wings, throwing out blade-like gusts of air that launched toward Primeape's position like a swarm of missiles. Why isn't Primeape dodging? Because it's not afraid. Not afraid of what? Primeape is weak to flying-type moves. How can it not be afraid? Roar. Primeape wasn't afraid. Its fists surged with dense ghost-type energy. Like a frenzied Arcanine, it faced the air blades thrown by Scissor head-on with Rage Fist. Da-da-da. Primeape's fists were so fast they were just a blur of afterimages. The ghost-type energy surged, spreading from Primeape's hands to cover its entire body. Meanwhile, many of those air slashes had already struck Primeape's body. At this moment, Primeape remained furious, the veins on its forehead bulging prominently as it blindly swung its fists. It's almost full. Ash felt the ghost-type energy inside Primeape surging, just like during Blastoise's evolution. Primeape's Rage Fist was closely tied to its state. The more times it was attacked, the more powerful the move became. As Primeape grew enraged, its attack power also rose. Combined, Primeape's next Rage Fist would be even stronger. Just as he was about to command Primeape to act, Ash felt a strange ripple. Unable to win and constantly being attacked, Primeape's anger had reached its peak. Its body, surrounded by smokescreen-like ghost-type energy, erupted in white light. Is it going to evolve? Primeape can still evolve. The audience was stunned. Doesn't Mankey only have one evolution? Evolving into Primeape should be the final stage. Could it be that Primeape, seeing it couldn't beat Scizor, used Explosion? Is this the evolution, under special conditions, that Grandpa mentioned? Seeing Primeape's evolution, Gary frowned slightly. It's rare to see a Primeape evolve into Annihilape. Professor Oak looked on in wonder at the evolving Primeape. According to information from the Paldea region, its evolution conditions were not simple. Sabrina and the others looked at Professor Oak. They didn't know Primeape could evolve either, nor did they have as deep an understanding of Pokémon as Professor Oak did. Professor Oak explained, a Primeape doesn't normally evolve into Annihilape. It happens when it uses Rage Fist so many times that the blood vessels in its head are about to burst. When its anger breaks through the critical point, it gains the power to transcend its physical body and evolves into Annihilape. Chuck, Primeape can still evolve. Regarding whether Primeape could evolve, most people were unaware because the evolution conditions were difficult to meet. Not many people knew about it. Primeape's evolution first appeared in the Paldea region. Furthermore, the news hadn't spread yet. Only a few people knew Primeape could evolve, perhaps those who specialized in Pokémon research would know. Professor Oak, it can evolve, but the method for Primeape to evolve into Annihilape hasn't been fully mastered yet, so the news hasn't been released, and it hasn't been recorded in the Pokédex. Now that the Ash from the parallel world has provided the information, I think it can be added to the Pokédex. Professor Oak picked up the rewarded Pokédex. It contained the method for Primeape to evolve into Annihilape. He thought about how he could use this Pokédex to upgrade the ones he manufactured himself. However, he needed to add some restrictions and not add too many functions at once. Otherwise, those with ill intentions might take advantage of it to do bad things. On the other side, Shanto watched the black light screen, his expression shifting repeatedly as he gritted his teeth. Primeape evolved into Annihilape. The hair on its head grew longer, its entire body turned deep gray, its eyes became blood red, and its overall aura turned eerie. Roar! Primeape no Annihilape let out a low, angry roar. Contestant Ash's Primeape has evolved. The referee slammed the table. Scizor, be careful. Something's not right with the opponent. Looking at Annihilape, Gary felt a sense of unease. Primeape Rage Fist. Deep purple energy surged on Annihilape's fists. It suddenly swung out. Scizor continued to use Air Slash. Sharp air blades were all fanned out. Facing those air blades, Annihilape was fearless, throwing punch after punch. Hiss! The audience held their breath. Boom! The air blades clashed with Annihilape's Rage Fist. Annihilape advanced with irresistible force, closing the distance bit by bit. Suddenly, Annihilape reached Scizor. The deep purple energy on its fists surged as it threw a punch. Everyone's hearts tightened. Bang! A violent explosion rang out. Smokescreen filled the air. Two figures could be vaguely seen on the field, but one had fallen while the other remained standing. A light breeze blew past. Scizor lay on the ground, unable to get up. Annihilape had won. Chapter 94, Gardevoir's Spirit Bomb. After Scizor, Gary sent out Aerodactyl. His Aerodactyl wasn't the same one as Ash's, but one he had captured in the Johto region. It had light gray, hard scales, a long and ferocious face, and blade-like wings that were gray on the outside and purple on the inside. Roar! Aerodactyl let out a fierce roar. Its ability wasn't pressure. but its size and appearance alone brought a great sense of pressure to the audience. Those ancient Pokémon didn't have cool or beautiful appearances, just simple ones, but they possessed a certain temperament that most Pokémon lacked. Commonly known as presence. Gary, I captured an Aerodactyl too. It seems a bit bigger than Ash's. Ash, one look and you can tell it's not as strong as mine. I wonder if it has a primal reversion form. Bill, he probably can't use the primal reversion form. It requires energy to maintain. Right now, the Gary from the parallel world doesn't have special abilities like Psychic or Aura Power, so Aerodactyl should stay in its original form. Unless Gary brings out a keystone. The commentator gulped. An extinct super ancient Pokémon, discovered recently to still have some members in deep sleep, Aerodactyl. When did Gary catch that Aerodactyl? Daisy had thought that Aerodactyl belonged to Ash, but it turned out to be her brother's. He ran into it, by chance, while training in the Johto region a while ago. Professor Oak replied, "An Aerodactyl just like Ash's." Misty remembered Aerodactyl's primal reversion form and wondered if Gary's would have it too. Aerodactyl flapped its wings with great force, creating a lot of noise and strong gusts of wind. Annihilape's fur fluttered as it looked at Aerodactyl in surprise. "If you flap any harder, I might catch a cold." An Aerodactyl? Too bad I didn't bring mine, otherwise I would have sent it out too. Ash murmured. Annihilape Shadow Punch. Gary looked over, frowning slightly. Annihilape's figure flashed, leaving only afterimages. Fly higher. Gary said, use Sandstorm. It flapped its wings vigorously, sweeping up the surrounding gravel and sand. The surroundings were like a wall of sand. Aerodactyl gradually disappeared into the sand wall. Annihilape continued to run, a grating sound suddenly erupting from its mouth. Especially after evolving, Annihilape's voice had become even more unpleasant. Aerodactyl found it hard to bear and kept flying away, but Annihilape was chasing it while making that noise. Gary's expression was serious, stone edge. Numerous stones hovered around Aerodactyl before hurtling down toward Annihilape below. Annihilape smashed those stones one by one with its fists. It leaped into the air and delivered a head-on blow to Aerodactyl. Bang! Aerodactyl fell like a meteor. Because of Aerodactyl's sandstorm, a lot of sand and rock were kicked up, which would cause damage to it. Annihilape had a weak perception of the surrounding rocks, so Ash needed to communicate with it through aura power to help it dodge in time and give it a boost. Come back. Ash recalled Annihilape, as it had already done its best. Leave the rest to Charizard. As soon as Charizard came out, it flew in the air without touching the ground, because the misty terrain Gardevoir had dissipated and could no longer block the toxic spikes. Charizard is completely countered by rock-type moves. Isn't bringing it out just throwing the match? The audience couldn't understand Ash's train of thought. Gary didn't understand either. Stone Edge. Aerodactyl took flight again, controlling those rock fragments to hurl them at Charizard. Dragon Claw. Deep blue energy surged from Charizard's claws, extending into half-meter-long energy talons. Bang! The rocks were smashed to pieces one by one. Protect. Aerodactyl wrapped its wings around itself, and a green barrier appeared. Charizard's Dragon Claw struck the barrier. Sparks flew everywhere. Aerodactyl felt an immense pressure. Even with Protect, it was extremely difficult to withstand, so it immediately flew away. Such high attack power, Gary was somewhat shocked. Use Heat Wave on the ground below. Charizard cleared away the toxic spikes hidden on the ground. The entire field became scorching hot. Even the sand and stones were the same. Aerodactyl, Iron Head. Ash took out a Pokeball again, recalled Charizard, and sent out Blastoise. A flash of red light appeared, and a large turtle shell popped out, with thick, short limbs extending from its sides. Blastoise forcibly stopped Aerodactyl with its arms, its feet carving deep, long furrows into the ground. Aerodactyl saw Blastoise give a crooked smile, then heard a crisp sound. From not far away, Gary saw clearly. It was the sound of Blastoise readying its cannons. He shouted, "Aerodactyl, fly away quickly." Click! The water cannons on the shell immediately fired a water gun. 2 water jets fired at close range sent Aerodactyl flying into the perimeter fence, embedding it deep inside. With its eyes spinning, it lost the ability to battle. Then Gary sent out Dodrio. As soon as Dodrio appeared, it showcased its incredible speed and extraordinary attack power, with its 3 heads able to launch attacks. But it was still useless. Blastoise was tough and thick-skinned. Using Aura to lock onto Dodrio's heads, it sent it packing with a single hydro pump. Ash swapped out Blastoise and sent up Gardevoir. And Gary sent out Magmar. Flamethrower. Magmar immediately spat out a pillar of fire. Gardevoir used Teleport again. Magmar chased after it with fire, while a crystalline reflect lit up around Gardevoir's body. The flames slammed into the reflect, only causing a slight sensation of heat. Fire blast, Gary shouted. Magmar used every ounce of its strength to unleash its most powerful fire blast. Cracked. The light screen shattered, and the fire blast exploded. Gardevoir teleported to the other side and raised its hands, a brilliant sphere of light gathering above it. It fell straight toward Magmortar. Bang! Magmortar was instantly blown away, its entire body covered in wounds. Ridiculous. That Gardevoir one-shotted Magmortar with a single move. The audience looked at the elegant figure on the field in astonishment. So strong, he knew Gardevoir was powerful, but he hadn't expected it to be this powerful. Gary knew Ash was strong, but only through fighting did he truly experience Ash's strength. He really didn't know how those Pokémon were trained. Every single one of them was like they had cheats enabled, especially Gardevoir. Now Gary only had Blastoise left. Ash let Gardevoir continue fighting. Blastoise started with a few rounds of Water Gun. Gardevoir used Light Screen and then expanded a Psychic Terrain. The entire field was filled with the aura of psychic power. The light screen shattered, and a water pulse directly hit Gardevoir. Gardevoir shook its slightly dizzy head, its gaze hardening as it used Cyberbullying. And Blastoise used Hydro Pump. The two collided in the middle, causing an explosion. Gardevoir appeared above, raising its hands as a brilliant, circular moon gathered above it. Gardevoir threw it straight down. Blastoise couldn't even block it with Hydro Pump. Bang! Blastoise fell to the ground with a thud. Chapter 95. 2 girls came over to discuss Pokémon battles. Gary, WTF, I got totally wrecked. LT, Surge, there wasn't even a glimmer of hope for a win. I thought that while Gary might not be able to go 50-50 with Ash, he could at least manage 70-30 or 60-40. I guess I was overthinking it. Leon, are rookie trainers these days all this powerful? Leon was genuinely surprised as he watched. The Ash from the parallel world has only been traveling for a few months. To go from 0 to this powerful, that high level of combat talent is truly no joke. From the start of his journey until now, Ash has been through so many battles without losing once. However, it's normal not to lose. He was training himself before his journey even began, and he has the support of Aura Power. He can be considered an invincible existence among his peers. The Pokémon he caught later on are each extraordinary and lack the flaws seen in this world's counterparts. They are essentially top-tier specimens. Steven, he learned from Professor Oak, so how could he not be strong? Plus, he had the great luck to catch an Aerodactyl and a Crystal Onyx. Steven still couldn't forget the Crystal Onyx. If he had caught it, he would be studying its stones every single day. Wallace, stop thinking about those stones. We had a deal I'm not going to cover for you again. Wallace had experienced Steven's obsession with stones once before. At that time, he helped Steven manage the league affairs temporarily while Steven went off searching for stones everywhere. He beat Gary that easily. That battle in the parallel world brought great shock to Ash. Almost every one of the other Ash's Pokémon was stronger than Gary's, and the tactical responses were also incredible. If he were to battle Gary right now, he wouldn't be sure of winning. This showed just how powerful the parallel world version was, already several times stronger than him. I can see that Gary did his best, Brock said with a sigh of emotion. As a gym leader, Brock felt relatively fortunate. Luckily, the Ash from the parallel world wasn't here, otherwise he would be as frustrated as LT. Surge, though perhaps not to the point of his Tao heart collapsing. After all, he wasn't as arrogant as LT. Surge and hadn't mocked Ash, so Ash wouldn't be that ruthless toward him. Pikachu watched all those battles from start to finish. He felt he was still the more impressive one, as he could just speedrun through them. The black light screen continued. After the battle ended, Gary sincerely congratulated Ash on making it to the finals, telling him to keep it up and bring the championship back to Pallet Town. Professor Oak also offered his congratulations, looking forward to Pallet Town gaining another champion. Delia and the others booked a room to celebrate for Ash. Several girls scrambled to sit next to Ash. However, the spot to Ash's right had already been occupied by Gardevoir, and to his left was Sabrina. Because she alone had psychic powers, Erica and the others couldn't compete with her. Erica's eyes darted around, and she sat down next to Delia, trying to get on Delia's good side. Serena and Misty did the same. Since they couldn't beat Sabrina, the psychic user, they would just suck up to Ash's mother instead. Erica glared at Sabrina. Sabrina's expression remained calm, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly in a smirk that made Erica angry. Suddenly, Sabrina's delicate body trembled and tensed up. A soft moan escaped her small mouth, and her face instantly flushed red. Erica and the others didn't notice Sabrina's condition. Sabrina stared at Ash with wide eyes. Grace, how did they start fighting over him? What's wrong with Serena? Why can't she win the spot? Serena, I don't have psychic powers, I can't compete for it. I was clearly the first one. Serena felt indignant for her parallel world self. She was the first one by Ash's side, effectively his childhood friend. Yet after he went on his journey, one girl after another appeared out of nowhere, leaving her, the childhood friend, feeling quite helpless. Daisy, our brother-in-law is such a hot commodity. It's really impossible to win against the competition. It looks like we three sisters need to step in and help Misty. Otherwise, she'll be at the bottom of the pile again. Is Ash really this popular? Gary's feelings were quite complicated. Delia was both happy and worried. That was only the parallel world Ash. As for her world's Ash, how much had he actually wised up? The black light screen didn't glow, but it continued. After finishing dinner, they walked around the area for over an hour until nightfall before returning. After Ash finished his shower, he discovered someone had entered his room again. This time it wasn't Sabrina, but Erica. Seeing Ash come out, Erica looked up slightly at him. Ash wasn't wearing a shirt, exposing his sturdy upper body. His muscle lines were very attractive. Erica took a few glances before looking away like an ostrich burying its head in the sand. Erica, why are you here? Ash asked in surprise. Last night it was Sabrina, tonight it's Erica. What about tomorrow night or the night after? Could it be they agreed to take turns coming over? Last night, I saw Sabrina come to your room. Erica had coincidentally seen Sabrina go into Ash's room last night and stay for a long time without coming out. You saw that. Last night, Ash had been controlled by Sabrina's psychic powers to do bad things, and he had completely forgotten about that possibility. Seeing Ash's reaction, Erica huffed. Although she was an innocent maiden, even if she hadn't eaten pork, she had at least seen a pig run. Coupled with Sabrina's odd expression this morning and her walking posture, it was glaringly obvious. Erica's mind was quite delicate, so she had thought of that possibility. Click! During the silence, the room door opened, and a graceful figure walked in. Erica looked over and was stunned. The graceful figure was also stunned. As their eyes met, the atmosphere instantly became subtle. Sabrina, why are you here again? Why say again? Sabrina's eyes flickered, and she forced herself to stay calm, saying, I came over to discuss Pokémon battles with Ash. Pokémon battles? Erica narrowed her eyes. In the middle of the night, discussing Pokémon battles. Excuse me, is this Pokémon battle decent? Chapter 96, The Battle of the Three in the Rainy Night, the finals begin. Slap, slap, slap. The sound was initially rapid and crisp, like summer raindrops falling without warning onto dry window lattices, one after another, carrying a certain irresistible force. At this moment, a heavy rain was falling outside. The rain came fast and fierce, as if someone had suddenly ripped a hole in the clouds above, and the long-accumulated moisture poured down. Bean-sized raindrops pelted down, hitting the window glass and making a crisp pitter-patter sound. The sound was a bit loud, and the rain was quite intense. The entire town was shrouded in a curtain of water. The lights from distant street lamps and the windows of residential houses became hazy and blurred, like looking through a flowing curtain, creating soft halos of light. However, the sounds inside the room were also quite loud. Moreover, besides the sound of rain, there was also the sound of water, continuous and rhythmic. The two sounds intertwined, making it hard to tell which was more intense, which was more rapid. Dim moonlight shone in through the gap where the curtains didn't fully cover, like a thin blade cutting through the gloom of the room. The moonlight refracted 3 figures, casting them onto the opposite wall. 2 of the shadows were stretched long, swaying with a regular, light motion, like water plants floating in water. It was Erica and Sabrina. Both women realized almost at the same time that the other had the same idea, to be alone with Ash, to have a Pokémon battle. As a result, they ran into each other unexpectedly, and even ended up in a standoff. Erica crossed her arms, her eyes filled with an unyielding stubbornness, her lower lip slightly pursed, her eyebrows gently arched. Sabrina slightly raised her chin, her gaze meeting Erica's calmly. A faint, imperceptible smile hanging on the corner of her mouth, with no intention of backing down. The air was filled with a subtle smell of gunpowder. Seeing the two women arguing like this, Ash fell silent for a moment. His mind was racing with several thoughts. His eyes flickered, as if he had thought of something, and his gaze swept back and forth between the two. There was a bit of cunning and a bit of certainty in that look. He didn't speak, but instead took action, catching both women in one go. No one could escape. Who's who? Erica was having a Pokémon battle with Ash. At this moment, she had the upper hand. She leaned forward slightly, continuously pressing down on Ash's Pokémon, not giving the opponent any chance to breathe, keeping the rhythm firmly in her control. Her breathing was rapid and hot, every breath carrying a scorching temperature. Fine beads of sweat oozed from her temples, and a few strands of hair stuck to her skin, which she unconsciously bit at the corner of her lips. And facing Ash's Pokémon was a very young-looking cloister. Its shell still had a faint luster, the surface smooth and brand new, without a single scratch or sign of wear. Beginner Pokémon were basically like this, having never experienced battle. Clearly, this was its first time experiencing such a battle. For a beginner like it, this was truly too difficult. It was being beaten soundly by the opponent, its shell trembling incessantly, letting out yee-yee cries of alarm. The sound was filled with grievance and panic, as if it were calling for help, or perhaps complaining. It rarely had the strength to fight back, only able to passively endure wave after wave of impact. Sabrina on the side finally recovered. She sat leaning on the other side, the rise and fall of her chest not yet fully calmed, breathing lightly. Her gaze fell on the two of them, her pupils shrinking slightly. The scenes from just a moment ago flashed back in her mind like a slideshow. Those moments of losing control, those passionate poses. The worst part was that Erica had seen it all. Thinking of this, Sabrina's cheeks heated up slightly, and her earlobes were stained with a thin layer of red. She immediately moved forward to assist Ash and attacked Erica. Subjected to Sabrina's surprise attack, Erica cried out, her voice filled with obvious panic. She turned her head abruptly to look at Sabrina, her eyes full of disbelief. She hadn't expected Sabrina to wake up so quickly, and even less expected her to turn around and help Ash deal with her. Don't do this. Erica's voice was intermittent, carrying a hint of pleading, her body leaning back slightly, instinctively wanting to dodge. The trainer had been attacked, and no longer had time to care about the Pokémon. Her battle rhythm was completely disrupted, and her previous suppression collapsed like a sandcastle. And Ash began to get serious. Sabrina ignored Erica's pleas. After a long time, the battle came to an end. The rain outside the window had eased at some point, leaving only the pattering finale, as if the sound of rain was whispering something. The moonlight became clear again, spilling in through the gap in the curtains, falling on the three of them. Only the sound of even breathing remained in the room, along with that unique, moist, and tranquil atmosphere after the rain. The air was mixed with the scent of sweat, rain, and some indescribable smell, slowly settling down. The next day, Ash woke up early. Erica and Sabrina were no longer by his side, and the other side of the bed still retained their residual warmth. One could faintly smell their fragrance in the bedding, sweet and elegant, intertwined, indistinguishable from whom it belonged to. They must have left not long ago. Serena came over to call Ash down for breakfast and found the door unlocked, so she pushed it open and entered. The moment she stepped into the room, her footsteps paused slightly. She smelled something unusual, a very faint scent that definitely didn't belong to Ash alone. It seemed to be the scent from Sabrina and the others, carrying a familiar perfume note. Were Sabrina and Erica here just now? No, Serena frowned slightly. She had just come from the hallway and hadn't met anyone along the way. If Sabrina and Erica had been here, she couldn't have missed them. Suddenly, a bold thought popped into Serena's mind, as clear as a fish leaping out of the water. Sabrina and the others stayed over last night. She fell into deep thought. Not long after, the black light screen lit up again. Finally lit up again. Everyone had waited for so long, and finally it was time. Setting off from the Pokémon Center. On the way, passers-by recognized Ash, stopped, and began to discuss. Those battles had left such a deep impression. Whether it was the decisiveness of his tactics or the strength of his Pokémon, they were unforgettable. Arena. Giselle walked to the trainer area opposite Ash, her expression solemn, her gaze heavy as it fell on Ash. She no longer had the previous contempt for him. Having watched those battles of Ash's, she was now very serious. She didn't expect Ash to be this strong. The Pokémon he had captured were actually that powerful. He had fought so many battles without a single loss, and everyone was won cleanly and decisively. Fortunately, after she graduated, she specifically sought out her cousin for special training, and yesterday she even specifically borrowed 2 Pokémon from her cousin. Dealing with Ash, it shouldn't be a big problem. Giselle encouraged herself in her heart, her fingers subconsciously gripping the Pokéball. The referee began to state the match rules, his voice loud and clear. The commentator enthusiastically introduced the identities of the 2. One was an excellent graduate of the Pokémon Research Academy, with outstanding academic performance and solid tactical literacy. The other was a trainer from Pallet Town who had an ordinary background but had fought his way through with amazing momentum. Both sides had shown powerful strength in the previous few battles. The audience was buzzing with discussion, and the vast majority of people thought this final was a battle between the strong and would definitely be very exciting. Cynthia, Giselle is not bad to be able to make it to the finals. Giselle hummed softly, her tone carrying a hint of small pride. That's for sure. Caitlin tilted her head and said with interest, "Why doesn't Nana train her more? Maybe she could really win the tournament champion." Cynthia didn't have the time. She still had a pile of archaeological matters to deal with and had to find ruins everywhere. What's more, that child Giselle was a tsundere. She wouldn't be serious without suffering a little. The referee dropped the flag, and his arm swung down sharply. The match begins. Giselle threw the Pokéball first, her movements clean and neat. Go, Skarmory. A silver figure rushed out of the Pokéball, suddenly spreading those blade-like wings. As the wings flapped, a whirlwind was stirred up around it, blowing the dust at the edge of the field into the air. Scree. Skarmory was covered in silver-white armor, reflecting a dazzling light under the direct sunlight, like a moving mirror. The insides of its wings were a bright red, spreading out when it flew, like 2 red air currents sweeping from both sides of its body, heroic and sharp. At the same time, Ash's Pokéball was also thrown out, and a domineering roar exploded on the field. I'll leave it to you, Charizard. Charizard's entrance wasn't as shocking. It didn't spread its wings and fly high like Skarmory, but landed steadily on the ground, its thick tail swinging slowly behind it, surrounded by flames. Its gaze locked tightly onto the Skarmory in the air. its body sinking slightly, like a bow ready to be fired. Can't go head-to-head with that Charizard. Giselle made a quick judgment, stretched out her arm, and shouted, "Skarmory spikes." Hearing this, Skarmory immediately lowered its altitude, skimming low like an agricultural drone. It suddenly shook off sharp feathers with a few swish sounds. Those feathers stabbed into the ground, their tips flashing with nail-like cold light. It's spikes, not toxic spikes. Skarmory can fly, and Charizard can't clear them in a large area. This move is effective against Pokémon on the ground, but Charizard can fly, so those sharp feathers are useless against it. Since that's the case, let's solve Skarmory first. Ash's eyes narrowed. Charizard flamethrower. Charizard opened its mouth wide. A scorching red light lit up in the depths of its throat, and flames quickly condensed in its mouth. A pillar of fire erupted, shooting straight at the Skarmory that was scattering spikes in the air. Skarmory continued to fly, continued to scatter spikes, its movements unhurried. The flamethrower followed closely behind it, drawing a scorching trajectory in the air. But soon, the flame sprayed by Charizard was faster, catching up in one go and accurately hitting Skarmory. Scree! Skarmory let out a sharp, miserable scream, directly losing its balance in the air. Its body tilted, and it began to fall. Roost, Giselle ordered immediately. At the moment of crashing, Skarmory forcibly used Roost. Its body landed briefly, its wings folded, and those scars burned by the flames recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, the charred feathers becoming glossy again. Flamethrower, Ash didn't give it any chance to breathe. Skarmory, dodge and then use Whirlwind. Skarmory flapped its wings violently. A near-vertical emergency stop suspended it in midair, barely dodging the pillar of fire sprayed by Charizard again. The flames grazed past under its abdomen, and the heat wave rushed towards it. Immediately, it flapped its wings frantically, and gusts of wind swept around, the airflow rotating and accelerating, blowing violently towards Charizard. Charizard was pushed back continuously by this sudden gust of wind, its claws plowing 4 shallow grooves on the ground. The gust of wind forced Charizard directly to the edge of the battlefield, and then forced it back into the Piquet ball. A flash of red light, and Charizard was forcibly recalled. At the same time, another Piquet ball popped out automatically and opened. Roar! Annihilape let out an extremely loud roar the moment it came out, shaking the entire field as if it were trembling slightly. The sound was rough and violent, full of indomitable momentum. The entire arena could hear this roar. Because those sharp feathers stabbed into the ground were stuck right into the soles of its feet. Annihilape was furious, its anger surged, and the veins on its forehead bulged unconsciously, its scarlet eyes staring straight at Skarmory. Caitlin raised her eyebrows. The tactics are good, actually being able to snatch the initiative from Ash. Cynthia nodded thoughtfully. The Giselle of the parallel world is more composed, and her personality has changed a lot. It seems she has really grown. Cynthia wanted to see what the strength of the parallel world's Giselle was like, so that she could better let the Giselle of this world grow, using the same tactics as Ash. Looking at the black light screen, Giselle opened her eyes wide, her lips slightly parted. Is that really me? So strong, it feels so strange. Could it be, is there really a chance to beat Ash? Giselle's beautiful eyes became bright, filled with anticipation and a hint of unbelievable surprise. Chapter 97, still too green to play tactics. Wait, is Ash holding back? Gary stared intently at the black light screen in midair, furrowing his brows. On the screen, Black Ash had actually lost the initiative right from the start. The more Gary thought about it, the more frustrated he felt. He strongly suspected that Black Ash was holding back. When Black Ash had fought him, he was so decisive. Why did he become so hesitant against a different opponent? There's no way he didn't predict that last move. He's holding back way too obviously. A ridiculous thought suddenly popped into Gary's mind. His mouth twitched as he muttered under his breath, "Don't tell me Black Ash wants to be that girl's manservant. Hey, battling like this makes me look so dumb." The other Ash, who was watching, also had a dumbfounded look on his face. He watched as that Skarmory faced Charizard head-on, risking the type disadvantage to scatter those feathers. Even after getting hit by Charizard's flamethrower, it could still use Roost to recover some health, directly avoiding Charizard's follow-up attacks. It even used Whirlwind to send Charizard back, forcing Annihilape to come out and fight. Annihilape got pricked by the sharp feathers the moment it came out. That's rough. Ash raised an eyebrow slightly, a rare look of surprise flashing across his face. You've grown a lot compared to before. This was the first time someone had seized the initiative from him, even when his Charizard was on the field. Across from him, Giselle lifted her chin proudly and let out a soft huff. HMPH, I won't lose. Her eyes burned with determination. She had gone through a lot of hardships for today's battle, running around here and there with her cousin just to catch a few stronger Pokémon and training them day and night. If she still couldn't win after all that, she would truly have nothing left to say. Annihilape Rage Fist. As soon as the words left his mouth, Annihilape roared and launched its attack. It didn't care at all about type matchups. It only knew its feet had been pricked the moment it came out. Its two thick arms, enveloped in deep blue energy, smashed straight toward the Skarmory hovering at a low altitude. It's so fast. Giselle had watched Annihilape battle before and knew it was fast, but watching a battle was completely different from being in one. Skarmory Aerial Ace. Its steel-like wings reflected a cold light under the sun. Skarmory let out a sharp cry, tucked its wings, and dived down like a blade. The two massive forces clashed violently in midair, sending shockwaves rippling outward into the surroundings. Annihilape was struck on the shoulder by the wing, leaving a shallow gash. Instead of retreating, however, it used the sharp pain to fuel its rage even further. Its other fist was already whistling in from the side. Bang! The punch landed squarely on Skarmory's wing joint. Skarmory cried out in pain, its body shaking violently in the air. Annihilape's physical strength is so high. I can't let it keep stacking Rage Fist. Just as she was about to order Skarmory to pull back, she saw Annihilape charging forward once again. Skarmory Brave Bird. Skarmory flew to a certain distance, tucked its wings, and surged with a golden light as it used Brave Bird, diving down like a massive golden bird. Annihilape closed combat. Ash said in a deep voice. Annihilape had already leapt up like a cannonball, its fists raining down in a blur of afterimages. Facing the diving Skarmory, Annihilape abandoned all defense for pure offense, each punch landing squarely on Skarmory. Each strike carried an increasingly heavy grudge, as if transforming all its frustration from being forced onto the field and the resentment of having its feet pricked into raw power. Boom! Skarmory and Annihilape collided, instantly triggering an explosion. Both Pokémon fell to the ground. As the smoke cleared, Skarmory lay flat on the ground with its eyes swirling, unable to battle. While Annihilape showed signs of injury, it was still standing. So strong. Ash's eyes lit up as he watched. It actually won a head-on clash against a Skarmory. Gary, now you know how much potential your Primeape had, right? You actually gave it away. What were you thinking? Chuck, you should train Primeape more. If you had Primeape, your ranking in the Indigo Plateau Conference would have been even higher. Ash, I know. In his upcoming Silver Conference, he would let Primeape show off. He had learned a lot from Black Ash, so he wasn't afraid at all. In the spectator stands, Gary's expression softened slightly when he saw Ash take the first knockout. Daisy noticed her younger brother's expression and thought to herself that he seemed to care about Ash even more than she did. Ash on the field probably wasn't even as nervous as Gary was. Giselle bit her lower lip and quickly recalled Skarmory, but she didn't feel too flustered. She brushed her hand over another piquet ball at her waist, which flashed with a dark purple sheen. Gengar, you're up. A chilling laugh echoed throughout the arena as Gengar rose from a shadow that appeared out of nowhere, its crimson eyes mockingly sizing up the injured Annihilape. Shadow Punch. Rage Fist. Gengar giggled as it raised its short arms, firing dark energy spheres one after another like a downpour. Annihilape charged forward to dodge. While they didn't hit it directly, the shadow balls exploded close to it. Scary Face. It let out an unwilling roar, its face contorting into a terrifying expression. It's time to end this. A sharp light flashed in Jaycel's eyes, one last shadow ball. A shadow ball 3 times its normal size expanded in front of Gengar's chest, then blasted forward, striking Annihilape squarely in the chest. Annihilape was blown backward, kicking up a cloud of dust as it crashed to the ground. Its eyes were already swirling, completely knocked out. Gary stroked his chin. That girl definitely has some skills, but Ash's expression seems way too calm. It's almost like he expected this. LT, Surge, isn't the Ash from the parallel world always like that? He barely shows any expression during battle. Just as LT, Surge said, Black Ash inside the black light screen recalled Annihilape without any expression, saying softly, "Thank you for your hard work. Get some good rest now." Looking at the Pikachu beside him, his lips curled upward. Go, Pikachu. Pikachu, Electric Terrain. To everyone's surprise, Ash didn't have Pikachu launch a direct attack. Pikachu leapt into the arena, the electric sacs on its cheeks crackling. In the next instant, dazzling golden lightning surged from its body like a tide, spreading rapidly across the ground, weaving the entire battlefield into a blinding electroweb in the blink of an eye. Crackling electric arcs filled the air. Even Gengar's elusive, semi-transparent form had its clear outline illuminated by the current, preventing it from slipping into the shadows again. Jaycel's heart sank, and she hurriedly shouted, Gengar, use Shadow Ball. Thunder Wave. The command was so calm it barely had any inflection, yet it was breathtakingly fast. A fine current of electricity shot silently from the electroweb, boring into Gengar's body as precisely as a rapping serpent. Gengar's laughter came to an abrupt halt, and tiny sparks of electricity began to flicker irregularly across its body, making its movements stiff and sluggish. Paralyzed, Jaycel's heart sank. At the same time, Gengar's Shadow Ball missed. Pikachu was extremely fast. Even though it had been chipped down by the sharp feathers, its speed didn't decrease. The series of moves left everyone completely stunned. Denji, I see. Electric Terrain was a feint to make it look like he was going to boost the power of Pikachu's electric-type moves, leading Jaycel to believe Pikachu's next move would be something like Thunderbolt. This prompted her to order Gengar to counter with a move like Shadow Ball, but she didn't expect Pikachu to use Thunder Wave instead. Gengar would have been able to dodge it, but its speed had already been lowered by Annihilape, making Thunder Wave a guaranteed hit. LT, Surge, I knew it. Why else would Ash have Annihilape use Scary Face? So this is what he was setting up for. Jaycel furrowed her brows, thinking to herself, hang in there, I can't lose. If I lose, I'll be completely humiliated. Jaycel desperately tried to calm herself down. It was still winnable. Gengar was paralyzed, but as long as it could land an attack, there was still a chance. Venoshock. Gengar unleashed Venoshock at Pikachu. Deep purple energy shot toward Pikachu. However, Ash had Pikachu run back and tossed out another Pokeball. Muck blocked the Venoshock for Pikachu. Muck Hex. The purple sludge monster landed with a thud. The moment it touched the ground, an unsettling, dark light began to churn within its viscous body. Muck let out a low, muffled roar and pushed its palms forward, sending dark streams of energy carrying a cursed aura straight toward Gengar. Hex, when the opponent is afflicted with a status condition, the power of this move skyrockets to its absolute limit. Dodge it. Gengar wanted to dodge, but its speed was halved due to paralysis, making it completely unable to avoid the attack. It could only watch helplessly as the eerie sphere of energy rapidly expanded in its vision. Boom! The eerie light exploded, and Gengar crashed to the ground, unable to battle. Chapter 98, You Have an Iron Tail. Contestant Daisy has sent out Arcanine. The commentator shouted loudly. Arcanine, use agility. Poison gas. Ash's eyes narrowed. Muck spewed out poison gas, slowly covering the entire field. While using agility, Arcanine charged over and slammed its body into Muck. It inhaled the poison gas and became poisoned. Daisy's expression changed. Muck is so disgusting. Leaf, not bad. Arcanine doesn't dare use fire against poison gas, otherwise it would cause an explosion, which wouldn't be worth it. Although it could deal significant damage to Muck, it would get hurt itself. LT, Surge, Insidious. Black Ash even had Muck use poison gas to restrict Arcanine, and it even poisoned Arcanine, yet Muck only took slight damage. Caitlyn, it's not really insidious. Any method that can defeat the opponent is a good tactic, especially since Muck did a great job this time by making things difficult for Arcanine. Cynthia felt the same way. The match wasn't over yet. Black Ash only had an advantage, not a guaranteed win. Daisy still had a chance to turn things around. So Muck can be played like this. If it were up against Gary's Arcanine, Muck would really do a great job. Ash noted that he had learned something. But on second thought, Gary was also watching, so he would likely be on guard against Muck. Minimize. Muck's body shrank. Flamethrower. Arcanine is sensitive to smells. Even though Muck shrank, it could still lock on to Muck through its scent, and it unleashed a blast of fire. Bang! A pillar of fire struck Muck directly. It took Muck out immediately. Muck, you've worked hard. Ash recalled Muck and then sent out Pikachu. Pikachu had also been pricked by those sharp feathers, but it wasn't a big problem. Now, both sides had two Pokémon that had lost the ability to battle. That Pikachu is very strong. I can't let even a single opening slip. Daisy calculated the gap between Arcanine and Pikachu. Now Arcanine was poisoned, and Pikachu had been pricked by the sharp feathers twice, which should count as significant damage. It was even. However, Arcanine had used agility once, boosting its speed, so it should be able to compete with Pikachu. Arcanine used extreme speed. Pikachu used quick attack. On the battlefield, two figures rushed forward. A yellow one and a red one collided head-on. Bang! After the collision, both figures staggered slightly and retreated a few steps. The speed of these two Pokémon is so fast, I can't even see them clearly. Arcanine used extreme speed, and coupled with the agility it used earlier, it's understandable that its speed is so fast. It's normal. But Pikachu's speed doesn't lose to Arcanine's, and it's even faster than Arcanine's. That's just outrageous. Exactly. I suspect that guy gave Pikachu some kind of drug. Otherwise, Pikachu wouldn't be this strong. Although Pikachu is very strong and its previous performance was quite good, judging by the current situation, Pikachu shouldn't be able to outperform Arcanine. What do you know? Is that Pikachu the same as an ordinary Pikachu? Hearing the audience's dissatisfaction with Pikachu, Jessie was the first to stand up. You are so ignorant, only looking at the surface. Open your dog eyes wide and watch Pikachu's performance. James and Meowth joined in. Seeing the Team Rocket trio speaking up for Pikachu, Sabrina and the others couldn't help but twitch their lips. They really do love Pikachu. Come to think of it, having chased Pikachu for so long without catching it, suddenly hearing others disparage their beloved Pikachu, they would definitely be unhappy. Looker, it's true love for Pikachu. They can't stand hearing a single bad word about it. Ash, the Team Rocket trio, is sometimes reliable. Ash was referring to that incident in the Orange Islands. Meowth, we are definitely reliable. Except for the twerp's Pikachu, basically no one else's Pokémon can catch our eyes. If we're going to catch one, it has to be the twerp's Pikachu. It is the general of our Team Rockets. Ash, you guys really never change. James, this isn't called never changing. We have true love for Pikachu. Otherwise, why would we have chased you and Pikachu for so long? Bruno, that's true. It really is true love for Pikachu. James, so, considering we've chased for so long, just give Pikachu to us. Jessie, yeah. Ash, no, you guys should just train Meowth. I think it has a lot of talent. On the battlefield, the two Pokémon exchanged blows a few more times. Arcanine's speed was a bit slower. It wasn't as agile as Pikachu. Arcanine had quite a few wounds on its body and was panting heavily. Pikachu was also slightly injured. Flamethrower. Arcanine opened its mouth and gathered flames. A clash of skills, Ash's eyes narrowed, thunderbolt. Flames spewed out like a fire dragon rushing forward. Lightning struck, relatively simple and unadorned. Bang! The flames and lightning collided, and a wave of air spread out from the center. Ash's expression was calm, his clothes fluttering. Daisy narrowed her eyes, her clothes and hair fluttering. The battlefield had a protective shield, so the audience didn't feel the air wave. But just by looking at the air wave and the commotion caused by the explosion, they knew this clash was extraordinary. Flare Blitz. Arcanine howled, flames surged over its orange-yellow body, and it was already surrounded by fire. Its gaze was firm, and it stomped its limbs hard. The ground cracked, and Arcanine zoomed out with a swoosh. The final move, a blue luster appeared in Ash's eyes. A blue luster flashed across Pikachu's eyes. Its small body ran quickly. Its tail was suddenly plated with a silvery white luster, emitting a heart-stopping energy. It continued to extend outward, and with a thud, it instantly became several times thicker than the previous tail. It was 1 or 2 times larger than Pikachu's own body. Is this Iron Tail? The audience present was stunned. Those watching the black light screen were the same. Pikachu leaped up. Then, like a heavy weight falling, it smashed down fiercely. The charging Arcanine was exactly within the range of Pikachu's Iron Tail smash. Chapter 99. Not all local Pokémon are here. Blastoise, hold on. Arcanine had already lost the ability to battle, so Shuanda recalled it. She now only had 3 Pokémon left, while Ash still had 5. Annihilape was quite injured and exhausted, while Pikachu was in good condition, aside from the scratches from the sharp feathers. Aggron, I'll leave the rest to you. Shuanda said slowly. Although her tone was calm, it revealed a hint of determination and hesitation. Boom! A heavy landing sound suddenly exploded, shaking the entire arena. An Aggron with a physique far exceeding the conventional size descended upon the field with a bang. It was even larger than a normal Aggron, its form resembling a steel behemoth awakened from the depths of the earth, crushing the ground with a massive sense of oppression. The moment it landed, a thick and vigorous power swept across the arena. An invisible pressure permeated the air, and every spectator in the stands felt their hearts sink, truly sensing it. The cold sunlight spilled down, coating its heavy armor with a chilling metallic luster. The straight, sharp silver horn on its head was exposed, resembling an unsheathed microblade. Its thick and hard iron tail hung down casually, then slammed heavily onto the ground. The hard arena floor suddenly trembled incessantly, and accompanied by a harsh cracking sound, a huge fissure instantly spread out. Not a local Pokémon, huh? Ash saw the majestic Aggron and pondered slightly. She's got quite the deep roster. Aggron Earthquake. Just as the earth cracked, Aggron's iron tail struck the ground again. The vibration seemed to come from the depths of the Earth's core, and even the spectators far away could feel it. With the shockwaves centered on Aggron, the ground collapsed layer by layer, forming a huge circular pit, like a volcanic eruption, with cracks shattering outward. Pikachu, come back quickly. And it's an Aggron with the heavy metal ability. Ash switched in Blastoise. Blastoise immediately tightened its shell, leaving only a hard carapace to stand firm amidst the tremors. It was undoubtedly the safest choice to deal with Earthquake. Rumbled. The roaring of the ground was deafening, and a cloud of smokescreens surged up. A blurry dust cloud enveloped the entire arena, covering the figures of both Pokémon. Shuanda's eyes narrowed. That Blastoise was truly not simple. Its water gun was powerful and had great accuracy. Can that Blastoise handle it? It took an earthquake right after coming out. It probably doesn't feel good. It will likely affect the subsequent battle to a large extent. The audience had witnessed Blastoise's strength and didn't think it was weak. They just felt it had suffered a loss upon entering, which would affect its subsequent performance. The dust cleared, and Blastoise's figure was revealed once again. It extended its limbs, pushed away the rocks pressing down on it, and shook its head slightly. Its body carried a slight sense of dizziness, and there were some scratches on its shell. It had taken quite a bit of damage. Aggron Heavy Slam. Shuanda pointed at Blastoise. Aggron exerted force with its forelimbs, resembling a heavily armed heavy steel tank, approaching step by step with a roar. Wherever it stepped, the ground shattered and collapsed, with gravel flying everywhere. Hold on! Ash shouted. Blastoise stomped its large foot, and instantly, flowing water swirled around its body, with layers of mist enveloping it. It had triggered the torrent ability again. Bang! The violent collision force and the recoil of the water flow collided suddenly. A harsh, loud noise exploded in midair, water splashed wildly in the sky, and the massive impact force blasted outward in all directions. Aggron crashed into Blastoise. The spectators felt a stinging pain in their eardrums. That sound just now was too loud. Blastoise's head was pushing directly against Aggron's chest. Aggron's solid chest pressed firmly against Blastoise's head, its claws firmly gripping Blastoise's shell. Relying on absolute strength, it steadily crushed forward, pushing Blastoise backward bit by bit. In a pure clash of strength, Blastoise was clearly at a disadvantage, its form constantly retreating, unable to resist Aggron's terrifying brute force. Hydro Pump! Earthquake! Both of them shouted at the same time. The two Pokémon also attacked simultaneously. Blastoise's shoulder cannons extended flexibly, constantly using lock-on to track the opponent's position, charging up and condensing water flow. As for Aggron, it hadn't used its tail, so naturally, it could use it now. The cold water flowed rapidly and gathered within the cannons, shimmering with light. At the same time, Aggron's thick iron tail slammed heavily onto the ground again, and a new round of earth tremors erupted suddenly. The surging hydro pump erupted and shot out, hitting Aggron directly. Aggron immediately crossed its arms to protect itself, its hard, heavy armor forcibly resisting the hydro pump. The ground beneath its feet could no longer withstand the massive power and collapsed downward with a boom. Bang, bang, bang. The entire arena was filled with thick smoke. Blastoise used hydro pump again. It was the perfect time to utilize the advantage of aura. Amidst the thick smoke, the rapid and sharp sound of water jetting out rang out again, the sound of it breaking the air clearly audible. Immediately following, a dull impact sound suddenly came out. The next second, a massive steel figure was blasted directly out of the smoke-covered area by the violent water flow, landing heavily on the open ground. The audience was instantly in an uproar. A blind shot worked. They were both in the smoke. How could Blastoise actually hit Aggron? Was it luck? Chapter 100, as expected and unexpected. First Quartz Tournament Championship win? With Aggron defeated, Shuyanda only had 2 Pokémon remaining. She reached for her waist and took out a luxury ball. Bravery, I'm counting on you. A large avian Pokémon suddenly appeared. Its magnificent crest, interwoven with crimson and snow white, stood high, outlining a head with a commanding silhouette. Its sturdy, athletic body unfurled as a pair of broad, thick wings fluttered slightly, stirring up gusts of wind. A powerful sense of oppression instantly swept across the entire arena. What kind of Pokémon is that? A commotion broke out in the spectator stands. What is that Pokémon? I've never seen it in Kanto before. Some of Trainer Shuyanda's Pokémon aren't native to Kanto, and each one is incredibly strong. It doesn't look like a typical trainer's lineup at all. Some spectators didn't recognize Bravery and looked at Shuyanda in surprise. How could this girl have so many non-native Pokémon, and all of them so strong? Could she not be a local? Even a Bravery? The opponent is no simple trainer. That Bravery has undergone extremely refined, specialized training. Its physique and presence far exceed those of its peers. Professor Oak had a sharp eye and could see the situation of the Bravery. Bruno, the Pokémon on both sides are quite something. Caitlin, the posture and aura of this Bravery, why does it look more and more like the one you raised, Nana? Leaf, don't all Bravery look the same? How is it different from Cynthia's? Leaf couldn't tell because he rarely battled against Bravery, mostly losing to Cynthia's Garchomp, and he had always been oblivious to such details. Cynthia narrowed her slender eyes. It really did look a bit similar, and a trace of doubt appeared between her brows. Her best friend's intuition was correct. The training style and combat habits of that Bravery were indeed highly similar to the one she had raised. But why would it appear in Shuyanda's hands? Shuyanda was also a bit confused. Could it be that she had borrowed a Pokémon from her cousin? another Pokémon from another region. Ash's eyes flickered slightly, and his expression grew increasingly serious. Blastoise, Water Pulse. Blastoise planted its limbs firmly on the ground, and the cannons on its back tilted slightly. The water vapor in the surrounding air was instantly drawn and gathered. Layer upon layer of water energy swirled and converged, forming a surging curtain of water in front of it. The immense aura power surged endlessly, and the water stream, carrying a powerful impact, blasted out with a roar. Dodge, then use Tailwind. Braviary reacted extremely quickly. Its broad wings snapped open, instantly fanning out a violent gust of wind. Using the thrust of Tailwind, its figure soared, streaking out sideways like a flash of red and white lightning, perfectly dodging the incoming water pulse. The surging water stream grazed its wings and smashed hard against the protective barrier, splashing a large amount of water. Air Slash. Having ascended, Braviary seized the opportunity to adjust its posture. Its wings beat rapidly, and several sharp air blades formed instantly, slicing through the air with a whistling sound as they rained down upon the Blastoise below. Rapid Spin. Blastoise retreated into its shell, forming a spinning top, and charged toward Braviary. The sharp air slash blades slashed one after another against the surface of the shell, sparking fine particles of light, but only managed to slow its speed and momentum slightly. In the blink of an eye, the two collided with a boom. Braviary crossed its wings in front of itself, taking the brunt of Blastoise's high-speed collision. The immense impact sent its body reeling back several meters, forcing it to struggle to stabilize itself in midair. Aerial Ace. Braviary's wings and sharp claws were instantly shrouded in a cold white light, as it launched a precise close-quarters surprise attack on Blastoise. Ice Punch. Back on the ground, ice crystals suddenly drifted from around Blastoise, and a biting chill swept in all directions. A dense blue-white ice-type energy rapidly condensed on its fist, and the ground beneath its feet cracked. It swung upwards. Bang! Enhanced by aura, Blastoise triggered its torrent ability once again. It could be said that it unleashed an enhanced version of Ice Punch. Braviary couldn't withstand the Ice Punch and was sent flying. Following closely behind was Blastoise's Hydro Pump. Braviary crashed in midair. Showdown then sent out Alakazam for a high-speed offensive. Ash swapped in Charizard. Charizard's combat power was top-notch. Showdown frowned. Flamethrower. Blazing crimson flames erupted from Charizard's mouth. Facing the surging flames, Alakazam's whiskers fluttered. Holding its destiny spoon, its eyes glowed blue, and it instantly blinked out of the flames' range. It then unleashed confusion, lifting Charizard high into the air before slamming it with a thud against the edge barrier. A dull impact echoed through the arena, and dust rose slightly. The classic no smoke, no damage trope played out. Charizard stood up, looking at Alakazam with sharp eyes. Your psychic powers are too weak compared to Gardevoir. Charizard often sparred with Gardevoir. Although it lost most of the time, its resistance to psychic-type moves and the like had become much stronger. Use Dragon Claw. Blue-purple phantoms erupted from Charizard's claws as it swung directly at Alakazam. Alakazam used Teleport to dodge, but Charizard immediately pursued it. In the end, it still took the hit, then retaliated against Charizard with Shadow Ball. The pitch-black energy ball whistled out, hitting Charizard's body squarely. It still did no damage to Charizard. Charizard casually brushed its chest, looking indifferent and completely unharmed. The situation in the arena was already clear. Alakazam had given it its all, and so had Showdown. Unfortunately, it was physically frail, and Charizard was a mixed attacker that seemed to have extremely strong resistance to psychic moves, beating Alakazam until it had no fight left. In the end, it was finished off by Charizard's Sacred Fire. The champion of the Indigo Plateau Conference is Ash. The whole audience stood up and cheered. Applause also rang out outside the light screen. Finally won the championship. It was both expected and unexpected. It was expected because they had watched Black Ash travel from scratch to participating in the Indigo Plateau Conference. It was unexpected because he showed none of the signs of dropping the ball that the Ash of this world displayed. As expected, the neighbor's kid is always the best. Chapter 101, Serena is recruited and Fleur's kiss with Ash is exposed. Night had fallen quietly. Outside the window, the sky had begun to darken, with stars flickering faintly, glowing dimly. The room remained dim, moonlight spilling in from outside, curtains gently stirred by the night breeze, casting fragmented light and shadows, as if a silent play were being performed. The surface calm concealed hidden depths. It signified that this was no ordinary night. From inside, a series of slapping sounds echoed again. It was the sound of rain, not rain drifting from outside the window, but like a drop of water falling into a lake, stirring up ripples. It began softly, like water droplets falling from the ceiling, dripping slowly. It also sounded a bit like dripping water, mixed with the sound of surf. The water sounds were steady at first, as if flowing slowly from somewhere, but soon, the intense sound of surf replaced the calm. It was the whisper before the storm, an emotion circling in the heart that had not been spoken aloud. The sound was incredibly loud, one could say. Except it wasn't raining outside, it was a localized downpour. Moist air permeated the room, as if the entire space were enveloped by the temperature of the rain. And what was being pulled back and forth was not just a Pokémon battle, but an unspoken emotion between the two. Moonlight spilled into the room through the gaps in the curtains, winding like silver threads between the two figures. Through the curtains, two figures could be vaguely seen. The two of them were like they were in a Pokémon battle, both releasing their most precious Pokémon and personally entering the fray themselves. She walked, he chased. She left, he pressed. The two were still pulling back and forth repeatedly. Before long, the tug-of-war ended. A pop sound was heard, the sound of air being compressed. Serena lay half-reclined on Ash's chest, her eyes curved, her cheeks stained with a faint crimson, unable to hide the shyness and softness unique to a young girl. She slowly opened her clear eyes, colliding with Ash's gentle, clear gaze, and her heart trembled suddenly. Subconsciously, she pursed her soft lips, quickly turning her head away to avert her gaze, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, completely afraid to meet his eyes, surrounded by an aura of youthful shyness. Ash looked quietly at his childhood friend beside him, his eyes filled with an unbreakable tenderness, his movements extremely gentle as he lifted his hand to stroke Serena's hair, the atmosphere peaceful and lingering. He recalled the battle from just moments ago from time to time. Ash felt very satisfied, with a touch of surprise. He truly hadn't expected that the usually gentle and well-behaved Serena would be so exceptionally proactive tonight, specifically taking advantage of the night to come, find him for a heart-to-heart and companionship, and even actively nitrating him. In just 3 short days, Sabrina and Erica had both come in the middle of the night. First it was Sabrina, then with Erica, and today it was Serena. And Serena had actually guessed that Sabrina and Erica had both been to his room at night. As a childhood friend, Serena had always understood Ash best and cherished the time spent with him. Seeing Sabrina and the others being very intimate with Ash, she, competitive yet soft, naturally did not want to fall behind in the slightest, wanting only to protect the companionship and bond that belonged to her. Ash's heart was filled with favoritism and joy for Serena, patiently and gently chatting with her, listening to her troubles and responding to her little emotions. He understood Serena's feelings. He even used techniques he learned from books to take Serena step by step. He even opened the door to a new world for Serena. Tonight's companionship also made the years of childhood friendship between the two even deeper, unlocking a gentle and brand new way of interacting that belonged only to them, making the pure bond between them even more burning and moving. The intimate event on the black light screen was still not shown. It was a secret belonging only to the two of them. Viewers from another world were discussing, finally seeing the white light screen light up. Having collected 4 badges, Ash participated in the Orange Island's Challenger Cup. Facing Drake this time, Ash appeared a bit more professional, perhaps having been given some pointers by Lorelei. After a fierce battle, Ash managed to win the Challenger Cup with some difficulty. Gary, it's not easy, Ash's first champion title. Brock, as long as Ash is a bit more serious, doesn't use type disadvantage battles, and his Pokémon are normal. His ranking at the Indigo Plateau Conference would definitely be in the top 8 or higher. Having gone through many things, Ash has grown a lot now, is no longer so reckless, and only then managed to barely win the champion title. It's not easy. Lance, it is truly not easy. One can tell that Dragonite was trained with great care. Drake, thank you for the compliment. Dragonite and I did our best. Ash is indeed very strong and has grown a lot. Ash, just lucky, I had quite a bit of type advantage. Your Dragonite is truly super strong. I almost lost the battle several times just now. After the champion coronation, the weather in the Orange Island sea area suddenly changed. The originally clear sea surface was suddenly hit by gale winds, dark clouds gathered, and surging waves roared. Harsh, extreme weather swept across the entire sea area, blocking all routes for the return journey. Ash and his party were lucky enough to hitch a ride on a passing ship, moving forward through the wind and waves, and by a stroke of luck, accidentally drifted to Shamoudi Island. After landing on the island, everyone learned that the root cause of the climate anomaly and the raging storms in the entire sea area was the ancient crisis hidden on Shamoudi Island. Under various fateful coincidences, Ash was identified by the island's residents as the person from the legend capable of resolving the disaster and protecting all directions. He had to save this world together with the fashionably dressed girl, Melody. Melody's eyes flickered as she walked up to Ash and took the initiative to kiss Ash on the cheek. Misty, who was nearby, had a huge change in expression, looking very jealous. Pikachu's expression also changed, because it could tell that Melody was interested in Ash, and Misty's reaction was also very strong, as if she were jealous. Gary, wait no, she took the initiative to kiss Ash. Gary was very surprised. If it were the Ash from the other world, it might be understandable, but the Ash in this world was such a straight guy, so blockheaded, yet there was a girl who took the initiative to kiss him. It was unbelievable. Jessie, didn't she say it? Is it some kind of greeting ritual? No need to overthink it, right? A greeting ritual is a greeting ritual, but that was my first kiss. Melody blushed, not expecting this light screen to expose it directly. She didn't know what came over her at that time, why she had suddenly gone up and kissed Ash. She didn't usually do that to other boys. It was just that the feeling Ash gave her was too special, and she had gotten carried away in the moment. It was just that Ash hadn't reacted at all at the time. Now that Ash had seen the comparison between the two light screens, some changes had occurred, and she wondered if he had remembered her. Delia, oh ho ho, Ash still has a bit of charm. Delia suspected that Melody liked Ash. Otherwise, why would she have taken the initiative to kiss him? Chapter 102, Team Rocket with a Bit of Righteousness. Hanako invites Flora to Pallet Town. They gathered briefly to discuss a way to quell the disaster. Go to the 3 islands to find those treasures, place them on the altars, and thereby appease the legendary birds to prevent the catastrophe from descending. Action followed words, and Ash and his group immediately set off. The first stop was the island where Moltres resided. Moltres was not there, but after they retrieved the treasure, Zapdos suddenly appeared. Through Meowth's translation, the group learned that Zapdos was taking advantage of Moltres' absence to intrude upon its territory and seize its habitat. They tried to communicate with Zapdos, hoping to resolve the conflict, but it had a tough attitude and showed no intention of backing down. The negotiations failed completely. Conflict was imminent, and Pikachu even clashed with it using electric-type moves. Later, a flying ship appeared and captured Zapdos. Ash and his group, along with the trio, were also accidentally captured. Zapdos being captured so easily, the crowd was left speechless. The legendary birds have always been equally renowned. Moltres, Zapdos, and Articuno are collectively known as the legendary birds, powerful legendary Pokémon revered by the world. No one expected that the proud Zapdos would actually engage in such sneaky behavior, seizing the territory of its own kind. It was bizarre and outrageous. LT, Surge, no way Zapdos would do the same thing as the Team Rockets. Jesse, big guy, you're slandering us again. We haven't seized anyone's territory. Looker, but you steal other people's Pokémon. James, that's not stealing. It's helping others raise their Pokémon. It's such a pity for such good Pokémon to be in the hands of people who don't know how to use them. Tracy, then how do you know that the ones you raise are better than theirs? Meowth, it's simple. If they can't even beat us, that proves they're not good at raising Pokémon. It's better to let us raise them. Who knows, we might even raise a Pokémon as powerful as Mewtwo. Mewtwo frowned. Who was this, speaking so boldly? It was so strong. Was it something that could just be raised casually? Giovanni thought the same. Mewtwo was the strongest Pokémon created by the Team Rockets, pouring the heart and soul of the entire organization into it, consuming countless resources and energy to achieve its current strength. If the Team Rocket trio could really casually raise an existence comparable to Mewtwo, then wouldn't the years of accumulation and effort of the Team Rockets be meaningless? They might as well just disband. Other Team Rockets members, looking at the trio spouting nonsense, were also speechless. They were even bragging about Tauros. If you could raise a Pokémon as powerful as Mew, they might as well go home and farm. Everyone didn't know how to respond to what the Team Rocket trio said. They were too confident. Even top champions wouldn't dare say they could casually raise top-tier legendary Pokémon. These three guys bragged about Tauros every day. It was precisely because they took Ash and his group along that the flying ship had an accident. The two legendary Pokémon were naturally proud. Having been schemed against and captured, they were already burning with rage. Vengeful, they immediately launched a retaliation, causing massive destruction inside the flying ship. This capture operation was entirely planned by Lawrence III, and it was his reckless provocation that caused the two large birds to go completely out of control, initiating an indiscriminate attack mode, putting the entire flying ship in jeopardy. Lugia came to the rescue. Fighting 3-on-1, unfortunately, it was a bit lacking, still slightly inferior, and gradually fell into a disadvantage. And Ash, as the chosen, excellent commander, went forward without hesitation to find the remaining treasures on each island. Only by gathering all the treasures and returning them to the altar could the anger of the legendary birds be quelled. But the reality was not that easy. Ash's actions were even detected by the legendary birds, leaving him surrounded by enemies, and the situation was extremely critical. Watching the thrilling scenes in the sky, Delia felt very anxious. Even though it was already in the past, she knew Ash had to face such great danger, and she was full of worry. With such terrifying Pokémon going berserk, for Ash to dare to go over like that, it really worried her. Similarly, Serena and the others had the same thoughts. But having witnessed the strength of Ash as a super Pallet Towner, some viewers actually felt that for Ash, who shattered Mewtwo's psychic barrier with one punch, such a scene was a bit underwhelming for him. In the end, the Team Rocket trio stepped forward, breaking everyone's inherent perception of them. The two humans and one cat escorted Ash to the territory of Articuno, providing protection and allowing Ash to successfully obtain the final treasure. The legendary birds could not tolerate their territory being violated and immediately came over to launch an attack. Lugia hurriedly carried Ash away. In order to reduce the weight so that Lugia could fly faster and shake off the pursuit of the legendary birds, and to protect Ash with all their might, the Team Rocket trio resolutely chose to let go, actively falling from high altitude to buy a chance for Ash. Wow, the Team Rocket trio are so loyal, actually sacrificing themselves for others. The crowd couldn't believe it. LT, Surge, are you three hypnotized? This is not like you at all. Ash, I was shocked at the time. Everyone had the same feeling. The actions of the Team Rockets this time were completely different from their usual villainous behavior, creating a strong sense of dissonance. Initially appearing as villains and doing many bad things, yet at the critical moment of the world's survival, they displayed a rare sense of righteousness and responsibility. Looker, could it be that after fighting with Ash for so long, they've developed feelings? Jessie, like hell we did. We just didn't want this world to be destroyed. We still need to catch Pikachu. As soon as it was mentioned that they were good to Ash, the Team Rocket trio immediately reacted defensively. If the world were destroyed by those 3 birds, they wouldn't be able to continue catching Pokémon. It wasn't just for the sake of the twerp, so don't get ahead of yourself. Giovanni was still quite satisfied with the performance of the 2 humans and 1 cat. The treasure was in hand, and Melody blew her flute. The altar emitted a vibrant green energy, causing the legendary birds to regain their senses. The weather returned to normal, and the surrounding damaged areas were all restored. Lugia carried Ash on a flight around, seeing the newborn scenery. After it ended, Ash and his group bid farewell to Melody and took Professor Oak's private plane back to Pallet Town. Gary, you just said goodbye to the girl like that. She was so proactive in kissing you, and plus, after seeing you risking your life to save the world, she must be interested in you. You didn't even notice that, you're too dense. Ash, I forgot. Ash couldn't refute it, he really hadn't noticed. Carol, Melody kissed Ash, and it seems there was no reaction. Ash is quite slow to these things, but Melody is waiting for your response. Melody, I wasn't waiting for his response. I've said it so many times, that was just part of the festival proceedings. Carol, giving away your first kiss, is also part of the proceedings. Sis, there's no need to say that in front of so many people. Melody blushed. She was usually very bold, but this light screen and the barrage were being watched by almost everyone in the world. Saying these things was very socially embarrassing. Melody didn't respond, and Ash didn't know how to reply either. Delia, Melody, it's okay. Since you are friends who have shared hardships with Ash, then when Ash returns from Goldenrod City, let's get together. Delia was worried sick about her son. They actually just said goodbye like that. If she hadn't been unaware of the situation between Ash and Melody at that time, she would have invited Melody to be a guest in Pallet Town. Carol, okay, my sister agrees. She said she'll go watch Ash's match first and then come back with Ash. Melody opened her beautiful eyes wide. Sister, when did I agree? Sister, why are you agreeing on my behalf? Melody said to Carol privately. Since the last festival, I noticed that the way you look at Ash is not right, filled with some admiration, and you have developed a fondness for Ash. I know you like Ash, so why not seize this opportunity, while Misty and the others haven't made a move yet? Carol said thoughtfully, securing happiness for her sister was a sister's responsibility. After the incident of quelling the legendary birds, Melody had fallen for Ash, but she hadn't had the chance to tell him. Now, this live stream room happened to provide that opportunity. Coupled with her sister's persuasion, Melody decided to be more proactive. Back in Pallet Town, Ash unfortunately encountered an attack by the Team Rockets at Professor Oak's laboratory. The one who saved Ash, and the others this time, was actually his former rival, Gary. Since failing the last league challenge, he hadn't seen Gary for a long time. As Professor Oak's grandson, Gary's knowledge base regarding Pokémon could be said to be very rich. Precisely because of this, Gary might have been too confident when challenging the league, and ultimately his ranking in the Indigo Plateau Conference was not as high as Ash's. It was also because of this that he successfully realized his shortcomings, and after that, went off to train alone. The former rivals finally met, but the two were not that happy. Instead, they immediately proposed a battle request to each other. At this time, Gary brought back an Eevee. Ash still had Pikachu. The battle ended very quickly, and Ash was defeated. Gary, the battle wasn't difficult at all. Ash was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. LT, Surge, what's going on? That Eevee is newly captured by Gary. Didn't Ash's Pikachu just win the championship? How could it not even beat an Eevee? Rayhan, that Pikachu's combat power seems to fluctuate. Sometimes it's very strong, and other times it loses to other weaker Pokémon. Jessie, it must be the twerp's problem. How could Pikachu not beat that small Eevee? James, exactly, even Meowth could beat Eevee. Is it really okay to brag like that? Meowth didn't care anymore. How dare they slander its beloved Pikachu? Yes, I could do it. If you have the guts, let your Eevee fight me right now. Now Gary didn't have an Eevee, only an Umbreon. The Team Rocket trio knew this. After the battle, Ash learned that Gary was going to travel to the Johto region to continue refining himself, which led Ash to determine the next region for his travels. It was also the Johto region. Chapter 103. Celebratory group photo. The four Hua Land sisters all join in. After winning the champion title, Ash and his group returned to Pallet Town. The residents learned that Ash had won the champion title and threw a special banquet to celebrate. While everyone was immersed in the joyful atmosphere of the championship victory, the Team Rocket trio kept their ultimate goal firmly in mind. Even during the lively celebration, they never once abandoned the idea of capturing Pikachu. Taking advantage of everyone's distraction, they planned a sneak attack, but Gardevoir and Blastoise were still there. Sensing the Team Rocket trio's movements in advance, within a few seconds, the Team Rocket trio ate another one of Pikachu's Thunderbolt. They were sent blasting off again. They recited their catchphrase again. "We're blasting off again. Meow 3. Looker, the Ash from the parallel world, won the champion title. Those three guys from Team Rockets aren't bad. They even took the initiative to give Pikachu extra training so that Pikachu and the others wouldn't slack off because of the celebration. Being so sarcastic, isn't he afraid of getting pestered by those three guys? Haven't you seen how Ash has been pestered since the beginning of his journey? How does he still dare to provoke them? Everyone is still quite terrified of the organization known as Team Rockets. Although the Team Rocket trio in the light screen looks ridiculous and fails repeatedly, seeming useless, that only applies to the three of them, not the entire Team Rockets. Team Rockets has committed many evil deeds and even created that Mewtwo. If it weren't for Ash, it would have nearly wiped out all the trainers on New Island." Regarding these sarcastic remarks, the Team Rocket trio was both angry and helpless. The anger was real, and the helplessness was real too. They simply couldn't match the strength. No one cared about the interlude caused by the Team Rocket trio. Everyone just thought it was some kind of clown performance, but hadn't that performance troupe already left? Could it be a newly arrived performance troupe? On the other side, Ash was taking pictures with Sabrina and the others. Perhaps because their relationship had broken through, they were becoming increasingly close to Ash, and their manner of interacting with one another was exceptionally affectionate. The photos they took were also very intimate. Although they were a bit embarrassed with so many people around, carrying a hint of shyness, Sabrina and the others didn't notice. Only Misty remained pure-hearted and exceptionally shy. Under the gaze of the crowd, she was too embarrassed to perform overly intimate actions. Her entire face flushed red, plump, and rosy, looking exactly like a ripe teapot, cute and timid. Additionally, Misty's three sisters had also come, saying that since they were nearby, they came to celebrate with Ash and, incidentally, to thank Ash for helping look after Misty. "Sakura, we're going to join the fun too." "Erica, are you sure it's just joining the fun?" "I am. It might not be joining the fun, but competing with you for Ash." "Erica, that's me from another world, not the me of now." Erica's heart skipped a beat, and she panicked, forcing herself to calm down. Are the sisters really going to do it together? The development in the parallel world is very different from this world. The previous few meetings already showed signs of this. Misty was mentally prepared. If it's going to happen, let it happen. Cerulean Gym. "Come to think of it, we probably can't call him brother-in-law anymore," Sakura said, looking at the scene before her. "We can keep calling him brother-in-law. It's more exciting that way," Botan said. The eldest and second sisters widened their eyes, looking at Botan in astonishment. What's more exciting? Botan immediately leaned in close to her two sisters and whispered in a low voice. After hearing her idea, Sakura and Im were instantly shocked. The two looked at each other, neither expecting that their seemingly well-behaved third sister would actually have such an outrageously bold idea. After thinking about it carefully, the two secretly felt that what she said wasn't unreasonable. Such a title did indeed add a bit of unique flavor. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law, the sister's husband is the husband. "Let me take a group photo of you all." Delia shook the camera in her hand and suggested to Serena and the others. "Come on." Everyone looked at her. Click. The sound of the shutter rang out. The scene froze at this moment. "Jesse, you're quite the ladies' man, twerp." "Brock, are you envious?" "Jesse, envious my foot. Do I, Jesse, need to be envious?" Being spoken to like that by Brock, Jessie seemed as if her tail had been stepped on. She immediately retorted, even emphasizing her youth and so on. Another person who was anxious was Gary. Watching the parallel world inside the light screen, where Daisy and Ash were already in an established, intimate relationship, Gary was very angry. Although it was another world, seeing it made him unhappy. With nowhere to vent, he simply directed all his resentment at the Ash of the current world. Ash, prepare for my wrath. Let me show you what I'm capable of. Meanwhile, Professor Oak had originally planned to set off for Silver Town to cheer for Ash and the others. He had originally intended to let Daisy stay behind at the lab to watch the place. But Daisy directly arranged for a group of Pokémon to be responsible for guard duty, and she insisted on going to Silver Town together. After watching the black light screen and the barrage comments, she was a bit anxious. The light screen also stopped. After the celebration ended, they rested for a few days. Although they rested for a few days, Ash didn't really rest much. He frequently had Pokémon battles with Sabrina and the others. There were also the 4 Cerulean sisters. At first, it was just the 3 sisters, but after a day or two, the sisters forcibly dragged Misty in. The sisters' corruption. Sometimes, it was exceptionally intense. The light screen lit up. Erica was reluctant to part with Ash, but she still had the gym and the perfume shop to take care of. Sabrina handed the gym over to her father and went with Ash. A few days later, Professor Oak asked Ash to help retrieve the GS ball from Professor Ivy's laboratory in the Orange Islands. Ash could take this opportunity to take Serena and the others out for some fun. Jacelle also came along to fulfill the bet. No way is she really going to be a maid. Coming from a wealthy background, Shuanda found it hard to accept. Usually, others served her. How did it turn out to be the opposite in the parallel world? She was still too arrogant. Cynthia felt it was all right. Ash was a good person and treated girls well, so he probably wouldn't make things difficult for Shuanda. She understood the changes in Shuanda's heart. She must feel a huge disparity, and this was just the right opportunity to improve Shuanda's temperament. Chapter 104, Angry Ash, Sunday's Sandpaper Game. After obtaining the GS ball from Professor Ivy, Ash held it in his hand. This GS ball is just average. It doesn't look like a normal piquet ball. What is this ball made of? When they first arrived, Misty had seen the intensity of the tests the GS ball was undergoing. It could be said that every physical move was used on it. The GS ball was still as good as new. I don't know, I can't research it. It's better to leave it to Professor Oak for study. Professor Ivy crossed her arms and shook her head. To crack the secret of the GS ball, she had spent a massive amount of time and energy, conducting countless experiments, only to end up knowing nothing other than that it was a special piquet ball. Professor Sycamore, Professor Oak, has there been any progress on the GS ball research? What material is it crafted from? Professor Birch, I am very curious. How was a GS ball with such high hardness made, and who is the person who created it? They must be a genius. Professor Oak, unfortunately, I don't know either. It is still under research, and there is no clue at all. Tracy, could it be made from an extraterrestrial meteorite? Only extraterrestrial materials would have such extreme hardness, right? Stephen, impossible. Even the hardest extraterrestrial meteorite has a hardness far inferior to this GS ball. As an expert obsessed with all kinds of exotic stones and deeply immersed in ore research, Stephen had the most authority on topics like meteorites. Cynthia watched the group's discussion quietly, her cool eyes flickering slightly. She had seen countless mysterious artifacts in ancient ruins. Those ancient objects all contained extraordinary and unfathomable ancient power, possessing extremely strong defensive mechanisms, which happened to highly coincide with the characteristics of the GS ball. In her view, the essence of the GS ball might be similar to those ancient objects, both being mysterious tokens carrying special power. It probably had the same function as Ho-Oh's rainbow wing. Ash didn't understand that GS ball thing, nor did he want to understand it. Now he started thinking about things with Misty and Melody, recalling his various reckless and brainless actions before. The more he thought about it, the more embarrassed he felt. It turned out that, unknowingly, he had performed such idiotic operations. At this moment, Ash carefully examined the GS ball. He felt a familiar energy from it, similar to Ho-Oh's rainbow wing. But there was also a strange energy. Since there were no clues for the GS ball research for the time being, Professor Oak was not in a hurry to study the GS ball, and Ash wasn't going back to Pallet Town so early, so he traveled around the scenic Orange Islands for a while. At the same time, he took the opportunity to slowly deepen his bonds and enhance his feelings with Misty, Sabrina, and the others. The group passed through Pomelo Island. The sea breeze was gentle, and the island scenery was perfect, but the scene before them instantly broke the relaxed atmosphere, making people feel angry. 3 delinquents dressed strangely and acting arrogantly were attacking a Lapras, constantly mocking and bullying it wantonly. The poor Lapras curled up on the shallow beach, covered in wounds, unable to resist. Ash was instantly enraged. He went up and punched them one by one, showing no mercy. With a few muffled thuds, a few punches left the 3 delinquents lying on the ground wailing. The 3 who suffered a loss were both angry and afraid, so they released their Pokémon, Mankey, Beedrill, and Nidorino. But as soon as the 3 Pokémon appeared, the air around them suddenly stagnated, and an incomparably majestic and terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire scene. They shuddered violently, their fur standing on end, and subconsciously looked up. At the end of their line of sight was Ash's group, 4 girls and 1 boy standing side by side, and a well-behaved Pikachu squatting to the side. That suffocating pressure did not come from Pikachu at all, but from the cold-looking boy in front. At this moment, Ash was expressionless, his clear and bright eyes covered with a layer of cold chill, faintly revealing a blue luster. Pikachu, thunder. The cold, boyish voice rang out suddenly. As soon as the words fell, the daytime immediately turned into an overcast day. Amidst the thick clouds, streaks of golden lightning darted crazily, and the rumbling thunder was heard faintly, with terrifying momentum. Boom! The delinquents and those few Pokémon looked at the sky in horror. In the blink of an eye, the lightning fell. It was even more majestic and intense than the lightning that struck the Fearow earlier. The blinding electric light instantly swept across the entire area, swallowing all 3 Pokémon and 3 delinquents. The intense electric shock penetrated their bodies. The few of them trembled violently, their eyes rolled back, their faces twisted and hideous, and they could only let out shrill screams. Lance deserved. Ash was still too light-handed. Gary, daring to bully Pokémon in front of Ash, that's quite the character. Professor Kukui, those people really deserved a beating. They really annoyed Ash. The thunder used by Pikachu was different. Brock, this injury is not light. Without half a month of recuperation, I'm afraid they won't be able to recover at all. Gary, Ash, you should learn more from your parallel world self. Talk less when you can use your fists. Dealing with those people, there is no need to waste your breath. They won't listen to your reasoning at all. Seeing Lapras again, Ash thought of the Lapras he had encountered. He wondered how it was doing. Gardevoir, heal pulse. A gentle pale pink halo slowly spread from Gardevoir's body, gently enveloping the shivering Lapras. Ash walked up, leaned over, and gently comforted the frightened little guy, patiently and tenderly accompanying it on the side, letting Gardevoir rest assured to groom its injuries and soothe its fear. Lapras, which had suffered malice from humans before, originally had strong resistance and guard against human touch, its whole body tense with defense. But at this moment, feeling the warm temperature coming from its neck, and thinking of the scene where Ash stood up for it just now, its tense body gradually relaxed, obediently accepting Ash's comfort and healing without any resistance. Giselle stood quietly, staring blankly at the boy's figure. Ash standing up for Lapras just now, that angry appearance really shocked her. She had never seen Ash like this before. The pure anger in his eyes, the extreme protection for Pokémon, enthusiastic and sincere, deeply imprinted in her heart. Serena and the others were the same. The end of those 3 guys was miserable. As the night grew darker, the sky turned completely dim. Considering that Lapras was frightened and exhausted, and in urgent need of quiet recuperation to recover, The group settled in the local Pokémon Center nearby, resting there for the night, so that the little guy could rest assured and recover. The night was deep, the sky was dark, and the light screen was also black. The developments inside continued. Shuanda was sleeping, still thinking about the afternoon's events. Ash's image became taller in her heart, and she had no objection to being his maid. Slap, slap. Suddenly, she heard a series of intermittent sounds. Shuanda was puzzled. The room next to her was where Ash was staying. Was he training? Having seen Ash's confrontation with those people, she knew Ash had great skills and often exercised. But exercising in the middle of the night was a bit strange. But after a while, she heard other sounds. She leaned against the wall to listen carefully and even heard the voices of Sabrina and Misty. The two seemed to be talking, but what they said was intermittent, and from time to time there were exclamations, as if something was restricting them. She listened for a while, and her face suddenly flushed red. So it was those kinds of things. Gradually, she felt a bit dazed. She started playing a sanding game, Chapter 105, Sunday's Triple Strike, a large and fast Snorlax. The next day arrived, and the alarm clock rang with a ding-ding-ding. Shuanda slowly woke up, struggled to find the alarm clock, and turned it off. She buried her face in the pillow and let out a muffled groan. So tired. It felt like she hadn't slept at all last night. Oh wait, she really hadn't slept much. After quite a while, she slowly propped herself up. The quilt slid off her shoulders, revealing her wrinkled pajamas. Shuanda sat on the edge of the bed, hair disheveled, staring at the blank wall opposite her, and let out a long yawn. She walked to the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and looked up at the mirror while waiting for the water to cool down. The girl in the mirror still had fair, smooth skin, which was an asset she had always been proud of. However, today, there were 2 clear dark circles under her beautiful eyes, like 2 out-of-place bruises. Precisely because her skin was so fair, those dark patches looked especially jarring. Shuanda stared at herself in the mirror, remained silent for a long moment, and then squeezed out from between her teeth. It's all Ash's fault. The fact that she had these dark circles had a lot to do with Ash. As luck would have it, Shuanda's room was right next to Ash's. The soundproofing of the walls wasn't actually too bad. You couldn't hear normal talking, but the commotion last night, that definitely wasn't normal talking. It kept going with a certain rhythmic cadence, just like the sound of a machine performing piston movements. The volume wasn't loud, but it wasn't quiet either. At any rate, she could hear it. At first, she wondered what the noise was. After listening carefully for a while, she heard strange, intermittent sounds, like soft moans being squeezed out from a throat, suppressed by something. She also heard the voices of Sabrina and the others, sounding very strange. Shuanda's mind finally clicked. Her cheeks instantly felt like they had been set on fire, burning from her chin up to her hairline. What is this? What is this? Knowing there was someone next door, couldn't they have been a bit quieter? Before long, her face flushed, her body grew hot, and she felt a fire rising in her lower abdomen. Unknowingly, she began playing the rubbing game. After playing a few times, she was exhausted and panting. It was her first time playing this rubbing game, and she had achieved a triple combo. It was simply unbelievable. In the bathroom, Shuanda snapped out of her memories and found that her face in the mirror was red again, even redder than before. No, no, no. She frantically cupped a handful of cold water and slapped it onto her face. The chill stung her burning cheeks, making her shiver. Then she cupped another handful, and another, until her whole face had been drenched in cold water, and that heat was finally barely suppressed. She braced her hands on the sink, her wet bangs sticking to her forehead, and water droplets dripped down her chin. The girl in the mirror still had those 2 faint circles of black around her eyes, but at least her face wasn't as red anymore. After tidying up her outfit, she went down to meet up. Her current status was still that of a maid. It was also just morning outside the live stream room. Because of the appearance of this light screen, the silver conference matches had been postponed by a few days. Now the black light screen lit up again. Everyone was drinking beverages while watching the black light screen. After resting for a night, Lapras had recovered. It was quite affectionate toward Ash, but felt rather lonely on its own. Because Joy said that Lapras had gotten separated from its pod. Ash let Lapras join him mainly because he was afraid that Lapras would be bullied by those people again. With such a gentle personality and a very beautiful appearance, it was extremely easy for it to be targeted. Upon hearing Ash's request, Lapras agreed. They continued their journey and challenged the gyms of the Orange Islands. Those challenges testing moves were not difficult at all for Ash. Blastoise went on a rampage at the first gym. Sissy, who could possibly compete with that Blastoise? Hitting moving targets, although her own Pokémon were very good at it, that Blastoise had aura, and the power of its water-type moves was also very strong. What's the point of fighting? Just give the badge away. And that was really just it. The gym challenges in the Orange Islands tested the Pokémon's mastery of moves and such. Coincidentally, the Pokémon trained by the Ash from the parallel world could be said to be very proficient in this regard, and they didn't have any trouble adapting to these gym challenge methods. LT, Surge, Black Ash is here, another gym badge is about to be handed over. Ash, am I that scary? Gary, let me clarify, we're talking about the Ash from the parallel world, not you. You don't have that kind of strength yet. Meowth, that's right, the Hedgehog Head is right. Is Hedgehog Head something you can call him? Gary made a mental note of the Team Rocket trio. He would have to give them a good thrashing next time they met. Ash, fine, I don't have that strength, right? Wait until the tournament starts, and I'll show you what I'm capable of. With the parallel world version of himself as a role model, Ash had already begun training his Pokémon. He wouldn't be able to reach the level of the other world's version of himself in a short time, but at the very least, he would be stronger than he was now. This time, at the Silver Conference, he would definitely make history. The gyms in the Orange Islands weren't difficult for Ash. They hardly took any time at all. During the journey, Ash encountered a massive Snorlax. It was frantically eating the pomelos on the island. And after finishing, it quickly got up, swam to another island to continue eating, and it was even using the butterfly stroke to swim. It can even do the butterfly stroke. Misty said, stunned. Looking at its size, I feel like it only learned to swim for the sake of eating. Serena watched the swift-swimming Snorlax. In order to stop Snorlax from eating all the pomelos on the island, Ash sent out Pikachu. Although Snorlax was a glutton, it was very sensitive to battle. Being large didn't mean it was slow. Although its speed couldn't compare to Pikachu's, it was still considered very fast. And it knew many moves. It used its arm to catch Pikachu's iron tail, and even withstood 2 thunderbolts. A Snorlax that could both attack and tank, Ash told Pikachu to start going all out. After battling Snorlax for a few rounds, Pikachu defeated Snorlax with its signature Thunderbolt. Ash threw a Piquet ball and caught it. Bruno, are you sure that's a Snorlax? The Snorlax in the black light screen left Bruno stunned. It was even more monstrous than the one caught by the Ash of this world. It was clearly larger in size, yet so agile. He seriously suspected that it was just some Pokémon wearing a Snorlax suit. Mewtwo, even fighting-type Pokémon, aren't as agile as that Snorlax. Chapter 106, A Crushing Strike Against Ae, the 3-starter Pokémon assemble. They arrived at the Trevita gym. Seeing several girls with distinct appearances and outstanding temperaments by Ash's side, Ae's eyes lit up, and a sudden desire to curry favor surged in his heart. He called over the gym staff, ordering them to quickly bring out large bouquets of vibrant roses and spread them neatly along the path, instantly decorating the gym entrance with a festive display of flowers. Once everything was set, Ae deliberately straightened his posture, struck what he thought was a dashing and handsome pose, and rattled off a stream of exaggerated sweet nothings to the group, fully believing he would win the girls' favor. Reality, however, was a harsh slap in the face. No one present paid any attention to his clownish display. Where did this guy come from? Ash looked speechless. Misty simply ignored the self-important Ae, not even sparing him a second glance. Shuanda's expression was blunt, her eyes filled with disgust. She was long accustomed to such exaggerated and foolish behavior, finding it nothing but ridiculous. Serena, gentle and easygoing by nature, didn't want to make a fuss. so she simply looked away, choosing to ignore him. Sabrina's reaction was the most decisive. Always cold and aloof, she despised such deliberate, attention-seeking, and offensive behavior. Before Ai could finish speaking, a faint glimmer flashed in her eyes, and an invisible psychic force silently swept across the area. The roses scattered all over the ground instantly flew into the air, firmly bound by her psychic power. Before the gym staff could realize what was happening, they instinctively reached out to grab the flying flowers, only to be sent flying along with the roses by the powerful psychic force, landing heavily in an open space in the distance. The sudden turn of events silenced the scene. Ai, oblivious to the situation and unaware that his frivolous actions had angered Sabrina, blamed all his resentment on Ash, convinced that Ash had secretly intervened to make him look foolish in front of everyone. Erica, that was Sabrina holding back. If it were in the past, had anyone dared to be so rude and offensive, those people would have likely been turned into dolls already. Sabrina, I wouldn't just turn people into dolls willy-nilly. But these people could be left for your gym. Perhaps they could help you manage and maintain it. Erica, I can manage my own gym just fine. I don't need any help. Neither of them wanted anything to do with the frivolous, trouble-making Ai, tacitly pushing him off onto the other. Ai watched speechless. Was he really that bad? Although he couldn't compare to Ash, he wasn't as annoying as the Team Rocket trio, right? It was just a confession. Why so much hostility towards him? Unbelievable. Ai hoped that the version of himself in the other world could make Ash taste the bitterness of defeat. Learning that Ash was there to challenge the gym, Ai made things difficult in every way, imposing even stricter conditions for the gym challenge. Seeing him target Ash like this, Serena and the others were displeased and argued with Ai. Ai deliberately contradicted them and slandered Ash, wanting to show off his so-called advantages in front of Serena and the others to win their favor. Serena and the others didn't even pay him any mind. As for Ash, he took note of it. During the battle, it was a contest of same-type Pokémon. With their absolute strength, Bulbasaur and Blastoise left Ai's Pokémon with no room to fight back. In terms of same-type moves alone, Bulbasaur and Blastoise won the match with overwhelming superiority. The staff members who were cheering for him were stunned. Their gym leader was being crushed, unable to retaliate at all. It shouldn't be possible to lose this miserably. Seeing his parallel world self, Ai was shocked. He hadn't expected to lose so badly. From start to finish, he hadn't even managed to strike back once. It was a total crushing defeat. This is too insane. Others thought it was quite normal. The gyms in the Orange Islands focused on a Pokémon's understanding of moves, so their combat power was somewhat lacking. It was also very normal to lose to Ash, who had just won the Indigo Plateau Conference. Later, they met a Poliwrath trainer who specifically came to challenge Ash, claiming to have seen Ash's performance at the Indigo Plateau Conference. Facing a challenge, Ash rarely refused. He immediately sent out the Snorlax he had recently caught. Such a large Snorlax easily left people with a stereotypical impression. The larger a Snorlax, the clumsier it is. Even though Poliwrath wasn't particularly fast, compared to Snorlax, its speed could be considered very fast. But Snorlax's subsequent performance completely reshaped his worldview. Snorlax was incredibly agile. Not only did it dodge Poliwrath's attacks, but it actually chased Poliwrath down to attack. It was amazing, and the key was that Poliwrath couldn't even dodge. It defeated Poliwrath with just 3 punches. This is a Snorlax. The Poliwrath trainer couldn't believe it at all. A Snorlax of such size could actually be this agile. LT, Surge. It's a good thing I battled Ash early on, otherwise I would have been tormented by such a bizarre Pokémon too. Before, when seeing Ash let Pikachu defeat Raichu in its own most prideful way, he had been very angry. Now, seeing what followed, the Pokémon caught by Ash on both sides were becoming increasingly devious. Gary, that's just what happens when you're not strong enough. Blaine, the Ash from the other world is excellent in every aspect. Those Pokémon all listen to Ash very well and don't have a single thought of disobedience. Ash, I know, it's my problem. Gary, it's not entirely your problem. Charizard's problem is even bigger. Gary usually teased Ash quite a bit, but his starting point was always hoping for Ash to be better. This time, they arrived at an island and happened to meet Jenny, who was leading the Squirtle Squad Fire Brigade. Reuniting with his old companions, Blastoise was especially moved. His little brothers were still the same, nothing had changed. The Squirtle Squad looked at Blastoise in surprise. Boss has become so big. Learning from Officer Jenny that the Squirtles were going to participate in a competition but hadn't been in good condition lately, Ash had Blastoise train them. It taught its insights into water type moves to the little brothers. By the next day, the Squirtle Squad had taken first place in the firefighting competition. Blastoise helped its little brothers grow, and it continued to battle in competitions with Ash. Daisy, brother-in-law, this is a great way of doing things. Blastoise doesn't have to leave, and it also helped the Squirtles increase their strength. Ash, it is nice. I didn't really train Squirtle much, so it couldn't reach the strength of the one in the other world. Besides, at that time, I thought Squirtle and its companions were very well suited for the Fire Brigade. Jenny, it's fine. Now that the Squirtles have grown up, they won't be like before. If you need, I can help you send Squirtle back. Squirtle misses you too, and wants to meet up to catch up. Ash wore a smile, the image of Squirtle grinning appearing in his mind. Perhaps for this silver conference, he could have Squirtle, Bulbasaur, and Charizard all take the field together. Chapter 107, Reunion with Corna, Victory in the Challenger Cup. Ash had gathered the 4 Orange Islands badges with effortless ease. As he traveled on a ship across the sea, he let the cool sea breeze brush against his shoulders, weaving through the clear, azure waters. The blue sea shimmered, and the sea breeze was gentle. When they arrived near an island lush with vegetation and picturesque scenery, a cool and solitary figure suddenly caught his eye. Beside the stone railing, a woman stood leaning against it, quietly gazing at the magnificent view where the mountains and sea merged. Her posture was elegant, and her temperament was ethereal. It was none other than Lorelei, one of the Kanto Elite Four. Lorelei's senses were sharp. Her gaze instantly locked on to the boy approaching on a Lapras. Her face, usually cold, aloof, and untainted by the mundane world, slowly bloomed with a faint, gentle smile. Her cold aura softened instantly as she spoke, her voice clear and melodious. You've arrived at the Orange Islands so quickly. Are you here to participate in the Challenger Cup? Today, Lorelei was still wearing a crisp, fitted uniform, its perfect tailoring accentuating her well-proportioned, tall, and graceful figure to the fullest. She wore thin-rimmed glasses on the bridge of her nose, which added a touch of intellectual, gentle, and cool charm to her. The contrast between her extremely elegant temperament and her striking figure was exquisite. She walked up to Ash, her posture straight and upright, her demeanor elegant and poised. 2 snow-white rabbit Pokémon were lively and active, jumping and leaping about incessantly. I suppose so. I'm mostly here for a vacation and to relax, and I thought I'd collect the badges while I'm at it, Ash replied. Lorelei nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping gently over Sabrina, who was traveling with Ash, and she nodded politely in acknowledgement. After seeing everyone's faces and recognizing who they were, her clear, bright eyes flickered slightly. She instantly recalled the recently concluded Indigo Plateau Conference, and a bright light shone in her eyes. Her tone was sincere and earnest. I almost forgot. I haven't properly congratulated you on winning the Indigo Plateau Conference champion title. I watched all the battles of the entire tournament on site. Your performance was truly excellent. Thank you for the compliment, Ms. Lorelei. Facing Lorelei, Ash felt a bit embarrassed. He wondered how big the gap was between his current strength and hers. Nearby, Misty had already completely transformed into a little fangirl. Her eyes were sparkling, filled with longing and admiration as she stared straight at the incredibly elegant Lorelei. She had fully entered fan mode, and the affection and respect in her eyes were almost overflowing. Serena stood quietly to the side, gazing at the outstanding and impressive Lorelei, a subtle trace of envy quietly welling up in her heart. Her body was steadily developing and growing, and she usually took care of her health and refined her demeanor using Ash's resources. However, no matter how hard she tried to polish herself, Her figure and calm, dazzling temperament still could not compare to the Lorelei before her. Along the way, she had encountered countless beautiful girls with different temperaments, all kinds, each with their own charm, but only Lorelei was the most unique. Her cold, exquisite, and untainted face, paired with an excellent figure that commanded attention. This unique, cold, and pure temperament was something that even the usually dignified, capable, and outstanding officer Jenny could hardly rival. Sabrina also felt a hint of inferiority deep down. Pokémon battle strength could be steadily improved through day after day of hard training, and one's own shortcomings could be slowly polished and made up for. But one's figure and appearance were destined from birth, and were never things that could be easily changed by sheer effort alone. In midair, the floating black light screen displayed clear images, presenting this unexpected encounter on the island in real time to all the viewers in the distance. Bruno, one of the Kanto Elite Four, stared at the scene on the light screen and suddenly spoke, voicing the hidden doubt in the hearts of all the viewers. Come to think of it, will Lorelei also become one of Ash's confidants in the future, just like the other girls around him? This sentence hit the nail on the head regarding what everyone was thinking. As a top Elite Four member of the league, Lorelei's beauty was in no way inferior to any of the companions around Ash, and her cold, ethereal temperament and unique, excellent physique were irreplaceable. It was hard not to let one's imagination run wild seeing such a top-tier, beautiful, and elegant woman standing side by side with Ash, who was famous at a young age and had unlimited potential. Lorelei, who was watching from afar, heard this question clearly. Her body stiffened slightly, and then she shook her head gently, her tone calm and tinged with a bit of uncertain hesitation. I don't think so. Ash and I don't seem very compatible. But when her gaze fell back onto the light screen, watching the image of herself and Ash chatting calmly, getting along harmoniously, and having no barriers between them, a tiny ripple quietly spread through her heart, which was usually calm, waveless, cold, and indifferent. In her daily life, she was usually cold, reticent, and aloof. She rarely took the initiative to chat or befriend others, and she had never chatted or laughed so easily and unrestrainedly with a boy of her own age. Thinking back on everything, she had to admit that she really did harbor a secret and special affection for Ash that was different from anyone else. That might not be the case. Agatha, who was nearby, spoke slowly, her tone leisurely, revealing the hidden mystery with a single sentence. All the viewers present felt a surge of emotion, silently marveling at Ash's top-tier luck with the ladies in the league. The girls accompanying him were all youthful, beautiful, and had outstanding temperaments. Many of them had extraordinary status and were renowned throughout the entire league. Such good fortune was truly enviable. The light screen image slowly shifted, and the view returned to the island in the Orange Islands. After a brief chat, Lorelei took the initiative to invite the delighted Misty to an exhibition match. The sudden surprise made Misty instantly excited, her eyes filled with brilliant anticipation. Immediately after, she turned to look at Ash beside her and issued a battle invitation. An exhibition match against a gym leader and the Indigo Plateau Conference champion would surely attract more viewers. Taking advantage of the break in conversation, Ash proactively lowered his stance, humbly asking Lorelei for advice on high-level battle techniques and field experience. Lorelei was slightly surprised. The boy before her had already reached the top of the Indigo Plateau Conference and won the champion title that countless trainers dreamed of, yet he had no trace of arrogance or conceit. Instead, he remained humble, eager to learn, steady, and pragmatic. Such a disposition was truly rare. Outside the light screen, watching this scene, Xiao Ming couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion, completely convinced. This is just too intense. Compared to the Ash from the parallel world, I really have to admit I'm inferior. Xiao Ming, who had always considered himself the king of hard work and refused to admit defeat in anything, was now completely convinced by the diligence, self-discipline, humility, and ambition of the Ash from the parallel world, willing to concede defeat. LT, Surge watched the boy on the screen who was humbly asking for advice and focusing on improvement. He spoke candidly, his tone full of approval. A trainer who is this diligent, self-disciplined, and works this hard, no matter how he defeats me, I would be convinced and have absolutely no complaints. Lucian also nodded repeatedly, his eyes full of approval, and said slowly, "A trainer with a pure heart who loves battling and is diligent and ambitious is truly rare. With such excellent talent and a down-to-earth attitude, his future is guaranteed to be at least at the elite level." Everyone present agreed, reaching a consensus in their hearts. With Ash's current growth rate, top-tier battle talent, and humble, steady mindset, the mere position of elite was no longer enough to define his future. In time, he would inevitably join the ranks of the league's top champions and become a legend in the field of Pokémon trainers. The exciting island exhibition match concluded successfully, and immediately following it, the main event of the Orange Islands Challenger Cup officially began. Drake, the head trainer of this Challenger Cup, officially took the stage to face Ash. As a top expert native to the Orange Islands, he had long heard of the resounding fame of this newly crowned Indigo Plateau Conference champion. Knowing the opponent's immense strength, he dared not be the slightest bit careless or slack throughout the entire match. The battle began, and Ash sent out Snorlax first. Before the battle started, he specifically let Snorlax have a full meal to fill its stomach and made a serious promise. As long as it gave its all to win this battle, he would take it to Professor Oak's lab after the match to enjoy all kinds of rare and delicious food, fulfilling its freedom to eat as much as it wanted. To put it bluntly, he planned to go to Professor Oak's lab to stock up like crazy to satisfy Snorlax's gluttonous nature. Outside the light screen, Professor Oak was inexplicably targeted, falling silent across the distance, feeling helpless yet amused. LT, Surge, who was watching, couldn't help but tease, "Snorlax eats so much. If it goes to the lab, I'm afraid it'll be fighting the other Pokémon in the backyard for food." Professor Oak laughed calmly and responded with composure, "Not necessarily. My food reserves here are very sufficient. I can definitely let Snorlax eat to its heart's content and return satisfied." Professor Oak's lab raised dozens to hundreds of Pokémon all year round, and all kinds of supplies were fully stocked, especially food, which was the most abundant. He had no worries about the gluttonous Snorlax gorging itself. Having eaten its fill and been promised a feast by Ash, Snorlax's fighting spirit was fully charged, and its condition soared to its peak. After entering the field, its aura was fully unleashed. It fought fiercely, aggressively, and with unparalleled bravery, completely shedding its usual lazy and sleepy appearance. Beyond everyone's expectations, this Snorlax, which usually looked clumsy, honest, sleepy, and gluttonous, relied on ultimate power control and agile, tricky positioning to be unstoppable on the field. It crushed everything in its path, actually pulling off a stunning 3-in-a-row sweep that shocked the entire audience. The stunning, shocking scene left Drake and the entire audience in complete shock, and the arena instantly erupted in an uproar. The same unbelievable question popped into everyone's mind. Is this really the lazy, clumsy Snorlax that only knows how to sleep and eat that everyone remembers? At this moment, it was swift in movement, flexible in positioning, and reacted extremely quickly. Its speed even far exceeded the vast majority of speed-based Pokémon. It was agile beyond reason, overturning everyone's perception. Lorelei, watching from afar, also looked surprised. In just a few months of not seeing him, Ash had actually trained another powerful Pokémon with top-tier strength and a strong sense of contrast. His training talent and growth speed were truly too astonishing, making one admire him. Subsequently, the battlefield was switched, and Ash calmly handed the remaining battles entirely over to Pikachu to finish off. Pikachu also lived up to expectations, with its condition fully charged and battle power off the charts throughout, once again performing a brilliant 3-in-a-row sweep. One fat and one thin, one big and one small. The two Pokémon cooperated tacitly, joining forces to crush their opponents throughout the entire process. Without breaking a sweat, they easily won the final championship of the Orange Islands Challenger Cup. Drake, I was completely swept. With just 2 Pokémon, he defeated all 6 of my participating Pokémon head-on. This gap in strength is truly undeniable. LT, Surge looked at the defeated and dazed Drake, feeling a strange sense of comfort, and sighed with a smile. Seeing you like this, I feel a lot better instantly." Beside him, Gary crossed his arms over his chest, pretending to be arrogant as he scolded and complained to the light screen. "Stupid Ash, did you see that clearly? Learn from Snorlax and Pikachu's delicate battle style, and stop just stupidly charging head-on in every battle." "Ash, I know, but I didn't do that bad, did I? I still won the championship in the end." The banquet ended, and the night had already deepened. After finishing all the chores, Shuanda finally returned to her room. She took off her outer coat, finished washing up, and was just about to lie down to rest when a faint, soft sound quietly drifted into her ears in the quiet night. Shuanda's movements suddenly paused, and her breathing hitched slightly. "That is Sabrina's voice." Shuanda was full of surprise, and the image of Sabrina instantly appeared in her mind. Usually, Sabrina was always cold, reticent, and aloof, with a calm expression, speaking very little, and always carrying a cold aura that kept strangers at bay. Her every move was steady and restrained, and she had never shown any sign of being soft or losing her composure. But the voice in her ears right now was soft and gentle, completely devoid of the usual icy aloofness. The contrast was so great that it made Shuanda's heart tremble uncontrollably. Could this be the unknown side of the usually cold and steady Sabrina? Beneath the extreme cold, is there such a soft contrast hidden? While she was in a daze, the light, coquettish sounds of Misty, as well as Serena's gentle, fragmented voice, continued to come from next door. Several voices intertwined, exceptionally clear in the quiet of the deep night. A warm sensation instantly climbed onto her cheeks. Shuanda's cheeks quickly turned crimson, and even her slender neck turned completely red, her ears burning hot. She hurriedly covered her ears, her body curling up slightly, her heartbeat suddenly losing its rhythm, full of awkwardness and panic. Is this really right? Her heart was a mess, and she thought helplessly, not daring to listen any closer, yet she was unable to avoid the sounds in her ears. She was completely plunged into a state of shyness and embarrassment. Last time it was a 3 in a row, so what about this time? Chapter 108 Flora kisses again, silly bird, 3 sacred birds, LT. Surge asked, why did it go dark again? At the moment Ash won the champion title, the light screen suddenly went black. The image was completely interrupted, and it stopped playing the scenes from the parallel world. Sakura quipped, do they not need to sleep? Aim smiled and replied, our brother-in-law has other things to do. The 4 sisters were perceptive, and had long since seen through the character and experiences of this parallel world Ash. In the parallel world, during the days celebrating the last Indigo Plateau Conference, the 4 sisters had been accompanying Ash to study Pokémon battles, spending time together day and night, exchanging pointers, and their feelings deepened with each research and coordination session. Daisy looked at the black light screen and sighed sincerely. This brother-in-law is too perceptive. The girls around him who admired him were one after another, and even Shuanda, who had been following him, had eyes full of emotion, gradually showing signs of falling for him. Phew. Oh. Shuanda gasped slightly, her emotions fluctuating. This was another triple victory. The key was that the interval was short, it was an explosive type. Time passed in a flash, and when the next day arrived, the originally dark and silent light screen suddenly lit up, once again reflecting the scene of the parallel world before everyone's eyes. In the picture, Shuanda had already shed yesterday's fatigue, looking radiant and in excellent condition. She tidied up her belongings on the table efficiently, without a moment's delay, turned around, and walked quickly out of the room. The island tour belonging to the group was still continuing. When the group was traveling, the surrounding weather suddenly changed without warning. The clear sky, which had been pleasant and cloudless just a moment ago, was instantly shrouded in darkness. The gentle and warm sea breeze turned into howling gales, sweeping across the sea wantonly. The originally calm blue sea surged with towering waves, surging and churning, showing madness and danger. Thick dark clouds swallowed the entire sky at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the sky darkened rapidly. Bang! At the distant intersection of sea and sky, a sudden explosion occurred, and the deep, huge sound penetrated the howling wind and rain, clearly entering the ears, shaking people's hearts. Between the gaps in the dim and thick clouds, streaks of dazzling energy rays flashed across the sky, and the light burst into the sky. Even across the distant sea, everyone could clearly see this shocking and soul-stirring scene. Sabrina frowned slightly, her keen psychic instantly capturing the abnormality, clearly perceiving several violent energies of different attributes hovering above the sky. Ash also narrowed his eyes suddenly, feeling the same. Gary, could it be that Moltres and that Collector are fighting? Bill, 9 times out of 10, that's correct. Combined with the intelligence previously shown by the light screen, this extremely abnormal and severe, whether change is likely a chain, whether phenomenon caused by the 3 legendary birds' rage and fighting. LT, Surge. It should be easy to solve on the parallel world side, right? With Pikachu's extreme speed, even if it runs back and forth alone, it can quickly get the required treasure. LT, Surge nodded repeatedly, agreeing deeply. You're right. With Pikachu's current powerful strength, continuously using quick attack to shuttle through the melee is completely doable. There's no need for everyone to risk their lives. Ash in the light screen heard this speculation from everyone, but immediately shook his head gently, his eyes covered with a bit of seriousness and worry, and retorted, "How can I let Pikachu go on an adventure alone?" The strength of the 3 legendary birds is already unparalleled, and after they are completely enraged, they become even more ferocious and unscrupulous, completely disregarding everything around them. Facing them directly is too dangerous. Pikachu cannot withstand this danger on its own. I must accompany it. The me in the parallel world possesses aura power. Perhaps I can try to communicate with the 3 legendary birds and persuade them to calm their anger and stop fighting. Looking at Ash's sincere, earnest, and unyielding appearance in the light screen, everyone felt recognition in their hearts, without any surprise. Along the way, everyone saw clearly that Ash loved and cherished every Pokémon that accompanied him from the bottom of his heart. Perhaps he is not perfect, but he will never let his comrades fight side by side, face danger alone, or suffer injuries, just to win or avoid danger. Parallel world. The severe weather at sea became more and more rampant. The wind howled incessantly, the rain poured down, and the waves surged to the sky. Ash and his party took flying Pokémon, successfully escaped from the dangerous sea, and successfully landed on the coast of Shamodi Island. The residents on the island saw the 2 large flying Pokémon falling from the sky, put down their work one after another, and crowded forward, their expressions both respectful and full of urgency. An elder with white hair and a simple temperament walked slowly out of the crowd, his eyes locked firmly on Ash. The ancient rumor passed down in the clan says that when the world changes, the 3 legendary birds are furious, and the world is in danger. An excellent trainer with outstanding talent will descend here to lead us to calm the divine anger and resolve the world's catastrophe. Subsequently, the elder explained the ancient legend passed down from generation to generation on Shamodi Island to Ash in detail. Looking at the young man with a tall stature and clear and firm eyes in front of him, the certainty in his heart became stronger, firmly believing that the young man in front of him was the chosen one to save the island. Ash heard this and waved his hand in embarrassment, with a bit of shyness and humility on his face. "Uncle, I am just an ordinary Pokémon trainer, not the excellent person you speak of." Misty on the side was keen and instantly understood the key, knowing in her heart. This tribe is holding an ancient festival. It seems they are determined to let Ash shoulder the heavy responsibility of calming the world's crisis. The old man's expression was firm, and his tone was heavy and irrefutable. The legend passed down by our ancestors will never be wrong. The scene of the world changing and the 3 legendary birds being furious is exactly the same as the catastrophe recorded in the legend. You are the chosen excellent trainer. Please lead our shrine maiden to calm this crisis that is sweeping the world. Facing the expectant and trusting eyes of all the island residents, Ash's expression became more serious, and he promised solemnly, "If I can really contribute to calming this crisis, I will definitely go all out to help resolve the crisis." As a legitimate trainer of the League, Stepping forward when seeing danger is a principle engraved in his bones, and he will never sit idly by while innocent island residents are trapped in a catastrophe. LT, Surge. Could this old man be seeing a trainer with Pokémon and just coming up to fool them, looking for someone to take the blame? LT, Surge. I think that's mostly what's happening. Everyone, don't learn from Ash and rashly take on this kind of heavy responsibility that falls from the sky. At best, you will be seriously injured and your cultivation will be damaged, and at worst, your life will be in danger, and the consequences will be unimaginable. After all, no one has Ash's heaven-defying Pokémon affinity and strong physical fitness, plus the Team Rocket trio is unscrupulous and ignores the safety of others. If it were an ordinary trainer, there would be no safety guarantee at all. Everyone present nodded in agreement. Everyone watched the light screen all the way, and already knew that Ash's various experiences, strength, and opportunities had long been beyond the scope of ordinary trainers. Just the record of shattering Mewtwo's psychic barrier with one punch earlier is enough to prove his strength, and even top psychics might not be able to do it. The elder saw that Ash agreed readily, and the big stone in his heart fell to the ground. He quickly turned to introduce the young girl Melody, standing quietly beside him. The girl walked forward slowly, her eyes clear and bright, looking firmly at Ash, who was standing tall and becoming more and more calm in front of her, her eyes full of genuine appreciation and recognition. After looking at each other for a moment, Melody's fair cheeks were quietly dyed with a blush, her heartbeat accelerated suddenly, and ripples of shyness appeared in her clear eyes. She hesitated for a moment, but finally summoned all her courage, walked forward slowly, stood on tiptoe gently, leaned close to Ash's cheek, and kissed him gently. Pop! The crisp and small sound rang out quietly, and it was particularly clear in everyone's ears. Ash. Misty. Sabrina. Serena. Shuanda, ah. Ash looked stunned. Misty, Sabrina, Serena, and Shuanda on the side all showed extreme astonishment at the same time, their faces full of surprise, and their reactions were particularly strong. The air froze instantly, strands of sour atmosphere permeated quietly, and the atmosphere was full of feeling. Sakura saw it clearly and joked with a smile. What should come will come, brother-in-law just needs to accept it calmly. Serena looked at the light screen, her tone full of desolation and sourness. It was kissed after all. Grace saw this and comforted her gently. Don't be sad, the you in the parallel world has also kissed Ash. But this comfort made the jealousy in Serena's heart even stronger. In this world, Melody took the initiative to approach Ash. Misty was always by Ash's side, and she could only watch all this happen like an outsider, her heart full of loss. Melody blushed slightly and whispered in defense, I was just teasing Ash. I just saw so many girls around Ash, and wanted to tease everyone on purpose to see everyone's reaction. No one believed this far-fetched explanation. Sabrina and the others squinted slightly, looked at Melody in unison, with a bit of scrutiny in their eyes. Melody felt a little uncomfortable being watched, and smiled awkwardly. Don't look at me like that, this is really just a traditional ceremony for the festival. Ceremony to kiss someone, who are you kidding? The girls still had gloomy eyes, and didn't believe her words at all. Shuanda felt inexplicably awkward in her heart, watching Ash being kissed by other girls. A faint sourness and discomfort rose in her heart. After this kissing episode, everyone successfully participated in the island festival, and learned that the current situation is that the 3 legendary birds are angry. And the way to calm the 3 legendary birds' war and resolve the crisis is to find the treasures on the 3 legendary birds' islands. Then put them on the altar, and let Melody play the flute to make the 3 legendary birds recover. Without delay, Ash and his party set off immediately and rushed to the island where Moltres is located. When they arrived at the island, the furious Zapdos happened to hover there, breaking into Moltres' territory. Zapdos saw the people on the island, and without any hesitation, immediately condensed lightning, suddenly shot a sharp lightning directly at the crowd. Pikachu immediately stood up, condensed all its power, and confronted Zapdos' lightning head-on. Ash wanted to persuade Zapdos, But at this moment, Zapdos was stupid, saying that its territory and Molter's territory were all its own. LT, Surge, why do I feel the 3 legendary birds are weird? Green Pine feels very selfish, not as good as the 3 legendary beasts. What time is it now? Still thinking about Molter's territory, really convinced. Everyone was speechless at Zapdos, thinking the parallel world Zapdos would change. Pikachu exchanged a few moves with Zapdos, unable to compete with Zapdos, and gradually fell into a disadvantage, unable to do anything about the furious Zapdos. At this time, a huge movement that shook the world suddenly erupted in the distant sky. I saw a huge spaceship, chasing Articuno tightly. Serena's pupils shrank and she exclaimed, "Is it Team Rockets?" In her impression, only the Team Rocket trio could do such exaggerated giant machinery and such domineering style of doing things. LT, Surge shook his head repeatedly in disbelief. If those 3 guys could build this level of spaceship, I would retire and not run the gym. James heard this and immediately spoke unconvinced. Old man, if you don't want to run the gym, just say so, don't look down on people. Ash was also serious and said slowly, it's really not impossible for those 3 guys. Years of fighting with Team Rockets made him particularly clear that these 3 people look funny, but in fact hide amazing strength, and occasionally can always build unexpected powerful machinery. Hearing Ash's recognition, the Team Rocket trio had a proud smile on their faces, and they secretly sighed in their hearts, the twerp has a good eye after all. It seems that the 3 legendary birds and those dangers are related to that spaceship. Ash immediately asked for help. It is normal that he can't beat it himself. On the other side, Zapdos' territorial consciousness is extremely strong, even if it is in Molter's territory. It also regards this as its own territory. Seeing that everyone did not retreat for a long time, it condensed violent current again and bombarded them fiercely. Mew. Just as the violent current was about to hit everyone, a soft barrier suddenly unfolded, standing firmly in front of everyone. The terrifying lightning struck the barrier, but it didn't cause any ripples and was completely isolated. Everyone looked closely and saw a cute pink Mew appeared quietly. It was it who took action in time to block Zapdos' fatal attack. Bill's eyes flashed, and his tone became relaxed and firm. Even Mew has appeared to help. Now this crisis can really be easily solved. Bruno, no, Ash even called Mew over. Everyone looked at the pink figure in the black light screen. Chapter 109, Dreamlike Bird Abuse. Lugia versus the 3 legendary birds? Jessie, no, then what's the point? Whatever that thing is, just surrender. As for that airship of yours, you'd better leave it for us to use. James, it's obvious you don't know how to use it properly. You'd better hand it over to us so the airship can be put to its best use. Meowth, that's right. That airship of yours is indeed not bad. Once we've modified it, those so-called the legendary birds won't stand a chance. Cassidy, have some shame. You ask for everything, can't you make it yourselves? Butch, give them a break. After all, they're incompetent to begin with. Asking them to build something would practically be the death of them. Jessie, you think you're any better. Didn't your mission end in failure just the same? James, exactly, and you have the nerve to talk down to us. You're both 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Everyone had seen the operations of the Team Rocket trio, Cassidy and Butch, and they were about the same. If they had to be ranked, Cassidy and Butch were slightly more capable than the Team Rocket trio. Looker, impressive. I wouldn't believe it even if it killed me that the Team Rockets of the Kanto region would produce geniuses like you few. At this rate, you'll definitely conquer the world. Obviously, the Team Rockets members replied. They thought it was a compliment and suddenly found this guy a bit agreeable. Idiots, he's mocking you, not praising you. The other Team Rockets members were speechless. How did these few manage to get into Team Rockets? Did they pull strings or something? Giovanni had a vein throbbing on his forehead. It was one thing for these few to embarrass themselves, but the critical issue was that they were also embarrassing Team Rockets. Zapdos stood on the rock, looking at Mew, which had suddenly appeared and blocked its lightning so easily, with malicious intent. It believed that anyone who violated its territory must be punished. What kind of Pokémon is that? Sabrina widened her beautiful eyes as she watched Mew, sensing a familiar psychic power coming from it. It had just used a psychic barrier to block Zapdos's lightning with such ease. Its strength must be immense, at least on the same level as Zapdos. Or perhaps even a level higher than Zapdos. Sabrina and the others hadn't seen Mew before either, but seeing it block Zapdos's attack for them, they assumed Mew must have been called by Ash. Mew, you came just in time. Ash took out the Pokéblock that Mew liked best. After so many days, it must be craving it. Mew. Mew took the Pokéblock, flew to Ash's side, and happily spun around a few times. After eating a few pieces of the Pokéblock, Mew beamed with joy and even shared some with Pikachu, and even gave one to Meowth, who was hiding in the shadows. What kind of Pokémon is that? It looks so strong. The Team Rocket trio didn't remember Mew. Delicious, this Pokéblock, both the texture and the flavor, is top-notch. Meowth ate the Pokéblock ecstatically, giving it high praise. Doho. Seeing those people interacting with that little pink creature and completely ignoring it, Zapdos cried out. They actually didn't take it seriously. On the other side, Articuno was still dodging attacks from that airship. No one cared. Zapdos launched another attack. This time, the lightning it fired was much more intense than before. Mew manifested a psychic barrier. The lightning struck the barrier, but it didn't seem to have any power. Looking only at the barrier's reaction, it didn't seem powerful, but seeing the surrounding electricity arcing everywhere and striking the rocks nearby. The rocks cracked instantly. Mew also used lightning. It made Zapdos immediately react defensively. How could it be fine after that? It must be fake. It flew up high and fired a lightning laser. Ash shielded the women behind him and kept Mew in front of him. Zapdos's electric-type moves were still completely useless against Mew's psychic barrier. Then Mew fired a Cybem. It hit Zapdos head-on and even froze it. Before long, Zapdos burst out of the ice, but rocks came smashing towards it. They were even smashing towards its head. Bang, bang, bang. Rock after rock hit Zapdos's head, knocking the Zapdos that had just taken flight back to the ground. There were still a few rocks left, and they continued to smash down even after Zapdos had fallen. Denji, Mew is so small and doesn't look very strong, and the way it uses those moves seems so effortless for it. But when they hit Zapdos, they seem to have immense power. LT, Surge, and you say it's not strong? That barrier, Zapdos can't even break it, and it knows every move. It's a perfect all-rounder. Mew temporarily knocked some sense into Zapdos. Then it targeted that airship and fired a Zap Cannon, which pierced straight through the airship. Moltres escaped and started attacking Articuno, while also attacking everything around them. Perhaps seeing Moltres and Articuno, Zapdos flew up and, like an old enemy, immediately launched an attack. A waterspout rose from the ground. A figure resembling a bird Pokémon appeared inside the waterspout. It carried the waterspout and knocked Zapdos and Moltres flying first. Articuno hurriedly used an Ice-type move to freeze the waterspout. A bang! The frozen waterspout shattered instantly. Two white wings like large hands fanned out two air vortices engulfing Articuno. Similarly, Articuno broke through the air vortices in an instant. That Pokémon was Lugia. Ash and his group below watched intently, unable to look away. A battle between legendary Pokémon. Mew couldn't be bothered to move either. It just held the jar of Pokéblock and acted as a spectator. Brock, I think with that lineup in the parallel world, there's no longer any need for those so-called treasures to initiate a ritual to calm down the legendary birds. Chapter 110, Simple and Brutal, the Dream Battle Against Three Birds. At first, Lugia held the upper hand against the legendary birds, but as time went on, it began to tire. The legendary bird's attacks came in wave after wave, and unable to hold its ground, Lugia was knocked back into the water. Seeing this, Zapdos vented all its previous frustration onto Lugia, immediately unleashing its electric-type moves toward the water beneath the ice. The power of those electric-type moves was clearly immense. Mew used a barrier once again to block the lightning, knowing that other Pokémon in the water would surely be caught in the crossfire of Zapdos's attack. Meanwhile, Ash had obtained the treasures of Zapdos and Moltres, leaving only Articuno's treasure remaining. The legendary birds glared at Mew with hostility. Realizing Mew's strength, Zapdos tilted its head to look at Ash, pinning all the blame on this human. If it weren't for him, that little pink creature wouldn't have shown up. Ash attempted to negotiate with the legendary birds. Although the legendary birds were dim-witted, they weren't easily fooled. Lawrence III's actions had offended them, making them furious and determined to make humanity pay the price. However, Ash's attempts at persuasion were completely useless. Zapdos and Moltres were even more enraged because Ash was holding their treasures. To think he would trespass on their territory while they were away and even steal their belongings. Moltres was so angry it breathed fire directly, preparing to strike at Ash immediately. Ding! It's time for the prize quiz. Question: how will Ash calm the fury of the legendary birds? A. Follow the original plan, find the treasures, begin the ritual, and make the legendary birds come to their senses. B. Reason with the legendary birds, appealing to their emotions and logic to calm their fury with words. C. Use the simplest and most brutal method to make the legendary birds come to their senses. D. The legendary birds are working together, and Ash has no way to deal with them. Respondents: Lorelei, Cynthia, Caitlin, Diantha. Caitlin: hey Nana, we've been chosen. Cynthia: this question isn't simple. The Ash from the parallel world doesn't exactly play by the rules. Caitlin: I think it's option B after all. Ash knows why the legendary birds are angry, and he has aura power, so he can communicate with them. Maybe he really can resolve this crisis. Cynthia: that makes sense. While saying it made sense, she immediately chose option C. Looking at the legendary birds now, they are just like Mewtwo back at New Island. Perhaps the Ash from the parallel world is using the same strategy, using the simplest and most brutal way to make the legendary birds come to their senses. Lorelei chose option A, and option D was left for Diantha. Lorelei believed that the Ash from the parallel world would choose the easiest way to resolve the crisis. There was no need to waste time with those three silly birds. Diantha inferred based on the behavior of the legendary birds. Although they look silly, they are legendary Pokémon after all, so she felt that fighting them wouldn't be very smooth. Drake: the combat strength of the legendary birds seems even greater. Everyone saw, just now, Lugia was at a disadvantage in a 1-on-3 fight. If Mew were included, they could completely defeat the legendary birds. Gary, Mew, and Lugia are also strong. If both of them go at it together, the legendary birds probably don't stand a chance. Earlier, the exchange between Mew and Zapdos was practically a one-sided slaughter. Even with the addition of Moltres, the advantage might still be with Mew. But if all three birds attack together, Mew is very likely to be slightly inferior, just like Lugia, and would be no match for the legendary birds combined. Leon: I haven't seen a battle between legendary Pokémon before. Most people haven't seen legendary Pokémon either, so this time they have Ash to thank. Facing the provocations of the legendary birds, Mew didn't care. It was still eating a Pokéblock. Lugia flew out, watched Mew for a while, and then looked at Ash, assuming that Mew was this trainer's Pokémon. Don't rush. I'll hold them off first. You take the chance to go to the island over there to get those treasures and start the ritual as soon as possible. Lugia said to Ash. No need. Mew and I will hold them off. You go and get those treasures, Ash said to Melody. But, Melody said worriedly. Before she could finish, a pair of hands rested on her shoulders. Ash leaned in and smiled, saying, Don't worry, I'll handle it. Hearing Ash speak, Melody's panicked heart calmed down. Additionally, Ash pinched her cheek and winked. Sabrina narrowed her eyes slightly and locked gazes with Ash. She snorted inwardly, I'll deal with you tonight. The Team Rocket trio felt there was no need to follow, as both Mew and Pikachu were here. Mew floated over to Ash, handed the Pokéblock to him to put away, and communicated telepathically with Ash. Let's go together and teach those three big silly birds a lesson. Although the legendary birds were dim-witted, they could tell that Mew didn't take them seriously. Moltres was the first to breathe fire. Mew Fire Blast. Mew's figure vanished, then suddenly appeared behind Moltres, blasting it directly with a fire blast. Moltres was sent flying by the explosion. Flamethrower. Articuno's ice beam clashed with Mew's flamethrower. A cloud of smokescreen filled the surroundings. The lightning unleashed by Zapdos passed through the smokescreen, but other than clearing some of the smoke, nothing happened. However, directly above it, a bolt of lightning as thick as a water barrel descended, swallowing Zapdos whole. They started fighting so quickly. Lugia watched, stunned. The three birds that had just knocked it into the sea were actually being handled so easily by Mew. The Team Rocket trio nearby widened their eyes. Those were three legendary Pokémon, yet they were so weak that they couldn't last a few rounds against this little guy. And they even listened to this twerp. Chapter 111 Lugia's Feather, Suicune appears. Lorelei, Mew is taking on all three at once. Is it really that easy? Lorelei was deeply shocked. As a member of the Elite Four herself, she had seen many powerful Pokémon and even some legendary Pokémon, but this was the first time she had ever seen a legendary as ridiculously strong as Mew. From the previous New Island incident, Mew's incredible power was already clear. After all, Mewtwo was cloned using Mew's genes, and its combat strength was already incredibly formidable. From this perspective, it made perfect sense that Mew, as the genetic source, would stand above Mewtwo. Everyone had assumed Mew's strength was top tier, but no one expected its combat power to reach such an unfathomable level. What was most absurd was that while they knew Mew was strong, it was simply too strong, taking on three opponents at once, and those three were the legendary birds. Legendary Pokémon. Looking across the entire world, there was probably no one else who could defeat the legendary birds. Who wouldn't be astonished? Anyone watching couldn't believe their eyes. That was Mew, single-handedly fighting three legendary birds with divine status. Staring at the light screen, everyone was extremely envious of Ash. Some battle fanatics weren't envious of Ash's popularity with girls or his talent for battling, but rather his incredible affinity with Pokémon, befriending so many of them, and even being able to command Mew. It felt to them as if Mew was practically about to become Ash's Pokémon. The legendary birds suffered setback after setback, yet never seemed to learn their lesson. They attacked Mew time and time again, only to be countered and beaten back every single time. They watched as their attacks were blocked by a barrier conjured by Mew, failing to inflict any real damage upon it. Moreover, Mew's speed was far greater than theirs. Evade it and use Shadow Sneak. Ash said in a deep voice. Enveloped in raging flames, Moltres flapped its massive fiery wings, bringing a scorching heat wave as it charged fearlessly at Mew. The blistering heat seemed to burn the very air around them. Mew's body dodged gracefully, dodging the fierce collision like a flash of pink light. At the same time, it condensed a dark, concentrated Shadow Sneak and casually threw it with perfect accuracy. Boom! A violent explosion suddenly rang out as fire and shadow erupted together. Charging at full speed, Moltres missed its target entirely and had no time to steady itself, taking the Shadow Sneak head-on. The powerful impact instantly tore through its body, and its massive form plunged straight toward the ground like an out-of-control missile. Roar! On the other side, Zapdos let out a sharp, piercing screech of anger. With a fierce glint in its eyes, it suddenly changed direction, abandoning its battle with Mew to dive straight down at Ash below. That's so underhanded, it's actually attacking the trainer. Everyone was speechless. These legendary birds seemed so strange, they fought without any sense of honor, launching sneak attacks on the trainer. They didn't have any of the dignity expected of legendary Pokémon. Zapdos's eyes were sharp and cold, filled with violent rage. In its mind, it was Ash who had summoned this troublesome pink Pokémon that caused it to fail repeatedly, so it directed all of its anger toward Ash. Lugia, who had been watching the battle, blocked the way in front of Ash, thick layers of energy shields rising around its body. But before Zapdos could break through the shield, a cold flash of light suddenly sliced through the air. Mew's soft tail was instantly coated in a chilly, silver-white metallic sheen. Moving so fast it left only an afterimage, it appeared above Zapdos in the blink of an eye. Before Zapdos could even touch Lugia, an incredibly powerful, massive iron tail slammed down, striking its back with precise, brutal force. Boom! The loud crash echoed across the sea. Before Zapdos could even let out a full shriek, its massive body plunged straight into the deep ocean, kicking up huge waves. Articuno and Moltres lay slumped on the ground, their bodies covered in wounds. The violent rage that had filled their eyes completely vanished, replaced by a clear, calm gaze. Their will to fight had entirely dissipated, and they no longer dared to launch any attacks. They were no longer angry. Suddenly, the airship fired several capture devices. They were aimed specifically at Mew. Using its psychic powers, Mew took control of the devices and sent them flying right back, completely blowing up the already battered airship. Melody obtained the treasures, and the anger of the legendary birds was finally appeased. The ritual process still had to be completed, and the surrounding areas damaged by the battle needed to be restored. Lugia acknowledged Ash, who had somehow appeased the anger of the three birds in such a manner, indirectly saving the world. It also gave Ash a feather. It radiated a blue and white energy. With the crisis resolved and everything back to normal, Ash and his friends returned to the island to rest and hold a banquet. Ash, where's my feather? Why didn't Lugia give me a feather? Gary, you got to ride it, and now you want a feather too. Dream on. Ash. LT, Surge, he has feathers from both Ho-Oh and Lugia now. Is Ash really going to catch them in the future? Professor Oak, it's highly likely. Looking at Lugia's attitude, it seems to have acknowledged Ash. Another legendary Pokémon. This is just insane. The white light screen lit up. Ash set his next goal, to conquer the Johto region. While walking down the road, he encountered a canine-like Pokémon radiating a blue light all over its body. Blue ribbons drifted around it. Usain Suicune. My Suicune. Matsuba, looking at that silhouette, it's about 70 to 80% similar to Suicune. Jessie, why do I feel like it looks a bit like Meowth? They might look similar in shape, but not in size. Meowth. Don't drag me into your nonsense. Are you blind? How does it look anything like Meowth? Usain was indignant. How could she slander his beloved Suicune like that? Professor Elm, why would Suicune appear here? Nothing major has happened here, and the water source hasn't been polluted either. Lorelei, it's probably here to test Ash, to see if he meets its standards. If he does, it might tell him to go complete Ho-Oh's trial. Chapter 112, Ash's Transformation. Still an assist for Team Rocket. Ash didn't know Suicune, and there was no information about Suicune on the Pokédex. Misty and Brock didn't know Suicune either. In their memory, they had never seen such a Pokémon. It was translucent blue all over, looking a bit like Growlithe, and even had ribbons, making it exceptionally elegant. Suicune merely glanced at Ash, and with smokescreen filling the surroundings, it turned around and leaped away. Without saying a word, it leaped a few times and vanished from sight. Professor Elm, it just left like that. Without leaving anything behind, or telling Ash how to find Ho-Oh or something like that. Blaine, it's probably because Suicune saw that the current Ash hasn't met the requirements, so it needs to wait for their next meeting. Gary, yeah, obviously, Ash just lacks strength, and Suicune doesn't think much of him for now. Yusen gave a thumbs up. Ash, smelly Gary, you're the one who lacks strength. Once the Silver Conference begins, you'll see how powerful I am. If someone else teased him, Ash might laugh it off, but if Gary teased him, as long as it made sense, Ash would definitely snap back. Ash had now reached the outskirts. Pikachu had already started training, specifically practicing Quick Attack and Iron Tail. The Pikachu in the black light screen used Quick Attack and Iron Tail with incredible power. That Quick Attack could even be described as extreme speed. Charizard, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur had all returned. Squirtle was training with Pikachu, spraying water gun at Pikachu to train its accuracy, seeing if there was a chance to awaken its aura talent. Charizard, on the other hand, trained with Primeape and Bulbasaur, fighting 2 against 1. Ash is like a completely different person now, Brock said with emotion. It's the pressure from the other world. Ash indeed had changed, no longer being such a dense guy or a type disadvantage master. Misty felt that Ash had matured a lot and become much humbler overall. Twerp, hand over Pikachu right now. The Team Rocket trio walked out from the front. After watching the light screen for so long, they had also learned some new things, believing that the twerp of this world was very weak and lacked strength. Now that they had grown stronger, they could easily handle him. Team Rockets, you guys again. Misty exclaimed in shock. Hee hee, you didn't expect this, did you? Jessie said. You came at the perfect time. I was just worrying about this. Ash was extremely excited upon seeing the Team Rocket trio. Twerp, what are you worrying about? Are you thinking of handing Pikachu over to us, Meow? Meowth laughed out loud. Really? James asked in pleasant surprise. Not a chance. Ash was speechless. What gave you the illusion that I would give Pikachu to you? Did you guys drop on your heads and break your brains? A broken brain won't do. You'd better go see Nurse Joy quickly. Misty couldn't help but burst out laughing. When did Ash become so good at snapping back? Brock smiled faintly. Hearing the laughter, the Team Rocket trio felt extremely annoyed. To actually be mocked by the twerp was a total humiliation. Arbok. Wheezing. Jessie and James released their Pokémon. After watching the black light screen, both of them had given their Pokémon an epic upgrade. Meowth had also grown stronger. It wanted to become the only Meowth by Boss Giovanni's side and drive that Persian away. Pikachu, go. After training for so long, they were just lacking opponents. Ash had been waiting for the Team Rocket trio. Although fighting them carried some danger, he was now fully prepared. Charizard and the others were constantly on alert and would absolutely not give the Team Rocket trio another chance. Arbok, poison sting. Pikachu, jump, Ash immediately ordered. Pikachu immediately jumped up. Arbok reacted very quickly, immediately shooting poison sting upward. Use Iron Tail. Pikachu deflected those poison stings with Iron Tail and chopped downward. Wheezing used Smokescreen. James came to the rescue. Wheezing spewed out Smokescreen, concealing Arbok and its own figure. Pikachu's tail slammed down, dispersing the smokescreen. Arbok and Wheezing were blown back. Pikachu used Thunderbolt on Arbok. Pikachu immediately unleashed Thunderbolt at Arbok. Arbok shrieked, its body charred black and collapsed straight to the ground. Wheezing rapid spin. Wheezing spun and charged toward Pikachu. Pikachu Electro Web. Electro Web was something Pikachu had recently practiced. Ash had seen how his parallel world self dealt with more agile Pokémon, and this was the perfect way to restrict them using Electro Web. Wheezing was now trapped. Pikachu, take my claws. Seeing its teammates at a disadvantage, Meowth immediately rushed over. Pikachu quick attack, Ash shouted. Pikachu immediately charged forward, feeling incredibly excited at this moment. It suddenly found its footsteps becoming light. In an instant, it dashed right in front of Meowth, and sent Meowth flying with a headbutt. So fast, Misty exclaimed in shock. Is it just like the quick attack used by the parallel world's Pikachu? Brock saw that Pikachu's quick attack was much faster than before, thinking to himself that the training during this period hadn't been in vain. Twerp, how did you get so strong? The Team Rocket trio was astonished. They thought they had grown stronger and could come bully the twerp, but they didn't expect him to have become so strong as well. They had truly underestimated the twerp. In the end, it was finished with Pikachu's Thunderbolt once again. The Team Rocket trio blasted off after a long time, shouting their catchphrase. What a bad feeling, Meow, X3. Pikachu, great job. Ash hugged Pikachu and said happily. Charizard and the others also gathered around, happy for Pikachu. Everyone, we have to work even harder and perform well in the upcoming Silver Conference. Our goal is the champion. The white light screen was still continuing. Ash and his group arrived in New Bark Town and happened to run into Officer Jenny, who said that Professor Elm had lost Totodile. In the end, it was found with the Team Rockets. Later, Ash met an impulsive rookie trainer, and then encountered a Heracross that really liked to suck the sap from the seed on Bulbasaur's back. He caught it very smoothly. Walking to a clearing in the forest, they saw a Chikorita. Ash was tempted and wanted to catch it, so he sent out Charizard. Because Charizard was careless, Chikorita got injured. The Team Rocket trio came to assist as usual, and their goal this time was to provide a helping hand to Ash to successfully obtain Chikorita. Anyway, they tricked Chikorita away through some means, even making Chikorita believe for a time that Ash was a bad guy and planned to join the Team Rockets. Ash showed up to disrupt them. In the process of evading the Team Rocket trio, Ash fought hard to protect Chikorita, and Chikorita was gradually touched by Ash during this time. Ash even went all the way out of the cave in the freezing snow to bring Chikorita back. At this moment, Chikorita felt Ash's warmth. In the end, Chikorita grew to like Ash. Looker, like I said, those three fellows from the Team Rockets are helping Ash. Once Ash does something poorly, those three guys will come out to provide a helping hand to Ash, getting personally involved to help Ash solve this trouble. Gary, these three guys really went to great lengths to help Ash. Who helped the twerps? The Team Rocket trio had just been defeated by Ash and were already full of anger, but seeing the bullet comments made them even angrier. They had actually misinterpreted their actions toward Ash. They were the Team Rockets, they were bad guys. Bastards. Chapter 113, The Master of Reverse Types and a Flash of Inspiration. Ash Ketchum challenges Suicune. Jesse, it's you again, spreading rumors about us every single day. James, don't let us catch you, or you're going to get what's coming to you. Meowth, you'd better pray you don't run into us when you're out, or else. HMPH Meow. The Team Rocket trio couldn't tolerate this international police officer named Looker. It was just a few mistakes. Was it really necessary to say no every single time and even expel them from the Team Rockets? To others, it might be nothing, but to the three of them, the Team Rockets was the most important thing in their hearts. The Team Rocket trio had wanted to teach this guy named Looker a lesson more than once. They definitely didn't back down because of his status as an international police officer, but because he was too far from the Johto region, and they were too lazy to go there. Pikachu wasn't even in their hands yet, so how could they afford to be distracted? After catching Chikorita, Ash and his group continued on their journey. They passed by a Pokémon school. A bratty kid snatched Ash's Pokéball, wanting to catch Ash's Pikachu, but ended up catching a Bellsprout by mistake. Meowth, get lost, brat. Even we haven't caught Pikachu yet, and you think you can. Jesse, know your place. To think you actually wanted to catch Pikachu, you'd better go back to school for a few more years. If it weren't for the fact that you're just a kid, Pikachu would have shocked you long ago. Quite a few people couldn't stand the brat. Trying to snatch it just because it wasn't given to him? What's the difference between him and the Team Rockets? A brat like this. The school failed to educate him properly and should take the blame. As for the Team Rocket trio, usually their antics were just minor mischief, and they hadn't done much real harm, remaining within a controllable range. But this time, the Team Rocket trio did something truly bad, which was destroying ancient relics. As an ancient building with a rich history, the Sprout Tower was undoubtedly a very important material heritage. In addition to cutting the central pillar in half, the Team Rockets also tied rockets to the pillar in an attempt to completely destroy the Sprout Tower. Such behavior was extremely atrocious. Although the tower suffered damage, it ultimately remained standing. Bruno, you three are actually this bad. I thought you were just some kind of comedy act. James, comedy act my foot. We are the Team Rockets, we are bad guys. Seeing the bullet screen filled with unanimous condemnation, the Team Rocket trio exclaimed that they were finally back to form. This was exactly what they wanted. Finally, Ash arrived at the Violet Gym in the Johto region. 3 gym battles. Even though he knew the opponent was a flying-type gym leader, he still sent out Chikorita. LT, Surge, why does Ash always like the type disadvantage strategy? It's not like he has that much strength. Who gave him the courage? Blaine, he's young and full of vigor. It's quite normal. Leon, haha, I was like that too when I was young. Since the start of his journey, Ash had often fought with a type disadvantage. Everyone had already seen Ash's type disadvantage battles many times. In the end, it was Pikachu who swept 2 opponents, and Ash's strategy wasn't bad either. Everyone's eyes lit up. A sudden flash of inspiration could indeed be very useful sometimes. His last Pokémon was Charizard. Gym leader Faulkner's Pidgeot was incredibly fast, but it didn't cause much damage to Charizard. Perhaps because Charizard was tough and durable, Ash spotted a weakness and directly defeated Pidgeot. With this, Ash obtained his first badge in the Johto region. The white light screen dimmed. Lance, Ash's sudden flashes of inspiration are quite good sometimes. He can even find the opponent's weaknesses. Gary, when in doubt, rely on a flash of inspiration. If you can't flash, you lose. Ash, you stinky Gary. Just wait until the Silver Conference starts. I'll show you what I've got. It was the usual bickering between the two again. The black light screen lit up. Ash was traveling through the Johto region with 4 girls. Sabrina was no longer acting as a gym leader and stayed by Ash's side. Shuanda had already graduated, and since she lost her bet with Ash, she naturally stayed by his side. Spending time together recently had gradually changed her opinion of Ash. The first town was still New Bark Town. As they walked through the woods, a gentle breeze swept past. Ash frowned, sensing a strange wave of energy. Sabrina looked over as well. A glowing blue figure flashed past. Figures darted through the surrounding mist. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Using Aura, he located Suicune's position. The electric current blasted forward. Bang! An explosion erupted on the ground. The blue figure leaped out. Sabrina stared at the figure, her beautiful eyes widening. Shuanda shrank closer to Sabrina. Aside from Ash, only Sabrina, a psychic user, could give her a sense of security. Suicune. Ash stared at the blue figure, his expression freezing for a moment before a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. Suicune, battle me. Come on, let me see your strength. Suicune was ordered by Ho-Oh to test Ash's strength and see if he had enough power to climb that mountain. Yusen, are they going to fight? Gary, the Ash in the parallel world is so direct. Last time, it was Mew that defeated the legendary birds, not the Pokémon he trained himself. Suddenly challenging Suicune this time, he must have let it get to his head. Chapter 114, Aura Fusion with Blastoise. Super Aura Missile? LT. Surge. He's really gotten C***Y. That's one of the legendary beasts, not some ordinary Pokémon, and he actually dares to go up and challenge it alone. LT, Surge. It's a good thing for young people to dare to challenge themselves, but this is a bit too daring. That's one of the legendary beasts, a Pokémon that follows Ho-Oh. Although they can't compare to Ho-Oh, they're still legendary Pokémon after all, not something ordinary Pokémon can match. The audience thought so too. Right now, Ash of the parallel world didn't have Mew by his side, and looking at his posture, he didn't plan to call Mew over. He was going to use his own Pokémon. Ash, it's different. Ash of the parallel world and his Pokémon aren't weak either. They definitely have the strength. For some reason, Ash felt that his parallel world self could go toe-to-toe with the legendary beasts. Yusen, are you kidding me? The legendary beasts are different from those legendary birds. Suicune is much stronger than those 3 silly birds. In Yusen's eyes, Suicune was the strongest, and the performance of the legendary birds had only solidified their title as silly birds. Many people thought that the legendary birds were indeed silly birds, lacking any aura of legendary Pokémon, and simply couldn't compare to the highly prestigious legendary beasts. Go Blastoise! Ash took out Blastoise's dive ball. After returning, he had specially swapped out all of his Pokémon's Piquet balls for customized ones. Although it cost quite a bit, it was reimbursed by Professor Oak, and he also received subsidies for challenging gyms. A beam of red light shot out from the opening dive ball. A sharp aura transformed into a fierce wind, emanating from the ball. A Blastoise suddenly appeared. Serena and the others took a few steps back, having a premonition that this battle would not be simple, and would be much more intense than the previous one against the legendary birds. Suicune crouched on all fours, staring intently at Blastoise, its expression somewhat solemn and even a bit surprised. It felt a hidden, explosive power within Blastoise's body. It let out a low growl. Came. Blastoise looked at Suicune in front of it, its face also extremely solemn. The water-type energy inside the opponent's body was also extremely massive, even stronger than its own. Its chances of winning were very slim. But, bearing the expectations of its trainer and partners, it absolutely could not lose. Blastoise's eyes narrowed as its aura power transformed into a dense blue light, rising all around its body. A blue light also appeared in Ash's eyes. His aura frequency was now in perfect sync with Blastoise's. This aura, Sabrina looked surprised. The energy inside Blastoise's body had suddenly multiplied several times, making her extremely envious. She and Alakazam still couldn't achieve this level. Misty and Serena were even more envious. Both of them had water-type Pokémon, especially Serena. Compared to Ash's Blastoise, her Blastoise was left miles behind. Here it comes again. Shuanda had witnessed the aura fusion between Blastoise and Ash, which had directly obliterated her Aggron. Riley, aura fusion is here again. This time, Riley was full of anticipation. The aura fusion between Blastoise and Ash is even more perfect than before. With the opponent being the legendary Beast Suicune, the battle is bound to be incredible. Mewtwo, is he powering up? Don't tell me he activated Torrent. Gary, he probably did. Full HP Torrent, that's quite something. Usain, Torrent is useless. Suicune's control over water-type energy is not something ordinary Pokémon can compare to. That Blastoise is decent, and it has aura, but unfortunately, it doesn't pose much of a threat to Suicune. Ash ignored Usain, the Suicune simp, and looked at the black light screen with great excitement. Even from outside the light screen, he could still feel that thrilling excitement. Blastoise Hydro Pump, Ash shouted. Starting off with a blast. Blastoise aimed its cannons at Suicune, condensing water. Suicune also condensed water in its mouth. 2 streams of water erupted. Bang! Blastoise was slightly outmatched. The water column pressed towards its side and exploded a moment later. Then Suicune's figure flashed. No one could see Suicune's movements clearly. A blue and white light flashed, and the distance between Suicune and Blastoise closed in an instant. Extreme speed, this extreme speed seems even faster than Pikachu's. Sabrina watched Suicune's movements. Right after firing the hydro pump, it immediately used extreme speed. It was being so serious, not holding back at all. LT, Surge, is this extreme speed for real? LT, Surge was greatly shocked. Usain, that's Suicune we're talking about. Did you think it was joking with you? Gary, it's fast, but it's useless against Ash and Blastoise. Their aura is right there. Although Suicune was one of the legendary beasts, this guy kept hyping up Suicune and didn't favor Ash and Blastoise at all. Gary still trusted Ash more. Blastoise, Iron Defense. Blastoise immediately withdrew into its shell, and Suicune crashed headfirst into Blastoise's shell, directly knocking Blastoise back quite a distance. Its shell is still hard enough, Ash said in a deep voice, Skull Bash. Time for my counterattack. Blastoise poked its head out and suddenly shot forward. Its massive head slammed directly into Suicune. Suicune couldn't react in time. Its head was struck by Blastoise's, and its entire body was sent flying. Bang! Suicune stood up from the deep crater and shook its dizzy head. Roar! A shadow ball was fired. Blastoise neutralized it with Hydro Pump, but Suicune used Extrasensory, causing Blastoise to flinch. Followed by another liquidation, and then another shadow ball. Even with the aura boost, Blastoise's Ice Punch, aimed to counter liquidation, missed, and it could only barely use Hydro Pump to clash with the shadow balls. A few cracks appeared on its shell. Came. Blastoise widened its eyes, feeling the pain coming from its abdomen. Ow tilde tilde. Ice crystals floated around Suicune's body, and gusts of cold wind emanated from it, dropping the surrounding temperature by several degrees. Blastoise. Ash's clothes fluttered, and the blue glow in his eyes brightened a bit. A strong aura generated a fierce wind that emanated from around the two. Water appeared at Blastoise's feet, enveloping it. Blastoise inside the water could be faintly seen to have seemingly changed its appearance, but the heavy water currents largely obscured its form. Blastoise placed both hands in front of itself. A chilling energy gathered before it, gradually compressing into a sphere. Gary, holy crap, is that aura sphere? When did Blastoise learn that? Maylene, Blastoise has aura, so mastering aura sphere was only a matter of time. Setting that aside, did you see? Blastoise's appearance seems to have changed. Wallace, it does seem to have changed, but it's hard to see clearly. Sabrina, could it be another aura evolution? Blastoise's aura evolution. Evolve into what? Blastoise is already at its final stage of evolution. Gary felt this was unlikely. Perhaps the Blastoise in the black light screen had developed a stronger torrent. Now, following Ash's training methods to train his own Blastoise, he could indeed occasionally trigger the torrent ability, though not at full HP. Professor Platine stared at the black light screen and pondered for a moment. He wanted to send a bullet comment, but hesitated, merely harboring some suspicions about the signs in the black light screen, yet remaining uncertain. Go Blastoise, use Aura Sphere. Just as he finished speaking, the blizzard unleashed by Suicune swept outward, swirling towards Blastoise like a twister. Blastoise released the Aura Sphere. The Aura Sphere collided with the blizzard. The airwaves emitted by the two energies blew around the surrounding debris and trees. Boom! The Aura Sphere pierced through the blizzard, scattering ice crystals everywhere, and scored a direct hit on Suicune. An explosion occurred. As the smokescreen cleared, Suicune let out a cry, and then there was no further movement. Chapter 115, Mega Evolution Without Evolution Stones. Gardevoir is jealous. The light screen went quiet, and outside the light screen, it was the same. The visual impact shown inside the light screen was too great. Did the legendary beast, Suicune, really just lose to Blast? Usain was completely stunned, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. Just now, a very special situation occurred with the Blastoise in the light screen. It triggered Torrent, but it didn't look like it just triggered Torrent. The Blastoise, covered by that mass of water, seemed to have changed its appearance. Corina, my goodness, is the power of that aura sphere this great? Maylene, unbelievable, Blastoise's aura is strong to this extent. Riley, Blastoise's aura talent is even stronger than those Pokémon born with aura. The three people who had Riolu, a Pokémon with aura, naturally understood aura very well, and were very surprised to see Blastoise's performance. Blastoise wasn't a pure water-type Pokémon, yet it understood aura-type moves so well. Chuck, as expected of Ash, it's truly unexpected, comparable to Bruno. Bruno, Master, I'm not that fierce. Bruno also thought he was quite strong, having learned the ultimate fist. But after seeing the series of actions by Ash of the Parallel World, his own strength didn't measure up in front of Black Ash. If it were Pokémon, it might be different. Even if Black Ash defeated Suicune, Bruno still had confidence. A mere Suicune, it wasn't Ho-Oh, he still had some possibility of defeating it. Bill, I don't know if everyone noticed the change in Blastoise when it was wrapped in water. Cone, I did, but because the water blocked the view, it wasn't clear. Professor Sycamore, regarding the changes that happened to Blastoise later, I have some thoughts. That Blastoise should have Mega Evolved. Misty, Mega Evolved. Misty was greatly shocked. As a water-type gym leader, and with a Gyarados at home, and also possessing a key stone, she naturally knew about Mega Evolution. Elaine, Blastoise Mega Evolved. Professor, but Ash doesn't have a key stone, how could it evolve? Elaine was incredulous. Could it evolve without a key stone? He had to know that his Charizard could Mega Evolve, but it took a lot of effort to accidentally obtain that key stone. Ash, wait, what is Mega Evolution? Weren't they talking about Blastoise's aura? How did it get to this Mega Evolution? Ash didn't understand at all. Professor Sycamore, Mega Evolution is a limit that transcends the current evolutionary boundaries of Pokémon, belonging to a higher level of evolution. Pokémon that have undergone Mega Evolution will temporarily release hidden power, exerting abilities that cannot be possessed through general evolution. Mega Evolution requires the trainer and the Pokémon to connect their hearts with the help of a key stone, thereby allowing the Pokémon to release unprecedented power. Ash of the parallel world doesn't have a keystone there. It is very likely that it is his bond with Blastoise, which no longer needs a keystone as a medium. LT, Surge, damn, is it that heaven-defying? Riley, previously, Ash of the parallel world used Aura Fusion to make Blastoise evolve twice. The bond is already very deep. Now this Mega Evolution, it doesn't need a keystone as a medium anymore. Aura Fusion is enough. Riley gave a rough explanation, genuinely envious. If he could also perform such Aura Fusion with Lucario to achieve Mega Evolution, that would be great. Mega Evolution. Me and Blastoise know, it's still Squirtle. After watching the barrage for a long time, Ash slowly turned his head to look at the Squirtle that was still spraying water, feeling a bit surprised in his heart. The smokescreen dissipated, and Suicune was covered in wounds. It looked at Ash and Blastoise with complex eyes, not expecting this person and Turtle to be so strong. With a low cry, a soft light was cast on its body. The injuries on its body were all healed. It told Ash that he still needs to pass the trials of Raikou and Entei before it will guide him to accept the trial of Ho-Oh. The road is full of trials. Ash had no complaints about this. Ash, there are also Raikou and Entei that need to have a battle like Suicune. Morty, it should be so. The Rainbow Hero cannot meet Ho-Oh so easily. There are more trials ahead. After Suicune left, Ash and his group continued on their way. He carefully taught Nana, who was a rookie trainer. On the way, he also captured Heracross and met the Team Rocket trio several times, so he let Heracross practice. Damn, the twerps on both sides are equally annoying. The Team Rocket trio, watching the light screen, felt aggrieved for themselves in another world. The themselves in another world were much more miserable than them. Ash and his group were puzzled. Why did the Team Rocket trio follow them again? They walked to the edge of the forest. They were attacked by the Team Rocket trio again. The Team Rocket trio recruited help and tricked a few Pokémon into helping, but they were still defeated by Heracross. They accidentally injured the Chikorita that was sunbathing. After the Team Rocket trio fanned the flames, Chikorita decided that Ash and his group were bad guys. Hey Chikorita, don't believe those three guys. Facing Chikorita's attack, Ash only dodged and did not counterattack. Chikorita was just deceived by the Team Rocket trio for a moment. There was no need to attack it. Taking advantage of Chikorita fighting Ash and his group, the Team Rocket trio used those bombs to knock Ash and his group unconscious. Ash hugged Chikorita and deployed an aura barrier with one hand. Chikorita looked at Ash blankly. Gardevoir used Psychic to control the Team Rocket trio and let Pikachu send them off. Ash, Team Rockets again, can't you guys be idle for a while? Jessie, annoyed by us, just hand over Pikachu. Misty, you guys going back to sleep and dreaming about catching Pikachu has a higher probability than Ash voluntarily handing over Pikachu. With the interference and assistance of the Team Rocket trio again, Chikorita realized it had misunderstood Ash. Chikorita, are you okay? Seeing Chikorita looking at him blankly, Ash picked it up and carefully checked if it was injured. Chikorita tilde. The moment it was gently protected in Ash's arms, warmth instantly wrapped around its whole body. Chikorita raised its tone briskly and responded softly. Its clear growl was full of joy and peace of mind. Most of the trainers it had met in the past only had eyes for catching and capturing, full of selfish desire to possess it. But their own strength was very mediocre and could not give it support. Never had anyone, like Ash, sincerely cared about its safety and concerned about its feelings. Seeing this scene, Gardevoir's eyes, like translucent rubies, narrowed slightly. Its gaze fell on Chikorita, who was being held and cared for by Ash, with an indescribable meaning in its expression, and ripples had already risen in its heart. Diantha looked at Gardevoir's subtle change in expression, smiled, and teased softly. Is Gardevoir jealous? Sakura nodded repeatedly, seeing through the truth at a glance, and echoed, I think it's just jealous. Seeing Ash and another Pokémon so intimate with her own eyes, she must be unhappy in her heart. Erica, in that case, won't Gardevoir and Chikorita compete secretly in the future, or even have conflicts? Looking at the white light screen, Chikorita liked Ash very much. It was the same here on the black light screen. And by Ash's side, there was another Gardevoir who was full of thoughts and secretly jealous. The feelings of the two Pokémon for Ash had already quietly collided. Chapter 116, Poor Physical Abilities. Charizard Awakens. After capturing Chikorita, Ash had one more Pokémon that refused to enter its Pokéball and wanted to stay on his shoulder. Now Pikachu, Dratini, and Chikorita were on his shoulders. Gardevoir watched with great envy. It couldn't stay on Ash's shoulder like them right now. It wasn't just Gardevoir who was jealous. Sabrina and the others were jealous too. Those few Pokémon liked him so much and were always so intimate with him. It really made them envious. The feelings that Chikorita, Dratini, and Gardevoir had for Ash were very different. It seemed like the same kind of love as theirs. Does Chikorita like Ash this much? Shuanda looked at Chikorita happily snuggling with Ash, her expression somewhat subtle. His charm is just too great to actually be able to captivate Pokémon. Misty exclaimed. Ash is so enthusiastic towards Pokémon, plus the assistance from those three guys from the Team Rocket trio. It's quite easy to win Chikorita's heart. Sabrina was also a bit envious. She, his childhood friend, didn't have such constant, intimate snuggling with Ash like they did. They did it all the time, which made her, the childhood friend, feel a bit awkward. Sabrina and the others had all gotten ahead of her, and now she was even being ridden over by a few Pokémon. Sabrina sighed. Sabrina was fine. She didn't have much of a reaction. She was thinking that she would just make up for the jealousy she felt today by finding Ash tonight. My Bayleaf is also this clingy. Ash thought of his own Bayleaf, and it had been a while since he had been in contact with it. Before, when he left it at Professor Oak's research lab, it was still crying, wanting to find him. Recalling the things with Bayleaf before, Ash revealed a slight smile and then sighed again. Bayleaf is quite cute. It was his own negligence of its feelings sometimes, so he would make it up to it properly recently. Not long after, they arrived in Violet City. First, go to the Pokémon Center to restore stamina, then go to the gym to challenge. Since the Violet City gym is a flying-type focused gym, Ash did not choose a type disadvantage. Chikorita and Heracross and the others hadn't really been trained much yet, so battles with a type disadvantage were easy to fail, especially when facing a gym leader who knew his identity. Ash would definitely not use a type disadvantage. He would be severely targeted. This time, it was Dratini, Pidgeot, and Charizard making their moves. Faulkner recognized Ash, and the students around him also recognized Ash. After all, the Indigo Plateau Conference was such a hot event, and since the two regions were adjacent, they would definitely watch it. I have already witnessed the strength of the third place. Let me see the strength of the Indigo Plateau Conference champion. Gary is as fast as ever, Ash thought to himself. Although Dratini had not evolved, having been by Ash's side, its combat power had also improved a lot. Facing Faulkner's Hoothoot, it was still very simple for Dratini to deal with. Its speed was faster than Hoothoot's, and Dratini also knew Thunderbolt and Ice Beam, which completely countered Hoothoot. Before long, Hoothoot was defeated. A white light burst out from Dratini's body. Within the light, Dratini's body length rapidly elongated. Fuwu Tilda. Dratini completed its evolution. It flew to Ash's side, its body over 5 meters long wrapping around Ash. Ash touched Dragonair's body, so smooth. The second match was Dodrio against Charizard. Charizard had heard that Blastoise had defeated Suicune, and it was holding a grudge in its heart, wondering when it would also be able to battle those legendary beasts. Looking at the imposing and huge Charizard in front of it, Dodrio was a bit nervous. Nervousness was right, it would faint later anyway. Charizard seemed to see Dodrio's current situation, and as soon as it made a move, it was Flamethrower. Dodrio used Tri-Attack, but it still didn't block the momentum of the fierce Flamethrower and was swallowed by the flames. It braced itself against the Flamethrower, but then saw Charizard coming over with 2 claws several times larger. With 2 snaps, it hit its body. Dodrio let out a miserable cry, and then it lost consciousness. Now Charizard's strength was getting stronger and stronger. Pokémon like Dodrio were completely not its opponents unless they were the gym leader's main Pokémon. Just like that, Ash easily obtained the first badge of the Johto region, the Zephyr badge. Faulkner, too strong. Ash of the Parallel World is too strong. In front of Ash of the Parallel World, I was like a rookie trainer, beaten until I couldn't find North. LT, Surge. The gyms in the Johto region are a bit pitiful, facing such a brutal Ash. Chuck, pitiful isn't quite the word. I'm actually very excited. I wonder if I in the Parallel World will have a battle between trainers with Ash. A battle between trainers. If you don't want Ash to get the badge, just say so. Some people knew Chuck's strength, often exercising with Pokémon using his own physical body. Elite Four Bruno was even his student. That Might of Steel was learned right here at Chuck's place. Ash, there's no need for this, right? My physical fitness isn't very good, and I don't know martial arts. Ash still had self-awareness. He didn't seem to be good at anything. Physical fitness not good. What are you talking about? Everyone couldn't hold it back after seeing this sentence from Ash. At this moment, a white light screen lit up. After getting the badge, Ash and his group continued their journey. On the way, they met Lisa. She is the administrator of Charizard Valley. Seeing that Ash's Charizard was powerful, she invited Ash to visit Charizard Valley. And in Charizard Valley, Ash's Charizard actually couldn't even beat the most docile Charizard of Lisa's, and was even turned away by Lisa. Elaine, are the Charizard inside Charizard Valley that strong? How could one say that Ash's Charizard had defeated Blaine's Magmar, and even defeated Poliwrath and others with a type disadvantage? Its combat power was not weak. But in Charizard Valley, even the most docile Charizard easily defeated it. Lance very strong. Lance's Charizard also came out of Charizard Valley and had a deep impression of the valley. Leon, this Charizard Valley is interesting. He didn't expect that there was a Charizard Valley in the Johto region, and those Charizard were so powerful. Leon got excited. If he weren't afraid of getting lost, he would have already ridden his Charizard over. Finally, with its perseverance and the assistance of the Team Rocket trio, Charizard finally moved Lisa and was allowed to train in Charizard Valley. And Ash's decision to ruthlessly abandon Charizard was to let it train in the valley with peace of mind. They promised to meet again when it becomes the world's #1 Charizard. Blaine, a temporary separation is for a better meeting in the future. Leaving Charizard in the valley to train is also a good choice. Lisa, to add, it is a very wise choice. Charizard has high combat talent. Now, after long-term training, Charizard is already a leader in Charizard Valley. Since Ash left, Charizard trained even more seriously, losing repeatedly, fighting repeatedly, never giving up. Staying here alone wasn't it just to fulfill the promise with Ash? Become the world's #1 Charizard. At this moment, the Charizard that was training with Ash was always heading towards this goal. Now it had become very humble, knowing that its current strength was not enough, and could not compare to its parallel world self. Training even more fiercely. Suddenly, the flame on its tail burned even more fiercely. Chapter 117, the Moon Consort returns, and the team undergoes a new generation. After Charizard left, there was another empty spot on Ash's team. The journey continued, and during this time, he had a conflict with Chikorita. Gary, I give up. Ash is still so dense. He has absolutely zero emotional intelligence, yet his IQ is so high during battle. Brock, I can't say much else, but when it comes to battle, Ash's IQ skyrockets. He comes up with ideas that only he could think of. Everyone completely agreed with this. In countless past battles, Ash had flashed with inspiration multiple times, breaking away from conventional training strategies. Relying on his unique ability to adapt on the fly, staging comebacks against the odds, and securing victories had long become the norm. Erica's eyes softened, and she slowly added, "That's only one aspect. Whenever it involves Ash, Chikorita's temperament becomes exceptionally sensitive, full of a little girl's awkward temper. Deep down, it relies on Ash heavily, and longs for Ash to be uniquely close to and favor it alone." Daisy took over the conversation, bluntly stating the root of the conflict. Earlier, my brother-in-law was worried about Chikorita's injuries and planned to swap it out, letting Pikachu battle instead. At that moment, Chikorita instantly threw a tantrum, filled with jealousy and grievance. Delia, it likes Ash that much. Delia sighed with emotion. The possessiveness and attachment Chikorita held for Ash, which felt like love, were expressed even more directly and intensely than by Misty or any of the other human girls. But aside from battles, Ash was incredibly dense. With a blockhead that just wouldn't get it, he failed to notice Chikorita's intense feelings and grievances from start to finish. At this moment, Ash had just asked Professor Oak to transfer Bayleaf's Piquet ball over. A red light suddenly landed, and Bayleaf, stretching its form, appeared on the grass. Bayleaf, long time no see. Ash's eyes were soft as he called out gently, "Bayleaf." As the soft and joyful cry faded, Bayleaf didn't hesitate for a second. It leaped forward, throwing itself into Ash's arms and hugging him tightly. It affectionately rubbed its cheek against Ash's neck and shoulder, then lightly stood on its tiptoes to gently kiss Ash's cheek, its heart full of the joy of reunion. "Haha, Bayleaf." Ash also hugged Bayleaf back. Misty, standing to the side, had curved eyes as she quietly watched the human and Pokémon embracing, feeling relieved in her heart. Fortunately, Ash was finally starting to get it. It wouldn't result in misunderstandings like before. Ash tightened his arms, holding the docile Bayleaf in his embrace. With a tone full of sincerity and guilt, he solemnly apologized. "Bayleaf, I'm sorry. It was my fault before. I haven't been able to properly understand your thoughts or be considerate of your feelings. After watching the light screen and the comments, I finally realized I had unintentionally done so many wrong things." "Bayleaf." Bayleaf clearly sensed the heavy apology and remorse in the boy's heart. It gave a soft, gentle cry and slowly pressed its head against Ash's warm chest, rubbing gently to comfort him, docilely signaling that it had long since let it go. With the assist from the Team Rocket trio, Ash soothed Chikorita. Later, they arrived at a gym and met a trainer who believed in mechanical computer calculations and data, convinced that precise data deduction and tactical planning could determine the outcome of a match. As a result, he was taught a lesson by Ash and Heracross. Brock, to put it simply, unless the gap in strength is massive, you can always trust in Ash's flashes of inspiration. "Ash, haha, am I really that amazing?" This wave of praise made Ash feel very comfortable. Previously, everyone was criticizing him, so the compliments made him feel warm inside. The feeling of being acknowledged by everyone was particularly gratifying. Whenever Ash was in trouble, Gary would appear to help him solve it. But when Ash was fine and even being praised, Gary would have to pour some cold water on him. "Gary, do you know why Ash has such a huge gap in strength compared to others?" "It's because Ash is stubborn and refuses to train seriously, relying only on the Pokémon's temporary performance and his own flashes of inspiration." LT Surge, that's exactly it. Not to mention, he had already changed. Ash was currently training, thinking to himself that such situations would absolutely not happen in the future. The journey continued, and Ash learned from a passerby that a Cyndaquil lived here. This news made Ash very excited, and he clamored to go find the Cyndaquil. And with the assist from the Team Rocket trio, Ash caught the Cyndaquil. Afterward, Ash arrived at the Azalea Gym. It was the newly caught Cyndaquil that won the match. Ash and his group arrived at a certain town, which was hosting a Pokémon firefighting competition. They ran into Squirtle's former partners. With the Squirtle squad in disarray, Ash's Squirtle stepped up, took on the job of commander, and led the younger Squirtle brothers to win the competition. Squirtle was better suited to leading those younger brothers as a firefighting squad, so it left Ash just like that. It said goodbye to its friends one by one. At this point, 2 of the Kanto starters had already left, leaving only Bulbasaur. Following Charizard's departure, Squirtle had also left. Just watching the farewell between Bulbasaur and Squirtle felt a bit sad. Everyone watched as Ash built bonds with those Pokémon from scratch. The journey was full of bumps, but their interactions were friendly. The sudden separation made them feel a bit sentimental as well. At this moment, the unsentimental LT, Surge, raised a question. "Wait, Ash's Squirtle isn't even part of that firefighting squad. Isn't it cheating to join halfway through?" "What the heck, who cares about that? no one had paid attention to that aspect yet. Ash hadn't noticed it either. His attention had been entirely on the scene of Squirtle leading the younger ones to put out the fire. How could he have been thinking about those rules? Bill, the Pokémon Ash releases are basically for the Pokémon's own sake. For example, Charizard. He knew he didn't have many ways to train it to make it stronger, so he let Charizard stay behind. And it's about the same for Squirtle. In the firefighting squad, Squirtle can better utilize its strength. The journey continued. After Squirtle left, Ash encountered the Johto starter, Totodile. Again, with the assist from the Team Rocket trio, he caught Totodile. After experiencing quite a few difficulties later, he finally caught a shiny Noctowl. Then they arrived at the Goldenrod Gym. Miltank was just too overpowered, defeating 3 of Ash's Pokémon single-handedly. The first challenge ended in a crushing defeat. With experience in the second battle, he sent out Totodile and Cyndaquil to lower Miltank's speed, and finally sent out Pikachu to barely defeat Miltank. Chapter 118, a beautiful and harmonious scene, followed by an even fiercer battle. The white light screen dimmed. Everyone stared intently at the still pitch-black light screen, their eyes filled with anticipation, wanting to see how the strength of the Charizard from the parallel world compared to those in the Cherisific Valley. It surely wouldn't be at the bottom like the Charizard of this world, or get defeated by that most docile Charizard, right? At the very least, it should be in the middle or lower tier. That Charizard could use Ho-Oh's Sacred Fire. Even if its training time was short, and it couldn't compare to those Charizard in the valley that had been training for a long time, it wouldn't be at the bottom. Tracy, can the Charizard from the parallel world walk sideways in the Cherisific Valley? They were now discussing the topic of whether the Charizard could sweep through the valley and walk sideways. There was no helping it. That Charizard gave them a feeling of being too strong, and with the guarantee of Ash's aura amplification, it was at least in the upper middle tier in the Cherisific Valley. Lisa, walk sideways. What are you thinking? There are several very strong Charizard in the valley that have been the bosses there for a long time. Quite a few newly arrived Charizard have challenged them, and without exception, they all ended in crushing defeat. Last time, Ash's Charizard didn't even get to see it, and it hasn't defeated that strongest Charizard yet. Blaine, it's too early to jump to conclusions. The parallel world is different from our world. In some aspects, it will be strengthened. As for where it's strengthened or what has changed, it's hard to say. Night fell. The barrage floating in midair was still scrolling densely and rapidly, with comments pouring in endlessly. But the black light screen stretching across the top remained silent, showing no signs of lighting up. On the open grassland nearby, Ash was accompanying his Pokémon for special training. He urged Pikachu and the others to diligently practice their skills and moves. Additionally, he had obtained quite a few skills and moves from Professor Oak that could increase the coverage of Pikachu and the others. After finishing training with Pikachu and the others, Ash didn't idle for a moment and was humbly learning orthodox Pokémon battle strategies, on-the-spot adaptation techniques, and so on from Misty. He had originally intended to ask Brock, but Brock indicated he needed to provide a helping hand to Pikachu and the others. Facing Ash's sincere request for advice, Misty's eyes softened. She didn't refuse at all and was very happy to provide a helping hand. Whenever Ash didn't understand something, she would explain it clearly one by one, tutoring Ash on his battle weaknesses. The evening breeze brushed across the grass. The boy and girl stood side by side, discussing battle tactics in low voices. Occasionally, their gazes would inadvertently meet, and both would curve their eyes and smile lightly. The boy was clear-spirited, and the girl was gentle and lively. The atmosphere of youthful, tender innocence was fully maximized. Such a tranquil and harmonious scene was truly rare to see in the journey Ash and Misty had taken together. Usually, they were either arguing or the Team Rocket trio was coming out to cause trouble. There was never such a heartwarming scene. Brock, on the side, saw through it but didn't say anything. He was exceptionally tactful, distancing himself and walking over to Pikachu and the others to focus on recording the special training data for the Pokémon. Pikachu saw Brock. Why did you come over? You guys continue. Brock, while comparing data to sort out the Pokémon's skill weaknesses and tailoring plans to optimize their moves, helped them adjust the rhythm of their skill execution. At the same time, he deliberately kept his distance, quietly not disturbing the heartwarming time the two were spending alone. Brock lowered his eyes and wrote, thinking to himself, "This opportunity is too hard to come by." You have to know that the other Ash in the parallel world had outstanding popularity, countless girls he liked by his side, and his romantic path was smooth sailing. Looking at the Ash of this world, inspired by the black light screen, he wasn't as much of a steel-straight man as before. He and Misty were in a mutual state of ambiguity, but they had yet to poke through the window paper, and their relationship hadn't been finalized. As a traveling companion, he naturally had to be a good wingman, silently creating opportunities for the two to spend time alone and doing his best to help them get closer. At this moment, the unlit black light screen, which was the other world, was also in the middle of a battle. Clap, 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 bang, boom, tap. Listening to these sounds, one knew that a Pokémon battle was taking place. This time, Ash was battling Sabrina. Sabrina was jealous. She didn't say it, but she used her actions to express that she was jealous. She was still using her psychic powers to firmly control Ash, leaving him unable to move. Then she released the Steel-type and Ground-type Pokémon that Ash had ready. Steelix's move pool was not lacking in high-power moves. It wasn't intimidated by Sabrina's suppression. Instead, it met the battle with even more fervor. Grabbing it in an instant, refining it with its mouth. After just a few rounds, Sabrina seemed to realize that her power was not enough to completely suppress Ash's Steelix. Having crossed hands a few times before, she knew that relying on herself alone, she couldn't make that Pokémon lose its ability to battle. She completely needed the helping hand of Cloyster. It was to let Cloyster provide a helping hand to restrict its movements. First, the Pokémon Ash released was called Steelix, which was currently being attacked by Cloyster. It was a Water-type Pokémon, while Steelix was a Ground-type Pokémon, which was countered by Water-type moves. Roar, Steelix was imposing. Even though it had been led by Cloyster into a pitch-black, narrow space that restricted its movement, it wouldn't give up just like that and immediately used a move to strengthen its body's defense. In a place where it couldn't move flexibly, the first priority was to increase its defensive power. It used the move Harden. Sabrina stared wide-eyed at Ash, surprised by the changes in Ash's Pokémon. Additionally, it had shifted from defense to offense. It began to use the Steel-type move Heavy Slam. Heavy Slam, a move where the user slams into the opponent with its heavy body. The heavier the user is compared to the opponent, the greater the power. And the opponent, Cloyster, wanted to use Protect to block those attacks. But the weight difference was huge, so it couldn't block it. It had to find another way. Didn't Steelix have the Ground-type attribute? Then it would continuously use Water-type moves to deal with it. It attacked repeatedly like this. First, the Cloyster Pokémon lost its ability to battle, and then it was Steelix's turn. Roar, it had reached the final stage. The Steelix Pokémon was going to release its final big move. It was Hyper Beam. It opened its mouth, gathered the beam, and shot it out directly. The entire beam engulfed Cloyster. With that, the battle ended. But the battle here had ended, yet Ash heard familiar footsteps. He opened the door and discovered it was Giselle. The latter's face was flushed red. Seeing Ash open the door, she gripped her maid's skirt tightly with both hands, her gaze fixed on the ground, feeling very nervous. Even though she didn't say it, Ash understood her meaning. She had been playing the mining game again just now, and it was a 3 or 4 combo. All right, legends, that's it for today. If you're ready for the next chapter, smash that like button and flood the comments right now. Remember, we've got 3 days to prove this story needs to continue. Subscribe so you don't miss the drop, and I'll meet you in the next audiobook.